The sad saga of the protagonist begins with a terrible loss. His older brother died under the wheels of a carriage, hurrying to have time to take the smaller from school. The older brother, approaching the boy, tried to reassure him, convincing that he was not guilty of what happened. And then Manhwa realized the second brother was not aware of the mystery that united him with his first brother, because the fault for this death was on his conscience. The young man remembered how shortly before his older brother's death, he revealed him a secret that he had to be left unspoken. It became the spark that ignited the beginning of the end. At that moment, on the gazebo, the older brother listened carefully to the boy's story that he had to draw his eyes to animals as they died immediately. It was because of this that his fear was so great that he concentrated his creativity exclusively on paintings with flowers and birds, and they always had no eyes. The younger son, Manhwa, was unbearably ashamed to talk about such topics, but he did not tend to lie. In detail, the gifted young man said that he had to only finish drawing his eyes to animals, as they died immediately. Therefore, he had no other choice. He was convinced that he was actually fascinated by the curse. The older brother was aware that his younger brother was still young because he was only 16 years old. Undoubtedly, he is simply too vulnerable. They all came from the Shinzi Sumi kind and were known for their outstanding shaking and drawing. In reward, they even received estates from the emperor, and the youngest heir to the family was recognized as a true genius of painting. Now the older brother is obliged to take responsibility and tell the younger one about the state of affairs. He insisted that the boy did not tell anyone about his assumptions. The senior imagined that when a second brother learned about it, he would probably not rest the young artist with his painful strokes. Then Manhwa realized even the older brother decided to make a joke over him. He was extremely upset because no one believed in his curse, and his brother did not even dare to know the details. It turned out that Manhwa painted his first bird when he was 6 years old. He just finished drawing her eyes as the feathered creature instantly became a cat's prey. Then the young artist decided to fix this cat on paper, but soon she was trampled by cow hooves. So he asked his brother to talk to his grandfather, who constantly tried to force him to draw portraits. The first brother considered it only an excuse to avoid drawing portraits, but he was sincerely surprised that all these days, Hua did not really paint his eyes. The reason was that the talented guy did not dare to take risks, because he did not imagine how to act if someone suddenly perished. However, the older brother remained convinced that it was only accidental coincidences. This bird was destined to become a prey, and the cat's fate fell misery. The old man sought to find out if something like this happened before. However, after that case, Hua began to be afraid and no longer painted his eyes. The brother, aware of this situation, suggested that he visit his workshop. Soon they came to a cozy little house. The first brother, slowly strolled through the room, suddenly came across a picture depicting horses from their stable. It was a truly outstanding job, and he suggested that Manhwa draw their eyes. After that, he carelessly took a place at the table, not paying attention to the exclamations of his younger brother. However, the older brother assured that if the horses were killed, he would go with his grandfather, and then Hua will only be able to draw what he likes. After that, the young gifted artist calmly prepared ink and began to apply the first touches. Finally, the eyes were completed, and immediately the frightened boy rushed to the stable. He still couldn't understand why his brother did that way. However, when he arrived, he did not notice anything strange. The horses were quite alive. He was met only a surprised groom who dared to find out from Mr. about the causes of his hurry. The abominable boy only said goodbye and then returned to his older brother. The young man realized that the horses were actually alive. He suggested that Manhwa draw one of them for the second time, assuming that he may have had his touch with his eyes. The talented artist went to the table. Subsequently, he also portrayed the eyes of one of the horses. And his older brother, he took him at hand, suggested to visit the stable again. They came across a groom again and reported that they came to look at the horses. About one of them, the elder was convinced that she was healthy and full of strength. This made it possible to make sure that he was not damaged at all. The older brother realized that this event had a lot of impress by a boy who dared to take all the guilt. However, he was aware that it was hardly worth accusing him of it, because after all, the guy was still too young. In addition, the older brother remembered that Grandpa especially nurtured hope on Hua. He sought to inherit the position of the emperor's court portraitist. The older brother, along with the middle, will try to find their place in life, because the younger has long left them behind with their achievements. Suddenly, the older brother saw something interesting on the table. Among other sketches was his portrait. The skill of reproduction of details impressed it. Every touch was brought to perfection. The portrait seemed enriched. The older brother hoped that he would now be able to rely on him and devote himself to the art of painting. He handed him his portrait, asking him to complete this work and give him back. The older brother noticed that the younger brother was still worried and immediately encouraged him. After all, he was still a little frightened. He decided to complete the picture. With caution and scrupulousness, he painted his eyes. After finishing, he felt something unusual, as if at the last moment all his forces suddenly left him. However, the older brother did not notice it, and enthusiastically looking at the portrait, imagined how one day he would hand him to his son as a family relic. With a radiant smile on his face, he expressed gratitude to the boy, and the next day did not come. It finally convinced Manhwa that he still had a curse. To be 100% confident, he should repeat it again. Obviously, he cannot stay home at all. The main thought that sat in his mind was that the best way would be an escape. So at the age of 16, when the summer prevailed, he left a family estate. Events moved to a cozy house in the very heart of the forest. A man was obviously sitting at the fire, an obviously warrior. However, his surprise was apparent when he felt a stranger crossing the threshold of this house. Manhwa calmly apologized to the man for having fallen to his apartment, trying to escape from a frantic show. Having looked at the guy carefully, the warrior realized that not everyone could get here. He probably was someone's student. So he decided to find out which master he belonged. This question was so surprised by Manhwa that he immediately began to look around, trying to understand who it was directed. It annoyed the man, and he repeated his words again, and Manhwa answered soothingly, calling his name. After that, intense silence reigned in the hall. The last threads of the patience of the fighter were completely broken. Without holding back emotions, he grabbed the boy by the collar and, demanding the name of the teacher, read him for unacceptable boldness. The hardened warrior was aware that the student had to name his martial arts master first, and therefore suggested that the young man could not respect him at all. When Manhwa began to explain that he actually hid here only from the rain, it felt even more the anger of the warrior. He was convinced that the guy was lying on. This little house became a place of secret meetings for 12 masters of martial arts. This place was strictly classified, so it was impossible to get here. Because of this, he could not believe in such nonsense. However, Manhwa stood persistently on his own, convincing everyone in the truth of his words. The warrior saw that the guy was clearly not quite when he had, so much so that he even agreed to call him his father if suddenly the young man is not deceived. However, Manhwa warned that he would soon regret his statements. However, the warrior was not subjected to these thoughts and already thought of something insidious. His hands were holding Manhwa, and he thought that the best way out would just deprive him of his life. However, he soon heard the approach of steps and realized that people were heading. 3 guys emerged on the horizon. Throwing Manhwa sideways, the warrior jumped on his feet. He ordered the boy to stay behind and sit quietly. The frightened young man immediately agreed without trying to deny. Immediately after that, 3 strangers broke into the apartment. Opening, Limhak Ryun, the younger leader of the Fire King group, greeted the elderly. The warrior remained dissatisfied when he noticed them, thinking that their gentleman was not so busy as to send his subordinates instead. However, instead of the answer, the warriors saw behind the senior harvest of a mysterious man. She was intrigued by the character of this young man. The senior hole asked not to worry about this child and focus on continuing the report. The warriors were amazed at how close this guy came together with the genus. so much that he discussed such important issues without any hesitation. They even assumed that it could be his student or son, but they had no idea that the Reaper thought to kill this boy. In the end, the warrior bowed low and explained that they should immediately evacuate the master. A stunning report reported to intervene in their cases of a group of justice. It became clear why no one other than him appeared here. It was known that several elders were trapped and fought. Those who managed to get the warning escaped, but with all the other connections broke off. It is now clear that the discussion of these topics has lost its relevance because the arrived warriors have already prepared the way for retreat. He ordered himself to be delivered there. Going outside, he noticed that he had already dreamed, so they were late. The assistant seemed strange that it was at this point that the senior Reaper was concerned with this question. However, soon their eyes noticed the mobile outlines that they immediately appeared behind the thick bushes. Certainly, the companions of the tag began to stutter with fear, while the senior Reaper kept the motionless peace. Looking at the enemy approaching, he recognized Taus from the Volcano clan. Probably that they found this place was the result of a spy. He even suggested that he had made a Hua's hand before and decided to look at the boy. However, it maintained absolute peace and harmony. The man was surprised to be such behavior because his motionless peace in this situation made an even more impression. In addition, he noticed that when he touched his hands, he did not feel any internal energy in his body. So he definitely did not have the skills in the martial arts, and the barrier through which he got here was probably destroyed by a group of justice. Thus, the young man accidentally found himself in an unnecessary place at an inappropriate moment. However, this did not play any role, because they will equally meet their death here and now. Finally landing, the old man named Ilho and immediately recognized in a man opposite the tag. The black-haired man was well aware of Taoism. However, the Reaper did not think why he suddenly became interested in his personality. He was now one of 24 volcanic plums. Frankly dissatisfied with the arbitrary response of the harvest, Ilho concluded that he has too sharp tongue. He was ready to find out whether there would be enough arrogance to chat on the threshold of death. The old man could not even imagine that in a moment he would throw in battle, armed with his sword. Even Manhwa, having lost his self-control, jumped out of surprise and watched closely for a fierce fight. The Reaper just smiled, rushing forward with a cathane in his hands. Each movement did not slip out of the young man's view. For unknown reasons, Hua mentioned a conversation with his grandfather in the same gazebo where he saw his brother last. Grandpa stared at the drawings of his grandson with interest. From this, he realized that the gods gave the boy with unusual eyes. The old man was convinced that his grandson sees the world differently than anyone else. However, it was still unclear how the child perceives the world. The world of Hua's Mupov was colored in black and white. After a while, it seemed to him that everyone saw him in the same way. Only at the age of 6 did he realize that this was not true. Finally, he emerged from the depths of the memories who consumed him and focused on the fighting warriors. The longer the gifted young man watched, the deeper he was aware that this duel was hiding some incomprehensible charm. The energy that raged in these fighters was incredibly powerful. It seemed as if even the rustle of rain had subsided. And then every movement of the warrior, Manhwa, seemed to be painted by his own hand. He watched as energy was boiling in his body. At that moment, the Reaper rushed from his place, clearing the blade of the blade. The expressions of the students who went next to the teacher have suddenly changed. And at that moment, Hua felt as if her heart had squeezed out of pain. Throughout his life, he never felt such an influx of vitality. This feeling even made him burst a little, and his breathing went away for a moment. And here the Reaper rushed forward, armed with his sword, to rush to the master. He clearly could not understand how this Reaper dared to do so, but he had time to grab his sword to defend. What was his surprise when a powerful blow walked past the enemy? Soon he realized the Reaper intentionally found himself behind his back. Only a moment took him to deal with the students behind her husband. Finally gathering his rage, the old man decided to send the punishment of the harvest, because he dared to ignore him and attack his students. He struck a powerful blow, leaving a deep wound on the enemy's back. Suddenly, from the depth of the wound of the man began to flow intensely. However, instead of falling down, it has only accelerated. His steps accelerated, and soon he destroyed 4 more soldiers. It looked absolutely implausible, as if a devilish trick. However, the Reaper was aware that he had reached the limits of his capabilities. Although he managed to reduce the number of his enemies, he has now suffered from excessive blood loss. Suddenly, it became clear that for an unknown reason, luck was constantly bypassed his side. He doubted that he would be able to resist this elder even in his usual form, and now even more so. In addition, there was no benefit from those who arrived from the Fire King group. Although the Reaper is used to the fact that he always has to solve all problems in life on his own. So, gathering the last crumbs of strength, he spat out the blood that stuck in his throat. He was interested in how long the Taos would continue to look at him, and even thought that he may have been scared. The one, squeezing in a smile, reminded the tag of his too sharp tongue. However, suddenly the Reaper took off his shoes from one of his feet. He suggested leaving the old man in the living, provided that he would fall to his feet and pour out his heel. Despite the rage that raged in the soul of a man in white dress, he was aware of the essence of that misconception. The wounds of the lane were too serious, and it will fall from exhaustion. There was no point in risk, because his fate was resolved. Even the Reaper realized that his cunning plan was solved. He was thinking about striking the first, although he was well aware that in his situation it was almost equivalent to suicide. However, he simply could not do differently. In the end, he could not just die without even trying to fight. Suddenly, a small stone flew towards the fighters. The man in white attire suddenly switched attention and returned. He absolutely did not expect that a boy would appear behind his back. He soon realized the unfortunate mistake. Taking advantage of the moment, the lady came closer. He noticed that the opponent had lost the defense, so he decided that the perfect moment for the attack had come. Watching their battle, Manhwa could not get rid of the feeling of something strange. He did not know exactly what had happened, but he was absolutely sure. He felt that the warrior he had met today would die. That is why, raising the stone, he thought about the opportunity to intervene. He was broken. Was he worth doing it? Recently, the young man felt surprisingly uncomfortable. He seemed to feel that the balance of this world was broken. So he assured himself that he had no intention of helping the sheep, but only sought to destroy this imbalance. So, having become determined, he eventually threw that stone. The old man was forced to defend himself from the attacks of the tag and to order his wounded students to evacuate faster. After that, he directed the energy of his sword into the battle. That moment in the air appeared a pale pink curtain, and from there began to fall the sakura petals, creating a magical atmosphere. The Reaper instantly recognized this skill. This was undoubtedly the legendary volcanic sakura. However, the Reaper had no choice. He had to try to stop the attack with his own blade because he could not avoid such a devastating blow. He finally rushed into battle, though it seemed that the gentle petals mercilessly cut his skin. However, he did not defeat, even more sore from the fight. And finally, both opponents came together in the deadly sword dance. However, it soon became apparent that the harvest had already suffered significant injuries. His energy was exhausted, and the sword lost his power. It was at this moment that the old man decided to make the last decisive blow. But suddenly his student intervened in the battle. He instantly suffered a fatal injury, and the reason was not the sword of his teacher. It turned out that the Reaper, collecting the last forces, caused him wounds. To avoid suspicion, he grabbed his weapon. It ignited the rage of the old man, because the sword master could not afford such rudeness. Even at a death moment, you cannot be so dishonest. However, the Reaper decided that it makes no sense to condemn the old man who would go to hell in a moment, where he would be sentenced. After that, he struck the man just in his face with a sharp movement. Watching his benty body descends to the ground, the Relicton recalled how disgusting his own death was. But all her life, from beginning to end, was deprived of any difference. To make sure of their death, the Reaper once again stretched their bodies with his sword. Then he looked at one of those students who survived. The guy clearly trembled with fear, and his white clothing was contaminated with his own blood. However, the senior Reaper did not intend to leave him alive, so he deprived him of his life. All this time, Hua Hua watched carefully at what was happening. All these dead people and a picture of the battle were not the way he imagined. In addition, he could not understand why people appeared who could kill others. He worried that somehow could also be involved in this situation because it was he who threw that stone. However, all his doubts were dispelled when the senior Reaper intervened. Easily squanting the boy's hair, he sincerely thanked him for saving him. He believed that he fulfilled his task. However, the words of Manhwa touched him, because he did not for the sake of this man. He was inconvenient to leave such an uneven battle without intervention. But it was at this moment that the lady was switched off all the feelings, and he fainted, falling directly into the boy's arms. Touching the head of the soldier, Manhwa realized that he had a high temperature. Before that, the Reaper only pretended that everything was fine with him. In the end, members of the Fiery King's detachment came out of the bushes. They immediately grabbed the masters and realized that his body was burning. After picking him up in his arms, they asked Mr. Hua to follow them to a safe place. However, the guy seems to have absolutely not understood why they were approached in this way. Men seemed to be extremely amazed by his courage when he joined the older sheep. Manhwa tried to convey that he had been misunderstood, but they refused to listen, insisting on leaving this place immediately. As a result, without options, he decided to use their support. So I decided to join these three people who had to show the way from a dangerous mountain trail. The young artist was aware that he should do so, because he was absolutely not ready to say goodbye to life. It was strange because he had been indifferent to whether he would survive or die. Everything seems to have changed. There may be some kind of awakening in the soul. Finally, they got one of the hidden repositories of M. Van Che on Mount Joasen. Tamahua was met with all possible honors, generously fed, and the servants surrounded him with care and attention. 2 days have passed since he got here. He was treated well, though he insisted that he did not deserve that attitude. Most likely they suggested that he had a special relationship with this mysterious hat. The new moon remembered their conversation until the warriors intervened in white robes, and as a man who swore to call him his son, he joined the conversation. Reflecting on it, Manhwa did not consider it too strange. The only wonder is that his son was much older than him. He plunged into silence, trying to know why he decided to support this man. He remembered the moment when he found this stone. Then, in some amazing way, he clearly felt the trajectory of the flight of this stone. He did not even hesitate. He knew immediately in what direction and with what force to throw it. As a result, this choice led to the fact that the person who had to leave this world remained to live, and the one who was destined to survive met his death. He was well aware that the senior Reaper had not to get out alive from this battle. If he really died, then all his people would also be destroyed. Besides, no one knows, perhaps he himself could leave his life shortly afterwards. As a result, despite all the heavy losses, he was able to stay alive. Sometimes he has repeatedly sought death, but did not find courage. And when it came to salvation of her own lives, he even interfered with the disputes of strangers. He could not understand why he was still trying to live after he destroyed his brother. He considered himself pathetic and sinful only because he still continued to live. However, at that moment, he immediately calmed down as if his soul had merged with the surface of a calm lake. Suddenly, he was illuminated. Amazing thoughts turned out to be relentless pursuers. However, recognizing his helplessness, he felt some relief. He soon decided to take a walk, because he realized that the older Reaper would soon be released. The guy was already going to leave, but before he decided to take a walk to arrange his thoughts. However, his thoughts continued to rage memories. In his imagination, the image of this warrior appeared instantly. However, it was not even about it. From the very beginning, Manhwa was well aware that something clearly did not happen during the recent battle of the senior. The first wonder was how he attacked 2 students. For ordinary people, it may seem incomprehensible. But the dedication to the world of Murim was realized. It is a real insult. However, from that moment, real miracles begin. He thoroughly reproduced in memory all the details of the battle. The first blow of the Reaper destroyed the student, and the second deftly reflected the attack of the enemy. However, it remains a mystery how his blade got to another place. Thinking, Manhwa tried to grasp and reproduce the process. After long thought, he realized that the fighter had gone on the offensive. However, after that, the next step had a horizontal force. The blow proved to be much more powerful, perhaps that is why it became successful. Having settled more conveniently, the young man took the stick and then began to draw on the sand all the movements of the older lane. In the end, the more he painted, the more clearly understood that certain details need improvement. Soon, almost imperceptible to the young man, the evening has come. He finally completed his creation. Considering his creation, he noted how every stroke on the sand came to life with real magic. In the end, Manhwa gathered with his thoughts and realized that he could finally go. However, it was at this moment that he recalled the movement of the senior tag and finally understood it was not just a combat technique. It was a dance that spoke for itself, a dance of a red flower. This awareness forced Manhwa for a moment to solidify. Quickly grabbing his stick, he began to create these movements on the sand with even greater inspiration. Gradually, the eldest reaper began to get rid of. At first he was able to move his hand, and then finally opened his eyes. He was completely lacking in strength, and he continued to lose energy. So for starters, I decided to focus to keep it inside as possible, and soon he felt an extremely pleasant result. It became clear that his skill increased much because he was able to restore his strength so quickly. After that, the man stood slowly, aiming to meet someone. However, there was no soul around, and he was tormented by dissatisfaction. The warriors left their rescuer at the same time, not showing any concern for him. It seemed to him that their behavior was terrible, as if in wild animals. However, he was aware that constant excitement would not benefit, so he decided to take a walk in the garden leisurely to knead the muscles. At this point, he noticed the same drawing carved on the sand. He undoubtedly awakened his curiosity. Even his hands began to tremble. He could not understand how these movements were here at all. It seemed absolutely impossible to him. The whole point is that the art of owning a sword called devastating blood splashes remained hidden equipment, not fully open to the stranger. In addition, the details of the second part of the equipment were presented in great detail, the moment when he was struck, and as the master could not repel it. He thought that the mentor who conveyed to him this knowledge came to visit him. However, it became clear, even the teacher would not be able to do something similar. Soon the assumption was encouraged by the idea that it may be just a dream. He kneeled before the drawings, looking carefully at them. He understood that if it was a dream, he needed to keep as much details as possible before he wakes up. Soon it came to him that it was not really a dream. Although the author of this drawing remained unknown to him, this work became a true blessing. Finally, he will be able to grasp all the skill of possession of the sword called formidable splashes of blood. Despite the many hours spent on the picture, he decided to view it again. At this point, he realized that during the battle, he did not pay due attention to his front. In addition, the illustration even depicted the 8th second. The initial stage of battle was to confront with the students of the volcano sect. However, this part was significantly different from what really happened. It seemed just incredible. However, the image exceeded the very essence of the original art of possession of the sword. He immediately decided to check his guesses. He took the look as if he were going to grab his sword. At that moment in his mind, every cunning course of bloody splashes flashed. Each movement blossomed and merged again into one. Finally, he managed to recreate his sword. Playing every step that he made in a recent duel, he began to repeat every movement in natural. When all his movements ended, he realized that his skill could reach new heights. At this point, it literally illuminated it. However, the body did not withstand the load. Blood was splashed out of his mouth. Subsequently, the body began to grind from the court, and he gradually began to lose consciousness. Still, he stood on his feet, firmly resting on his knees. He understood that he could not stop because he almost mastered great art. It is only necessary to try a little, reach out, and he could reach light. He could reach the highest level, enlightenment that gives a person omnipotence. Currently, only about 20 Marima masters have reached this level, and he could well enter them. He was worried that the failure was due to injury or insufficient preparation. He was burned with sadness, but he soon realized that nothing could be done with his own failure. In addition, the question was not only that he was persecuted, but also in the origins of this result. So, at first, he decided to hide all the traces, carefully wiping the drawings on the sand. He hoped that no one had fixed them, and decided to check just in case again. However, he was very interested in who was capable of such. He did not even imagine what level it was to be achieved in order to master another's martial art and to possess it perfectly. Maybe it was one of the 5 descendants of the 3 emperors? However, he could not understand what these people were not, so if they dare to. At this point, a friend came to the harvest with the intention of finding out what happened to her husband. It was Zhongriju, the right hand of Jaraza, who was aware of monetary issues, being one of the 12 tags of death. He was told that the tin was better. However, he noted that he was covered with blood. At that moment, the warrior was regretted again. He firmly believed that he was finally cured, but he could not achieve enlightenment. But Zhongriju, despite his words, decided to find out where the student or son of this man could be, to which he was surprised that he had neither one nor the other. However, the old man recalled that a young man arrived with him, for whom a separate room was allocated. Finally, the man realized who was talking about. He decided to find out where Hua was located, remembering the name he introduced. However, at this moment, on the horror of the warrior, Zhongriju suddenly was transformed. Grasping the tag, he immediately began to quit exactly where he was Hua. Without receiving the answer, he grabbed his shoulders in despair and began to shake vigorously, persistently demanding the reaction. However, the Reaper was only angry even, without realizing what reason it requires the answer from him. Around this time, the young artist was in the city of Xi'an, located in Shenya. Lost among the endless flow of passers-by, he was completely confused and did not know how to proceed. He seemed to be completely lost in his thoughts. However, this feeling of confusion was still preferable than to die by the sheep. It became quite clear. He can no longer sit, folding his hands. He should just start acting. And here his gaze stopped on the sign, "Let's help find a job." This meant that he could convey his skills to others and receive money for it. The city to which he arrived served as the heart of the province. It is a large metropolis, known for the frantic intensity of movement and the location of the world-famous market. It is a huge area in the city center, which merge all the corners and narrow streets. This local pearl was called Chonin's Market. In the agency, let's find a job, a place where the mediator will be able to offer you a wide range of vacancies. It is because of this that many people gathered. After all, the man who sat there, Wu and Puppy, was considered the best mediator in all Xi'an. Soon, when the turn came to Mu's Hua, the Wu and the Puppy realized that the guy was trying to make money thanks to his talent. He thought for a long time whether to make a proposal, because he did not imagine how to explain that there were about 100 such as he. The mediator awakened a powerful feeling of inconvenience, however. He decided to find out what the guy wanted to do. Then Mu Hua shared that he worked as an artist. Wu and Puppy was not sure whether this talent would be of some benefit, because many others also were looking for work in the area. However, he asked the boy to try something to draw, because in order to give him a recommendation, he had to evaluate his talents first. Taking a brush in his hands, Mu Hua decided to find out what he wanted from him. However, without any special wishes, the man immediately began to accomplish the task. At that moment he smiled, realizing that leaving his native home, he thought he would never have a brush again. However, he finally returned to what he started. Finally, after a little work, he completed his creation. He showed his drawing to the intermediary. He then pointed to the fish he painted himself. Wu and Puppies did not even cast his gaze towards Mu Hua. He only told him to wait, promising to call later when he released the right place. Immediately afterwards, the queue began to move forward slowly. Rising the stairs, Mu Hua paid attention to the huge turn that stretched before him. However, he had to join everyone on the stairs and wait. He realized that he would have to wait much longer than he thought at first. When the day of its end came, he in praise released everyone at home. He explained that if someone hopes to wait for a vacancy, they should come back tomorrow. Despite the fact that all people had already dispersed, Manhwa still left to wait. It was a lot of surprise because, in his opinion, the boy had to be tired. He advised him to go home, sleep well, and come tomorrow again. It seems that the guy was not surprised that today the artist's services did not need anyone. However, the reason was that usually everyone turned to the proven brushmasters, and Vu and Puppy could not recommend a young beginner who had just appeared. Manhwa grabbed everything on the fly, so he decided to return tomorrow. And the puppy came to the conclusion that the guy gave up too quickly and behaved like a panic from a wealthy family. However, it turned out even for the better, because it disappeared an extra reason for excitement. In addition, it was absolutely obvious that the boy did not feel hungry at all. And when the famine makes him come to the fact that he will eat dirt, he will certainly return to him again. Finally, approaching his assistants, he ordered them to put everything in order and move things inside. After that, he sat down at the table to disassemble his documents and pay. The bell of the coin awakened in it a true admiration. Suddenly, he noted that the ink had spread, contaminating clean sheets of paper. Fortunately, he noticed that one of the sheets remained dry. It was then that he realized that he was the same sheet on which he painted Hua. He remembered his words about the decision to draw fish. When he saw her, his heart trembled from unexpected feelings. He could not realize that he was a work of art created by a young artist. The fish looked so realistic that it was hard to believe in my own eyes. Every detail was carefully emphasized. The most exciting in this picture is the eyes of dead fish. One of them forced the skin to be covered with ants. How did this boy be able to create such a picture with only one brush? Suddenly, he and Puppy realized how big his mistake was when he decided to drive him. In the end, he realized the nature of the unusual inconvenience that swept it at that moment. After meeting with this guy, a feeling arose as if there was an invincible sword of Mr. in Gan. He was a prominent master of his time, gaining world recognition as one of the 3 emperors. In addition, it was the reason why Wu and Puppy turned into the best mediator in this field. And only now he and Puppy finally realized that he was losing his skill, and this discovery brought him to deep despair. But suddenly he felt a strange fish aroma that caused him anxiety. At this time, Hua further stepped down the streets. He realized that finding a job in this city was much more difficult than he imagined. He soon noticed a stunned crowd. Shouts began to flow into the space, as if everyone was waiting for the beginning of the fight. In order to find out what is the matter, he was approaching even more. He immediately noticed people in black and white dresses that were preparing for a clash. In a white outfit, he immediately recognized the clothing of the members of the clan of Bastan. 2 of the 23rd generation students who sought to restore justice through the battle came to the arena. The crowd exploded with enthusiasm, anticipating a fierce duel between the Grazana clans and Choksan Om. However, the soldiers of the second clan believed that these babies were finally crazy and intended to deal with them softer. The sergeant allowed the warrior to join the fight, but asked to intimidate the opponents a little and not injure them too much. He explained that you should not spoil your reputation shedding blood here for no good reason. Finally, the man came into battle. The boys shouted, insisting that he finally took up his weapon. However, he noted that his weapons were fists and suggested that the Superians attack. As a result, one of the young men dared to oppose him on his own. However, the warrior warned that it is not necessary to show unnecessary courage. Their chances will increase if they attacked together. However, the guy just laughed hearing these words, because no participant in the sect of Blue Plum could be so cowardly done. So the battle started under the close observation of Hua. Watching the boy in white dress, he noticed a significant difference in his movements compared to the experienced master he saw earlier. There was neither the determination nor the accuracy. The feeling was as if everything had frozen in place, and the result became transparent and predictable. His rival effortlessly involved his action. It seems that the young warrior was confident in his skill of battle, but he could not predict the plan of his opponent. Armed only with his own hands, the man decided to study the guy for his boldness. He suddenly struck his face, causing blood flow. After that, he struck the foot, from which he fainted and fell. The younger brother immediately ran to the eldest, trying to bring him to his senses. Therefore, the sergeant reproached his subordinate, reminding that with all the desire, it is not necessary to go too far. However, the fighter reminded that he did not kill anyone. This caused only the disappointment of a man because he was aware that after they injured one of the boys, Clan Gravan's elders would have to act against them. Such situations have already happened before, and most likely this time will have to escape from this province. Earlier, because of such an incident, they were already forced to flee from the province of Sichuan after a conflict with the students of the Sakunmun clan. However, at this point, the warriors noticed that the youngest child did not try to escape. Armed with a sword, he vowed to take revenge on the blood shed by his older brother. The warrior just laughed, realizing that the courage of this guy deserves a real praise. This time, the sergeant entered the battle because he did not want to solve the problems that his younger wards could create. The man went forward and declared his name. He was called Zhong, the Iron Sword of the Choksan Om clan, and he immediately apologized to the fact that his younger friend did not calculate the power during the previous battle. However, he also suggested that the young man leave meaningless fights and end this time and forever. However, the young man considered it unacceptable, because in their clan weakness would never be forgiven, and all the inhabitants who gathered around supported him in this belief. Despite the defeat of his older brother, everyone acknowledged that he was fighting with dignity. Zhongmak resolutely demanded that everyone be silent immediately. Its uncontrollable, brilliant energy forced everyone to solidify in place. That's when the younger brother realized this person's incredible power. The sergeant, with goodwill in his voice, advised to complete this vain duel, noting that the guy was not even close to a worthy rival. However, the young warrior could not allow his sword to fall, because he was set to fight until his last breath. And here he, like lightning, rushed at his opponent. Therefore, it was absolutely easy to evade his attacks. Manhwa carefully followed how the guy is managed in fencing. Although his technique seemed somewhat awkward, the basic movements of the young man performed quite skillfully. One day, a young fighter noticed that his rival had opened. He immediately rushed forward with his sword, preparing for the attack. However, this was only a trick, because the man immediately neutralized him. He overcame the young man without spilling out his blood drops, so he hoped that the clan would not interfere with these quarrels. He ordered his brothers to leave this place immediately. The gathered around the crowd also felt disappointing because of the speedy completion of the battle. They gradually began to disperse despite the fallen guys. Manhwa remained alone, delving into the reflection on the technique that he watched during this duel. He approached the wall and realized that she was the perfect canvas for the realization of his creative ideas. Therefore, he lifted the nearest stone that could be applied. He sought to understand what distinguished the elder from the students of the clan of Blue Plum. Also open up what combined them, and so he created and remembered until late at night. With the onset of dawn, he had already left, and the residents of the city began their usual day. One of the men decided to have a snack before the road, settling at the wall when he suddenly lifted his gaze. He came across something unusual. The same drawings that the Huamua carefully outlined on the wall. Soon, Chakhan Bon, High Elder Banana, arrived at the same area to look at these drawings. They quickly introduced him to the basics of their arts with the sword, but it is strange that it was depicted on this old one, like a fresco wall. He instantly called his assistant Ilbon. He managed to gently separate the drawing so as not to damage it and take them to their monastery. In addition, Chon Bon was worried that someone could create a mysterious book with a detailed description of the martial arts of the clan. Therefore, the assistant immediately ordered the students to find this mysterious volume. However, Bonus Chon worried something else. His only purpose was to stop the spread of their secret techniques. For the first time, when he learned about it, it seemed to him that all this sounds like full of madness. However, it looks like someone really mastered their unique martial arts. At that moment, the leader of beggars approached Chon Bon. Seeing the High Elder's anxiety, he decided to find out how he was going to return a common part of the art of owning a sword. Chonbon was aware that it was no longer back, so from now on their clan decided to abandon this technique of possession of the sword. The leader of beggars was surprised. Are there really so rigid measures necessary? He even suggested that Chonbon would entrust the case to them. After all, they could earn a solid commission, and Chonbon would receive a part of the mysteries of art revealed back. But Chonbon realized that forcing students to waste time for the development of this technique has no content, because it has already become the property of the public. This would be equal to the signing of your own death sentence. However, the leader of the beggars firmly believed that it was a real waste. It will take a long time to teach students the new technique of owning a sword if they have mastered other martial arts by this point. But Chonbon stated that he does not intend to leave the case without attention. He will definitely be engaged in the person who created these techniques. After that, he handed over the money to the leader of beggars. And he asked to explore the information about the tag, as well as to find out who could create one. In general, its purpose was to get all possible resources and support on their part. The man only nodded, remembering that the beggars from his loved ones were already investigating, so he needed the information. They will soon be in their hands. Chonbon was well aware that his clan was now going through difficult times. At first, their strongest master died at the hands of the sheep, and now there was a leakage of secrets of combat skills. You do nothing already. The situation has intensified so much that he has no choice, except to find a certain person. All these earthly affairs may have filled his thoughts too much, but now he simply had no other choice. Somewhere at that moment it came late night. Manhwa calmly rested on his bed, plunging into thinking about the magical world of martial arts. He met two people who used the same style of possession of the sword, but everyone looked in their own way. In addition, Manhwa paid attention to another interesting rice. This technique of fencing is directed exclusively forward. The art of the sword of the sheep was a deadly threat while remaining chaotic. The movements of the members of the clan Bastan were very smooth. Although their fencing impressed with its elegance, the fighter was constantly moving to his goal. Manhwa tried to imagine what it would look like when both of these martial arts reached the highest level of perfection. He was interested in who would still be the winner in this duel. In his mind, bright scenes began to emerge. Warriors who were skillfully blocked and noted in the attacks against each other were stored before his inner vision. However, despite the duration of the battle, both remained intact. Finally, they came together in the melee. At that moment, their images, as if frozen in the air, were hanging over time. Manhwa woke up as soon as he came out of the tender of a mysterious dream. Rising, he tried to restore his breathing while thinking about all the nuances of martial arts. He finally realized that no matter how he tried to deny, they really looked extremely attractive. And now the main thing is to find the way to earn a lifetime. When Manhwa finally woke up, he did not even realize that he had slept for 3 days. Going down to have a snack, he heard a conversation with people. They discussed a fresco created in the special technique of the clan. It is unlikely that at least one person who does not see it. In addition, this mural has already been called a prominent work of art. The young man, despite their words, only noted that he got a bad sleep. If there is no lesson today, he will have to take up the martial arts. However, when he approached Wu and the puppy, he was surprised to find that he was genuinely rejoiced in his appearance. He was wondering where the boy was missing, because 3 days have passed. He thought that he may somehow offend Manhwa, and expressed his gratitude for having come again. The man remembered that the guy dreamed of becoming an artist, and he just got a job that would perfectly fit him. As it turned out, one of the members of the imperial family ordered a portrait of himself. He asked the boy to take a piece of paper and go to the lane where a person would already be waiting for. The guy sends into her carriage, and he will be taken to where he will create his drawing. However, Manhwa did not feel much desire. Having apologized, he intended to turn to the Wu and the puppy asking for another job. The reason was that he still could not portray human eyes. This angered the man. How could an artist of such a level be able to draw her eyes? Manhwa explained that this is the only exception to the rules. At first, the puppies intended to angry and expel Hua. However, he realized that it was simply unacceptable. In addition, he was convinced that he was not mistaken about this guy. For more than half a century, he has devoted himself to the assessment of human abilities and firmly believed that this young man is a true talent. He just couldn't afford to lose him. Wu and Puppy was confused, not knowing what step to do. But suddenly he remembered how the boy assured him that he could not draw his eyes. So he invented something and recorded a new address on the sheet. He decided to advise someone else to contact Manhwa. He needed to approach the warrior waiting in the lane and show the document, after which he would immediately show the necessary way. However, this customer was distinguished by a great peculiarity, so he and Puppet could not be sure that he would accept Hua. However, the boy did not despair and immediately went to the address. He was aware that for the artist, the loss of the ability to draw eyes was a serious problem. However, he and Puppy still gave him a wonderful opportunity. The guy had no idea how everything could change so radically in just one night. Suddenly he was near the same lane. Many people gathered there. Some were resting in their sleep, while others drowned into reading paper pages. Manhwa was surprised to see how many people gathered in a dirty, covered garbage, while there were only a few people in a well-groomed, clean place. Moreover, he immediately paid attention to the figure standing in the widest part of the lane. He immediately realized that Manhwa appeared on a recommendation from Mr. Wu and Hwa. He did not even throw his gaze on the paper and immediately led the boy behind. Everyone who was walking past them gradually began to whisper. Soon, Manhwa noticed that they got to the carriage. Fastly jumped on the chariot, the warrior chased the horses with a gallop. The young man was constantly thinking about the black and white world that he saw earlier. He was ordinary, and most people just got lost in the background of the world. However, there were persons who were able to maintain their essence even if the consciousness tried not to notice them, as, for example, his older brother, the old man, and now this warrior. He saw him as clearly as his older brother. The man suddenly noticed the interested views of Hua. However, as it turned out, they had already arrived, and he ordered the boy to go out. The next trail led them to a small waterfall. Soon Manhwa was in a room where he was waiting for the guests to arrive in silence. As it turned out, only a few minutes ago, the warrior asked Manhwa to wait here until he was the assignment to his master about his arrival. However, during this time, the guy was already tired of constant expectation. Finally, a maid approached him and asked the boy to follow her. When they headed through the yard, Manhwa noticed workers who fussed around. Although his family was also wealthy and had his own estate, but he could not even match this majestic beauty. Moreover, it was suddenly a strange feeling. They took only a few steps from the workers, as suddenly the whole street plunged into the unexpected silence. Finally, they saw a lady, and he called the boy to himself. Obviously, this boy, which was recommended by Mr. Wu and Peva, aroused him a true interest. He was aware that he was unlikely to send him a child, so the owner intended to find out to the extent this guy was in fact gifted. As he approached, Manhwa remembered how his grandfather once demonstrated a portrait of that person. People called him a golden beetle. This man was the richest in the world. Now he quietly suggested that Manhwa join him and sit side by side. The events are transferred to the mountain trail in Bastan. In white clothing, two travelers with perseverance overcame the mountain path. Chonbon ordered his assistant to wait for him to ask permission for their visit and then join him. His journey lasted alone again. He soon came across his grandfather, who focused on the ground. The man recognized him immediately, came closer, bowed politely, and introduced himself. The old man did not hide his happiness, because they met after 12 years of separation. This man owned the sword of Flowering Plum. At first glance, the elder was actually the strongest master of the clan, one of the 15 chosen superhumans on which God turned his gaze. He wondered how much time had passed since they had been seeing last, and Chonbon apologized for so suddenly appeared in his home. The old man smiled and assured that he would complete the cultivation of the land, invited Honbon's assistant to climb up. Meanwhile, they can enjoy a cup of tea together. After that, The old man watched as Chkonbon went down. He became wondering what the reason made someone overcome such a difficult road to get to him. Finally, they gathered near a cozy little house. At a small table, they all enjoyed tea. Finally, the time of Chkonbon reported that Ilhoed had died, unfortunately, was destroyed in battle. The old man, although he felt a deep sadness, realized that this sad news was not the only reason to visit Chkonbon, because, of course, he did not intend to take revenge. He was suspected that the whole thing was in the stone that Chkonbon brought with him. The elderly man immediately noticed that the tablet was depicted the basis of their art of owning a sword. It is by this method that they now taught young people. However, the worried Chkonbon explained that this artifact was not created in their clan. It really excited the old man, and he again turned his gaze to the stone. He noticed that every movement of their equipment was made with exceptional detail. He then kneaded his finger above the surface of the stone. He realized that he had come to him for a really good reason, and Chkonbon was aware that His Holiness guessed how much it was to them. He hoped that the old man had to say who could decide to encroach on their main martial arts. However, the old man did not even suspect it. He realized that he apparently became too fond of seeing something interesting after a long break, and because of this, he inadvertently misleaded his friends. He explained that he had no information about it and asked them to find out who was standing for this act. The old man could only say one thing: the one who painted it. He did not understand anything in the martial arts. Laughing, he explained that this was what prompted him to pay attention to the stone. He was wondering who created such a witty thing and put it on a general review. It is unlikely that the one who can answer this question, but on the mural, everything is intertwined so that even certain elements are similar to its technique of flowering plum. He conveyed many of his combat skills. It may have become an achievement because of theft, but the question was, who could so masterfully assign martial art? Be that as it may, the old man realized that he would have to descend himself from the mountain. He decided to postpone his improvement for later. However, Chkonbon was disturbed by this decision. The old man assured that he did not see any problem in this. In fact, Chkonbon remembered well, as he turned to his holy sentence, he refused, because he did not want to clog his mind with secular affairs. Returning to Hun or Hua, the man read the letter carefully. He was courteous to find out if he had read this letter. The man informed the young man of the contents of the letter, which mentioned that he was drawing paintings with white eyes. Although the man was fond of collecting, he faced the first time with a similar phenomenon. But Hua explained that he had a rather simple reason. He could draw everything but his eyes. However, this was annoyed by the Hant of Cha, because if the drawing is without eyes, can it be considered complete? He hoped that Manhwa appeared here only to play it. However, the young man denied, claiming that it would not be a work in progress, and a picture with white eyes is complete work even without a picture of the eyes. Although it still seemed to be a Tim. For all this time, the Wu and puppy never made a mistake in the people who had been sent to him. So, after thought, he decided to accept his proposals. But he still noted that if it were not for the recommendation of the Wu and the puppy, he would have long been sent to Manhwa. But this time he decided to give him the opportunity. Calling the maid, he ordered the paper and the best brush. He was aware that if Manhwa invited him here only to show nonsense, he would pay significantly for his in vain. And Manhwa realized that this man undoubtedly spoke seriously. If it makes a mistake, it will be in great danger. When he received the materials, he firmly promised that he would not betray. At first, Manhwa wanted to find out what the man wanted to see in the picture. The Chihi's hole suggested to perpetuate his guard on the canvas. Having a rare chance to express his gratitude because of the art that he had not previously had, he decided to prepare a special gift. Although the warrior tried to argue, it was a futile effort before the Hun. So Manhwa calmly appealed to the warrior to become in a place where he will be beautifully visible. He barely rose as the sunlight began to pour on him. Manhwa immediately began to create his picture. Everyone could see that the warrior felt quite inconvenient. However, this did not interfere with the creative process, and Manhwa slowly but confidently began to draw the necessary contours of the figure. The snout of the Cha, watching him, noticed that the young man perfectly had the skill of controlling the thickness of the brush. Nevertheless, his ability to focus paints on the palette was amazing depth due to his age. Despite his youth, he really possessed exceptional abilities. It seems that it is the so-called genius that goes beyond the usual. The Chihi's Bun wanted to know where this guy came from. However, to your surprise, in a moment the picture was already ready. The Bun of Chicha could not believe his own eyes and immediately decided to go into the portrait again. However, his facial expression has changed, which scared the Hua. He realized how sophisticated the picture was. The picture came to life, conveying a sense of true being. It was the perfect embodiment of the completed masterpiece. However, suddenly, Chicha's Homan noticed something unusual in it. Undoubtedly, this canvas impressed with its perfection. However, he remained intrigued why the guy did not portray a bandage on the eye of a warrior. Manhwa explained that after thinking about the future, he decided not to draw a bandage. After all, in this case, it is unlikely that anyone, looking at the picture, will be able to better see the features of his guard. He believed that if the warrior suddenly wanted to show this portrait with his grandchildren, it is better to portray it without a bandage. But, of course, in the future the bandage can be easily home. After this story, the Hun's Chi just exchanged his gaze with a warrior. He understood everything without words and immediately grabbed the boy by his hand. Manhwa could not understand what the man was doing. However, when he remembered, he realized that his grip seemed to be familiar. He had met a similar person before. After that, the young man exclaimed, insisting that the man immediately released his hand. It became clear that this guy had absolutely no idea of martial arts. This news was further intrigued by Chicha's fever, so he shared that he knew one influential family. It seemed to him that Manhwa had a contact with her. When the boy did not respond, the man suspected that he was simply not particularly talkative. The man with a smile told that his warrior had a unique reason to hide his left eye and asked the boy to keep this secret. Finally, Huamu realized why the guardian's behavior was so strange, and the hang chopper decided to thank him twice as much to express his gratitude. Manhwa demonstrated his exceptional abilities, and the owner asked that next time the young man would come to him again, as soon as he made himself known through the enru and puppies. Walking, Manhwa expressed his gratitude for such nice words, and when the evening went to the city, he went home. Hun Chhi was aware that this baby would certainly be a source of considerable hassle in the future. However, he asked his warrior not to strain too much. After all, this guy is not at all related to the world of martial arts, and given that he is probably belonging to the family of the Somun, it is unlikely that those who want to bother him or persecute. The man was aware that he could not contradict the will of the master. Finally, the gold beetle decided to change the topic and ask if the picture of the warrior liked. The warrior replied that it was indeed a real work of art. However, suddenly his gaze came across a little strange. The Huns of Chi noted the change in his expression. However, running to the portrait, the warrior realized that the child was drawing something completely incredible. He even portrayed a scar that decorated his head. It seemed strange, because the baby was drawing it sitting on a chair. In addition, there was a significant difference in height between them, so even standing, he could not see his tops. However, it did not prevent him from drawing not only his head, but also a scar hidden under his hair. At that time, Chicha's Gan realized that it really was something unusual. After these words, the picture took a truly unique look. She resembled a three-dimensional image, as if Hua looked and painted it from all sides at the same time. Hun's Chhka realized that he would probably be able to use this picture with white eyes to his interests. With the onset of darkness, the events moved to the elderly. He went outside to enjoy the fresh air, and his thoughts continued to circle around Huamu. He also grabbed a small book that was hidden in his bosom. One of the fiery King detachment reported that this brochure has recently become a real bestseller. Everyone calls it a prominent creation because the author revealed the secrets of one of the combat technicians of Clan Pravan. However, the warrior was completely convinced that this brochure is undoubtedly the creation of Manhwa. It seems that this boy was not familiar with fear at all if he could afford it. So he decided to move outside the city to find it. However, Zhongrihu intervened in time, which was undoubtedly interested in the reasons for his disappearance. The sound of the Rin explained that he had a personal case and politely asked the friend not to stand on the way. However, he smiled, explained that he also had his own business to Rina's hook. This time, he intended to unite all the Sapi clans into a single union. Meanwhile, the sound of the Rin was interested in him only as a means of deciding whether to join their union or not. Having paused, the man just laughed. He noted that the old man really joked, but also explained that he had no desire to go anywhere. However, for some unclear reason, the old man already anticipated that this is the answer that would give the sound of the Rin. If the sound of the ring did not seek to take such actions, he had to follow the established rules. At that moment, threatening silhouettes appeared behind his back. It turned out that the man intended to grab him, and he even brought all his friends. This meant that all 12 deaths gathered here. He came with the law of the sap. When differences between the parties flash to overcome the enemy, a duel begins to death. However, Rin's sound always seemed disgusting. The other 12 tunks were indignant, believing that Rin's sound had forgotten about good manners and reminded him that he was not capable of fighting them on an equal footing. However, Jeonri Chu noted that he intends to fight the sound of Rin on his own. Of course, the sound of Rin was pleased, because it is much better when it is not attacked together. Jeonri Chu was deeply offended that the Reaper was so lightly treating the attacker. He explained that even one opponent will be enough to solve the case with him. After that, a fierce battle began. Despite the fact that the blows were relentlessly approaching, the sound of the Rin remained calm and unwavering. Initially, the sound of the Rin intended to catch his sword instantly. However, at the last moment, he changed his decision and decided to fight on his fists. It seems that the other buns decided that he was just crazy, as if he were really seeking his own death. It was not possible to understand why the fencer decided to switch to his fists, and even against the fist technique of tibia used by his grandfather. However, during the fight, the sound of the Rin proved to be quite skillfully. Suddenly, taking a step back, the sound of the Rin decided to turn to his opponent with a request. He insisted that his grandfather would fight for full force without any jokes or subjects. The man just smiled and reported that no jokes were expected. Turning to others, he wondered whether they noticed that he was seriously fighting, not inferior or defending himself, so it is obvious that he did not give up. All the buns supported Jeonri Chu, because if they did not witness his battle, they could decide that he was inferior to Rin's sound intentionally. So Jeonri Chu wondered, when did the sound of the Rin manage to reach such a striking level? He may not even realize that he was able to stop his storm blow. Therefore, Jeonri Chu sought to find out when the sound of Rin reached the level of the master of the highest degree. Turning into reflections, he realized that it may have happened just when he almost reached enlightenment. He was always interested in what happened then that prevented him from reaching the top of his skill. There was no other way out in Zhong. Now the sound of the Rin has received full freedom of action. He could either kill him or leave it alive. To be surprised by Zhongri, the sound of the Rin just smiled with a slight laughter. He could not understand why he was killed by the old man, who was already scattering himself, and assured that he would save his life. Although Zhongri should be explained, the words left in his soul an unpleasant sediment. Smiling, Jeonri Chu noted that according to the rules of their cult, he should now become his follower. And not only he, but all those who were in charge of him. In other words, Hook Rin has now become their leader. Thus, everyone was bent in reverence, and the 11 elders of the unification of the tags of death welcomed their new bishop. However, it seemed that the warrior was not happy at all. Thus, the 12 tags of death began to serve the sound of Rin, turning him into a leader of one of the clans known as the Unification of Deaths. The events move to the Cheche. This wealthy collector, who has a significant impact, first introduced the artist's masterpieces in the genre of painting with white eyes. Numerous artists, having heard this story, sought to challenge this painter, but none of them managed to depict a picture with white eyes so clearly. So soon all the well-known artists failed to solve this task. And Puppy was aware that due to the popularity of his name among ordinary people, he was now given a new nickname as the best artist in the world. He was ordained by Lord Phoenix because his smears were reminiscent of the wings of this mythical bird. Having met Hua, he decided to find out if the guy liked the feeling of popularity. However, he was puzzled and could not understand how it happened. However, he and Puppy were satisfied because it was glory that provided the artist of life, and now Hua can make money without unnecessary effort. Wu and Puppy could not hide his pleasure from the thought that now, by making a boy by an artist, he would have the opportunity to make a lot of money. However, his thoughts suddenly prevented a loud knock on the door. After that, a man who hunted the phoenix hunted into the room. As it turned out, his ruler sought to meet this boy. He immediately had to go with him to appear before the Prince of the Way. It seems that this news has stunned even an experienced enro and a puppy, because it was a younger brother of the emperor himself. Immediately after the emperor, he was a figure with unlimited power. In addition, this man gained sad glory with his cruelty. But as soon as the envoy of the prince saw Lord Phoenix, he immediately ordered the boy to follow him, since his gentleman was not used to spending time to wait. However, he and Puppy disagreed, noting that because of today's high humidity, it was likely to rain, so the condition of the paper left much to be desired. However, the warrior decided that it did not apply to him, and he firmly grabbed Hua Mua. The old man expressed his desire to travel with a young artist. However, the guard sharply ordered the old man not to interfere in other people's affairs, if he did not want a disaster. Turning his gaze to Hua, the Wu and the puppy decided to turn to him for advice, but the young talent hinted that it was not necessary to interfere with this case. After that, the young man insisted that the soldier release his hand, because he is quite capable of accompanying them on his own. The man retreated, glad that the boy was not going to resist. After that, they all took a place in the carriage. Watching the trolley removed, the Wu and the puppet felt an increasing anxiety. It was unclear why such a situation suddenly met Gifted Guy. At about the same time, in his house, his sanctity was placed. He sought to find out if Chanbon has succeeded in search of information about a great work. However, the assistant managed to communicate with all the masters of martial arts who came to Xi'an this day. The sage noted that the artist who created this picture had no idea of martial arts. Chanbon was puzzled. How did the master manage to achieve such perfection in the image without having this experience? In the end, His Holiness understood the relentlessness of Chanbon, but decided not to prevent him from preventing him with the situation. Then the devoted assistant remembered that the gold beetle had recently ordered them to find the Sapi clan. He painted him as a surprisingly generous person who asked them with an important request, provided preliminary information, and made significant prepayment. However, it seems that His Holiness was embarrassed for this work. Although he acknowledged that finance was a useful thing, he was concerned that in this world it is enough to have a significant fortune to force the Hunsi clan to move in the right direction. Chonbon tried to argue, claiming that he was misunderstood and everything was wrong, but his efforts to convince the mentor were in vain. His Holiness decided to find out when his assistant agreed to meet with Riches, nicknamed the Golden Beetle. The meeting was scheduled for tomorrow, so the spiritual leader wanted to see this person personally, once already descended into the simple human world. He clearly made clear Bona that tomorrow he would go to the meeting with him. At this point, Hua mentioned the events that took place 10 years ago. It was then that he noticed the monk that he had passed through their settlement. All residents gathered to witness the impressive actions of a mysterious traveler. Little Manhwa was there too. The old man instantly paid attention to the boy. He noted for himself that everyone around had their personal Buddha, and was convinced of the truth of this observation. It was obvious in the eyes of young Hua Hua that this child was a real arcat. The mother who came with a little artist sought to understand what the monk meant, and he explained. In the eyes of the child, he saw the way to rise. The life of this baby will never be mediocre. The woman became interested in the importance of this exaltation, and the sage traveling the world explained that it was what he, as an old man, sought his whole life, but Mu Hua reached it at such a young age. Since the guy did nothing to reach such a level, he was threatened. The monk told the young gift that not to lose himself because of this force, he needs to constantly improve the essence of the Buddha in himself. If this does not happen, this force will necessarily harm him, such is his fate. Therefore, he had to restrain himself. The old sage asked the boy to wait only 10 years. After that, the monk took something to read aloud, and barely touching, gently hit the baby with his stick. Although the blow was rather weak, Muahua immediately began to lose consciousness. Watching him, the old man realized that from the very beginning of his life and death is one, and it is not necessary to focus on it. And even when the boy wants to release his head from heavy thoughts and fears, he should not be in spirit and refuse because of obstacles. Still, if it is extremely difficult for him to live in this world, the monk asked that Hua Hua would search him. His name was Gon Gai. When the young gift opened his eyes again, the mentor has already disappeared. He learned about his guidance exclusively from his mother. Finally, the guy reached the majestic gate of the residence. He realized that he would eventually meet the prince who he called him. The warrior ordered the Hua to stay near and follow him. The guy began to worry but tried to calm down because he knew we only need to think soberly and then he would find a way out of any situation. After a long journey, they got to a huge hall. The boy's attention was immediately captured by a luxurious design of the room. Seeing the prince, he froze in silent admiration. The noble gentleman looked upset, angry, and closely monitored the Hua arrived. The reason for his indignation was manifested when the guard stopped the young artist again. He ordered to kneel immediately, because such behavior was unacceptable in the presence of Its Highness. However, the high nobleman was not angry. Instead, he asked the boy to lift his head. The prince was stunned when he learned that the child was much younger than he imagined himself. He decided to find out whether the artist was the author of these mysterious canvases with white eyes, which are so hot. He was aware that even the dwarf of Qi, known for his insight, approved his painting. Then it is necessary to personally make sure that the giftedness of this young artist. After that, a nobleman instantly clicked his fingers, calling his servants closer. They brought the Huahua drawing accessories. Then they were gently placed on the floor right in front of the boy, and the prince ordered the talented artist to create his portrait. At the same time, the guy remembered how his grandfather once warned, they did not joke and the prince's mood should not be spoiled. So, based on the words of his grandfather, he had to fulfill everything he ordered the noble gentleman. With these thoughts, he began to draw. After a certain period of time, the drawing was completed. The prince was clearly surprised by how quickly the young master coped with the task. He finished the picture before the ink dried, which testifies to the real exceptional talent. At the right moment, the assistant made a picture of the prince, and he acknowledged that it was indeed an unsurpassed work, and Hans did not mistaken in the assessment of the young man's talent. Although the picture with white eyes seemed successful, it still looked unfinished because of the void in the look. However, Mu Hua explained that the picture was actually finished and did not paint his eyes because he had a good reason for it. The arguments were noticeably interested in the prince, and he decided to understand them in more detail. Finally, the young artist began his story. He again spoke the same story about a cat and a bird, and then remembered his brother. However, the nobleman remained a skeptic. He did not believe that a person whose view would perpetuate on paper would certainly die. He came to the conclusion that the boy simply did not want to draw his eyes, and even dared to weave nonsense in front of members of the imperial family. Instantly, a soldier with a weapon in his hands approached Mua. The prince was extremely outraged by the behavior of a young genius, because he expected him to teach him good manners. The dear gentleman did not hide his indignation. Even the boy's grandfather showed respect for princely will, while the little one dared to deny him, kneeling. The young artist began to beg forgiveness, and remembering the friendship that the prince had with his grandfather, he prayed to forget about his current words. The prince decided that in such circumstances, Hua was ready to draw his eyes on his portrait. The gifted master wanted to deny, but he kept holding back. He remembered that lately, the emperor seemed to show an excessive tendency to his family, since their doubts increased so much that they dreamed of neglecting his words. In the end, Manhwa realized that the prince was threatening him, and it left him without choice, because he did not want to put his loved ones in danger. After that, the talented boy immediately grabbed the brush. He could not predict how the consequences would affect the princes, but still asked him not to be offended. The young artist did not feel the burden of his responsibility. Even if the high-ranking official was dying, only a noble master was accused of everything. Finally, looking at the completed picture, the prince realized that she was perfect. He could not understand why the boy, having such a talent for drawing, still constantly invents different reasons to not portray his eyes. However, Manhwa was more concerned that, having completed the portrait, he felt unbearable pain in his fingers, as if baked, and the weakness covered his whole body. This feeling was the same as when he finished drawing a picture of his older brother. However, the prince was so satisfied that he ordered to bring a basket of gold. It was a reward for the effort of Hua. According to the nobleman, this amount should be enough for the young talent to live without feeling any needs. He advised the boy to stop trade in his talent in the market and completely devote himself to painting. In addition, since the prince was his master, he had another assignment. From now on, the HUA should not draw a complete picture for any person with their eyes painted. If he decides to clog and complete his work, he has undoubtedly excluded his eyes, and all his blood relatives are executed by quadruple. The prince hoped that his order would be enough, and the boy would remember everything. The young artist only bowed his head, unable to find words to objections. There was no intention of repetition, so he assured that he would continue to follow princely orders. Soon the moment came when it was necessary to go. The guy, attaching the box with gold to the belt, went to the exit. There he immediately came across a carriage which he recognized effortlessly. He ran out of the building in the puppy. His gaze nervously ran, hoping that everything was fine with him. He only asked for prayers so that nothing evil happened to the young talent. Wu and Puppy confessed that he was covered by anxiety and fear, thinking that something evil could happen to Hua. The boy undoubtedly was pleased to hear care. In the end, he outlined all the events that happened and realized that recently his heart had been covered by fear and sadness. However, when he realized that there was someone who was genuinely worried about him, he became much calmer in his heart. As the mentor advised him, you should trust the voice of your own heart. Manhwa even decided to convey this wisdom Wu and Puppies. The man seems to not catch the essence, but the young man explained that it was a very wise statement. In the end, the driver directed his carriage towards the city. However, suddenly on their way there was a barrier in the form of a group of people. Wu and Puppy was surprised why they stopped so unexpectedly, but the driver asked the master for a moment to go out, and finally he realized the reason. He recognized the person in front of himself, but could not understand what he was doing here. However, there was no other way out, so he greeted the man with a demonstrative joy, though he did not understand why the leader of the organization came here. However, Li Chun stated that he prefers not to waste time on empty words, but to immediately solve cases. He demanded to publish a young man who was called Lord Phoenix, and who was in a carriage at the moment. Manhwa quickly navigated that Li Chun was the same artist from a family related to the martial arts, which he and Puppies told. It is said that his greed was more developed than a talent, so he did not like the situation in which he found himself. Wu and Puppy explained that at first, he seeking to find out the causes and circumstances that linked Li Chuna with Mua. Returning to the guy, he made it clear that he could rely on him without hesitation. He takes care of everything. However, Li Chun clearly made it clear that these issues should not be worried. He did not intend to harm him, but still asked not to stand on the way. He explained that he would not take any actions, but his friends were less patient, so they would hardly leave it without consequences. Li Chun burned down to get rid of Hua because many artists lost their work. As the founder of the Association of Artists, he could not put up with such outbursts as Mu Hua. Wu and Puppy believed that it was impossible to blame Mu Hua for his natural talent. Then it became clear that the merchant did not intend to give a young artist, and in this case he would have to die. Li Chun decided to kill both. But he and Puppies just smiled, noting that it is not really a fool. He made it quite possible. In addition, he noted that he is a person who concludes agreements with various people. At this point, a mercenary appeared, the purpose of which was to kill these abominations. However, Wu and Puppy only asked them to give them a lesson. Instead, the mercenary reminded that for this help, he and Puppy will be obliged to cross out one desire from his list. It was under such conditions that they have concluded their agreement. One view of this man was enough to understand. We have a true master of martial arts. However, Li Chun tried to encourage his people and urge them not to be afraid. He believed that it was only an old one, which bones could be broken without much effort. So, in the end, all his warriors at the same time rushed to the mercenary. The teacher, no doubt, was worried that he could not deprive the lives of these people. But the order is an order, so it carefully neutralized them in turn. To do this, he used only his own techniques, paralyzing and twisting the limbs. In the end, no one who could withstand him left. Further, the formidable warrior glanced at those who did not dare to attack him, waiting for their next steps. Li Chun was indignant because one of the mercenaries did not justify the money he paid. However, coming out of the rear, the mercenary coped brilliantly with this rival. As a result, Li Chun remained alone with the inevitable punishment. He made an attempt to negotiate with a formidable master, ready to accept what he has achieved and recognize his wrongdoing. Then he began to frighten everyone with his name, but the responsibility did not miss him. The warrior reminded the puppy, which already fulfilled one of his desires. Now there are 5 more unfulfilled desires. Wu and Puppies only sighed, silently agreeing with what he said. Meanwhile, the Hua Hua, which is the root cause of the fight, froze in shocking from the power of this person. So they moved on their way. Already in the evening, he and Puppies told that he had concluded an agreement with this man, agreeing to become his guard. Moreover, the mercenary was not just a master, but reached the pinnacle of his skill. Mu Hua was aware that attracting such a person as a guard was a truly brilliant decision. At first, the boy knew that someone was protecting them, but he had no idea that it would be such a prominent warrior. He felt all his power, despite the fact that he only struck his fists and legs. Wu and Puppy hoped that after all that happened, Li Chun would finally quench. After all, the cause of his hatred was the envy. Not having enough talent, they were angry with Hua. The young artist believed that perhaps Wu and Puppy need to be careful. He had no idea that other people could be affected by his actions. However, the merchant warned the guy that he did not have illusions. He explained that the reward should always meet the abilities. However, there was one unjust moment. If they met with Li Chun, they had no such security guard. Everything could go in a completely different way. At best, Hua would be left without hands, and in the worst, it would be killed. The experienced merchant has repeatedly witnessed such massacres, and from these memories the young gifted felt clear discomfort. Wu and Puppy hoped that Mu Hua was rapidly growing up and realizing that this world is not so safe that everything he would be pleased. At that moment, the boy expressed his desire to master the martial arts. Wu and Puppy wondered if he was really so determined in his words. Kramar noted that the boy was already 16 years old, and therefore he has the right to marry. However, in order to master the martial arts, you should start training a little, and so the Wow and the Puppy believed that it was too late. Even if he started training, the absolute warrior would not work out. At that moment, he and the Puppy again called his guard. The master thought that the guy should be eliminated, but the merchant decided to find out if he would benefit if Mu Hua began to master the martial arts. He appealed to his mighty friend, because he still had 5 desires that he sought to preserve for more important moments. As a result, the mercenary, feeling gratitude to the Wu and puppies, decided to stop his gaze on the boy. He realized that this person had everything necessary to become a real master. In response, Wu and Hua explicitly expressed his dissatisfaction, but the truth voiced by the guard did not leave any doubt. In addition, in his opinion, this request had nothing complicated, so Wu and Puppet did not even need to thank him. At this point, Hua, looking at himself, could not but rejoice in his natural talents. However, he and Puppy advised the boy not to pay too much to the words of this warrior. Even if a maestro's talent was raised in it, to reach the peaks you will have to exhaust with the last drop of blood. In addition, it will take years to do this. However, the guard noted that this does not necessarily depend on the time. Much more important, who will become the mentor of the young man. After all, under the guidance of a skilled teacher, he could bring his skill to perfection in just a few years. Wu and Puppy with great indignation raised his voice, believing that the guard had finally lost his mind. The so-called mercenary could not understand what caused such a state of Wu and Puppy. However, it is obvious that he did not want to release Hua for several years. The young man quickly understood what was the point, and explained that the merchant was not delighted with him to master the martial arts. Because of this, his mood has deteriorated significantly. The master decided to summon his friend a little by asking the reasons for his strange behavior. However, the said no longer turned back. Wu and Puppy did not even suspect the true possibilities of the young man, and that's what caused him such indignation, because he believed that he just had to destroy all the hopes of the boy. Now, the merchant was in full despair. He was aware that no one was guilty of this situation, and all that remained was sincerity from the beginning. He expressed his desire to focus all his attention on painting, and so with a sense of pity, he learned of the young man's intention to choose another way. If Manhwa was worried about the possibility of repeating such a conflict, he could find a guard for him. Wu and Puppy was well aware of the martial arts. Therefore, he asked Manhwa to focus on the art of painting. The experienced merchant noted that nothing wrong would happen if the young man will give 2 days a week to study the martial arts. He hoped that the guy would reach the top in his business. Manhwa gladly perceived this news, and Ma Ryan said that everything was finally decided. Finally, late at night, they got cities. On the farewell, Hua expressed his sincere gratitude for all that he did for him. However, Manhwa did not have time to leave the event. Already a familiar warrior, who is under the leadership of Han Cha, gave him the news that the gentleman was extremely wishing to meet him urgently. Wu and Puppies explained that it is already at midnight, and if you go on the road now, they will only arrive in place in the morning. The warrior assured that he had official permission. There will be no problems. Wu and Puppy tried to start another dispute with this man. Watching them, Manhwa realized that although the warrior only came to convey the request of the owner, he kept proudly and confidently. So if you own power, then the laws and manners are most likely to lose any meaning. The laws do not protect the weak. There is only a law that the weak are forced to obey. At this point, the young artist suddenly realized how much he had to endure this day. After listening to the threats from the prince, he almost died by the hands of Li Chun. And this time everything was the same. He appealed to the Wu and the puppet for the sake of him and agreed to go. The merchant carefully prompted the boy to abandon his plan. The warrior instantly, without spending time, pointed to the carriage. Manhwa himself was well aware that although he and the puppy gave him support, it is not enough to gain proper respect. First of all, it should become stronger. Manhwa did not even suspect that all this time the sound of the reen was closely following him. This character was clearly surprised by noticing the young endowment in such an unexpected company. At first, when he rushed after the boy, the master appeared, and now the annual warrior entered the game. The observer thought to attack suddenly, but understood well that he did not cope with an old man who was skillfully hiding. The trouble was that the one-eyed warrior was equal in his skill, and if a noise rises, then, no doubt, the Grazana clan will come here with a whole crowd. The sound of the ring could not understand why only one child was such a difficult task. Immediately realizing a new plan for himself, he suddenly decided to move into the attack. After that, he immediately rushed towards the carriage. He did not even suspect that those with whom it is better not to have things to do. So when he jumped, he immediately encountered Taus, people in white robes. The sound of the ring immediately realized that he was unlikely. After that, he lightly cut his throat to one of those who stood in front. Walking down aimlessly, he had to forget that he had really lucky before him, at least. After that, he instructed other guys to immediately argue. When he came, he was immediately recognized as a reaper, and he was only happy to deal with these pathetic people. At this point, Hua, traveling in a carriage, remembered the words of Ma Ro-san, that his speed of training would be determined by the skill of his mentor. If so, he should find a good mentor. The masters he had to face were a reaper and a maid. However, they did not seem outstanding mentors. In addition, he was very interested in whether the reaper noticed his picture. Although the young man was aware that his efforts were likely to be futile, it is only necessary to mention how he ridiculed the master. Soon they left the crew, and the escort ordered the Hua to follow the servant. The talented warrior decided to leave because he felt a clash between the masters. For unknown reasons, this did not go from his thoughts. So, having solved the horse, he decided to find out what happened. In the end, he put his horse into a frantic gallop. He did not notice a mysterious carriage that stopped at the same place. From there, His Holiness and Chonbon came out. The faithful brother constantly denied him from this trip, because he was worried that the soulful cleanliness of the old man could be overshadowed by world. The sage believed that Chonbon was concerned about the little things, and suggested that he look at the richest man in the world. At that time, Hua was quietly stepping on the servant, thinking about what room he would be determined for living. However, he began to notice something strange lately. However, no soul never noticed that the Master Ma Ryan was constantly with him. It seems that ordinary people did not even know that he was near them. The young artist decided to master this art. Noting how the master did this, I learned his methods. He uniquely moved his toes, trying to avoid the sound of touching the floor. Mu Hua also made the desire to try to repeat this. However, his legs were smoky, and he began to behave strange. Even the servant began to suspect that the young man was feeling bad, but he asked to go to the toilet. The servant decided to accompany the young man, and at the same time also notify the master about his visit, so he asked the boy not to rush. The guy realized that the art of Ma-ro-san was much more complicated than he first thought. And then they went on, overcoming the way. However, Mu Hua paid attention to another strange detail. Looking closer, it was possible to see that the warrior had a specific breathing technique. This prompted him to some reflections, so he began to follow his movements. This lesson even captured Ma-ro-san. What does this boy do? However, at one point, he delighted to discover how he was melting in the air. The master stood, fascinated by surprise. His hands trembled because he could not notice this strange behavior. No matter how gifted the person is, to master the skill of the ghostly traveler is not easy. Only the selected masters of the highest level are able to master it. However, this guy was even able to feel his presence. Then he tried to recreate the movements of the ghostly traveler, and now he disappeared directly in his eyes. At that moment, the Hua realized that the man did not notice him at all, although even it seemed a little amazing. Emma Ryan was amazed at the fact that, although the young man said the words, he was not visible at all. It was the final stage of the art of the ghostly traveler. He was cheered on how quickly this gifted guy managed to master her. He decided to talk a little about the Hua about this. How did he only manage to look and recreate the technique of a ghostly traveler, even without her preliminary study? This indicated that his abilities were exceeded even his own ideas. But Ryan expressed his hope that Hua would be cautious because the masters perceive copying their combat skills as theft. Mu Hua apologized, realizing that he may have affected the pride of the mentor. However, the mercenary did not find logic in this image. He just admired his skill. In the future, when he accidentally came across some martial art, he asked not to reproduce him to avoid danger, because otherwise everyone would seek to destroy the young man. The ability to steal combat equipment allows him to shake the balance of strength, so it is worth taking up the sword for his own safety. Mu Hua could not understand why Ma Ryan keeps his life. although he acknowledges that everyone around would seek to kill him. The fighter himself could not understand why he behaved. First, he worked as a mercenary, and if there was no order, he sought goals on his own. Secondly, Wu and Puppy asked him to protect the Hua. The boy also was able to demonstrate him a complete stage of the ghostly traveler, which he dreamed of monitoring his entire life. Undoubtedly, such words had a stunning influence on the Hua. However, Mu Hua heard the voice of his servant behind his back. He was worried, explaining that he had searched every corner. Mu Hua was not found in the toilet. The young man apologized for not finding the right path. The servant appealed to the talented artist not to delay, because he was already eagerly waiting for the owner. In the end, they went on the road, and Mu Hua delved into the reflection on the equipment he managed to simulate. He was genuinely surprised that, simply following her, he was able to reach a level that even Ma Ryan himself could not achieve. It seemed to him that it was a little unfair. Suddenly, his sense of smell caught a sweet aroma, which instantly attracted his attention. So he immediately went to look for a source, and I realized that this aroma came from people dressed in white robes. It was at this moment that Chonbon noted that His Holiness was distracted. Instead, he did not explain anything, just smiling, thought that he witnessed something really interesting. The boy stopped, struck by shock. At the same moment, the surprised Mu Hua realized something incredible. For the first time, the world, which was black and white, played all the colors of the rainbow. And this light was poured from man himself. He was saturated purple, like a cloud on the horizon. Immediately it became clear that he was faced with an outstanding personality. Even just next to him, the young man became difficult to breathe. He was courting to find out who this mysterious stranger was. Moreover, he was wondering how it happened that only when he saw the colors, he immediately recognized the bright purple. Suddenly, a mysterious man approached him closer. He was coordinated to ask the boy what the world looks like if you look at him through CO. Undoubtedly, Mu Hua showed a great interest, trying to understand how this man was so lightning. He just decided to start with a calm presentation. He asked him to contact him as an elder Cos Jia from Clan Agastan. Mu Hua named his name, and the sage immediately noted that it really sounds great. In fact, after so much, he had mastered the masters when he faced other masters who also reached this level, no one who could penetrate into the sphere of his superhuman perception. But this child easily coped with a task that testifies to her ability to see the world as an artistic work. This aroused him a great interest in finding out how this young talent perceives the world. At this moment, Mu Hua, feeling some inconvenience, decided to carefully ask, or is it not a fashionista? The sage just smiled, explaining that the inhabitant will definitely not come out. The young man explained that if it is not, he does not understand the value of the bright purple clouds that enveloped him. Jia was amazed by the fact that the boy noticed even these clouds. It was striking because it was an invisible energy that not only cannot be felt but even seen. However, Mu Hua could calmly touch her, which testified that his uniqueness exceeded even the expectations of the sage. The man decided to find out how many years the boy was, and Mu Hua could not sincerely comprehend why he needed it. It was at this moment when Chonbon ran up that he was angered by the misunderstanding of a guy who dared to speak with Holy. However, So Yochsa asked her faithful assistant to behave a little more restrained. Suddenly, a Chihi feet appeared suddenly. Initially, he decided to meet a guest who he invited personally. Therefore, he asked that the So did the Hua Hua in this case. At that moment, Chkonbon quickly approached the newly arrived, expressing his apology. He explained that their holiness expressed their desire to get acquainted with them, so they came to him. Look on the bun of the chaks, the so. However, he did not want to release this child so easily. At first he asked what name the boy had. Then he stretched him a small knife known as the branch of red plum. He made the decision to pass the precious artifact Muhua. The young man could not understand why he was such a valuable thing. However, the sage explained that in this way he tried to attract Hua to himself. The boy seems extremely inconvenient and even a little scary. Laughing, Jia explained that Mu Hua clearly understood him. He sought to see the boy with his student. These words struck the whole chi and horrified Hanbona. Manhwa could not believe that such a proposal was indeed made to him. Soon, Chanban started a dispute with His Holiness, who intended to make a student from this boy. He explained that a huge turn of children who wanted to study gathered in the clan. However, the sage confessed that this boy fell to his heart. He did not say that this child has exceptional abilities and that he feels unclear. Chanban did not stop loudly indignant, explaining that if Manhwa became his disciple, it would look for other members of the clan. However, having considered everything, the young artist himself decided to refuse, explaining that he could not accept such a proposal. For an unknown reason, it was even more ignited by Chanbona's anger. A young man, endowed with a remarkable talent, addressed the sage with the words that he is undoubtedly a prominent personality. However, he stressed that the teacher is like a second father, and he is not able to follow the person he sees for the first time. Chanban wondered why, even contemplating the branch of red plum, Manhwa was unable to tread with whom it was dealing with. The Chug was the most powerful warrior of the clan, one of the 15 superhuman. However, a honorable sage interrupted Chanban, ordered to stop shaking it. He himself was aware that Hua was right, and the choice of mentor should be approached with all responsibility. However, he continued to insist on his own. He did not take the sword, just hoping that the boy would look after him. However, Manhwa was doubted that he would once become a student of the sage and could not understand why he gave him such a precious thing. However, Zia explained that he did not give the young man forever, but only borrowed him for a certain time. In such circumstances, Chue Mu will have to return this thing over time. The sage understood that perhaps at that moment, the decision of a young artist would remain unchanged. In this case, he would simply return this blade to him. He was well aware that it was in vain to force young talent to some actions, because such issues were not resolved by force. Usually, monks proclaim that those we meet today may have been important persons for us in the previous life. Finally, he comprehended the meaning of these words, and only one understanding of this truth is worth the descent from the mountain. After that, the sage noted that he hopes not to offend anyone with his desire to stroll in the open air a little. Most first, he warned Hanbon that he would not boil the child, otherwise he would be punished. In addition, Zia warned Manhwa from the rapprochement with the old man standing behind him, explaining that he was a powerful smell of blood. It did not herald anything good. Manhwa was surprised that the case was so easy to capture the presence of the master. It was really impressive. The person who brings colors to his black and white existence. The guy wondered if there was another person in the world. Watching Manhwa, the Hun's Cha-Cha was increasingly fond of his personality every minute. Once he perceived the boy only as a fun, something temporary, capable of interest to the prince for a moment. But now the most powerful master of the clan presented him with a branch of red plum. A unique weapon, a legendary sword that cuts metal like a thin piece of paper. It is a true symbol of the power of the clan. Regardless of whether this talented young man is a student clan student or not, Hun's CHKH now had a great opportunity to use this guy for all 100. This indicates that his benefit will be even greater than he imagined. Finally, focusing on the Chihi feat, the boy wished to find out why he was called. However, to begin with, the rich gentleman suggested that they have breakfast. Manhwa gratefully acknowledged that he was really tortured. The whole, or understood it, but explained that, not knowing the preferences of his guest, he asked to prepare absolutely everything. However, Chonbon was still confused. Turning to his sacredness, he tried to explain how much he gave. The events were transferred to Sheni province, to Murinvan's possession. Grandpa Manhwa decided to discuss an important topic, how things are coming up with his grandson. He has already learned that the younger son of the family invited the prince. However, he said that, although worried, he was accepted extremely well, and the prince praised his younger brother's work. The prince even pulled out the picture and personally presented it. He was extremely surprised how rapidly improved his skill by his younger brother in such a short period. Moreover, he was even able to draw his eyes well. The old man was delighted, because the young talent previously abandoned it. He was glad that the younger would now be able to head the family. Now that the eldest son was not around, there was a need to return the Hua home. After all, he should start practice to prepare for drawing portraits of the emperor. Recalling his older brother, the other son realized that the senior and younger brothers were incredibly similar. It was difficult to keep up. In addition, he shared that the prince told him a rather funny story about why his younger brother did not draw his eyes. He stated that the one he draws with his eyes open is doomed to death. Finally, his grandfather realized that Manhwa thus blamed himself of the death of his older brother because he completed his picture with his image. The second brother explained that the younger was convinced that he was cursed. Surprisingly, when he returned home, he learned that the prince was executed for betrayal. The imperial family was attempted, and the killer was found on the territory of the prince's estate. However, the old man was aware that it was just a guess. At first, it was necessary to return the younger brother home, and the other brother fully agreed with it. Soon the moment came when the home was left. The brother thought that for the sake of his family, he was obliged to return the Hua. However, remembering how worried his younger brother, he felt anxious. Is it just a groundless anxiety, or did his younger grandson come under the curse? Soon the city came to life that the master invited Lord Phoenix to become his student. He even presented to this child a branch of red plum as a memorial souvenir from the master. The most cuddled was that although the sage was opened, the guy still refused. He just did not like the courtesy of such a respected man. However, for many, it seemed that despite its act, Lord Phoenix still remained the embodiment of courage and courage. The Hua was already inconvenient because the events of the morning just happened and the rumors had already flew everywhere. Although he suspected it earlier, now he was convinced for sure that he was a truly famous person. He was horrified that he lost such an important opportunity. Soon the young man decided to ask Ma Rosen if he was famous for his elder Jija. He was also one of the 15 chosen by God and the unsurpassed master of the clan. The experienced warrior confessed that he was aware of it, but Manhwa could not understand why Ma Ryan did not announce him in advance. At that moment, the mercenary realized what the boy was worried. However, the question remained. If he told everything in advance, would he choose the other way? However, when he thought, the young artist realized that even having all the information, he would not be able to become a student of the sage. So, his decision turned out to be perfect, and Ma Ryan proved to be a true sage. However, the old man, marked by wisdom, warned Manhwa to be extremely cautious even in his thoughts. In addition, he should constantly focus on positive thoughts. The young man smiled at such instructions because he realized that everything was really dependent on his determination. Looking out the window, Ma Ryan realized that arriving at the place was not soon. When they come back, Hua intended to introduce Manhwa to one person. It was a security guard he hired. So the experienced merchant was very worried about his safety, not forgetting the event with Li Chun. Although the gifted artist and understood his anxiety, the thought of a personal guard was still a little frightened by him. Around this time, the sound of the rain rested in his small chamber. His body was covered with wounds he tried to process. He could not understand how everything went so far that the situation turned so sad for him. A few hours ago, he calmly gave the guys from the Grazan clan. But here appeared a murmured one. Age giant blocked the path and destroyed all his plans. The warrior with a burning look immediately realized who really dealt with the Taos. He immediately became clear. In front of him stood no other than a reaper. He warned that he could not turn his eyes to the crime he committed. Therefore, he immediately rushed from a horse ready to fight. And it was then that the Rin began to worry, realizing the strong power of this enemy. The clash with her husband was protracted, a noise was stuck, and he had to escape. Now he has to hide like a rat, because the clan representatives surrounded him from all sides. However, he made a promise that he would take revenge and kill the scoundrel who destroyed his plans. He could not understand why there were so many difficulties when trying to capture a baby there. However, there was no other choice, so he prepared for the battle, armed with his sword. The sound of the Rin was aware that even people from Murim now paid attention to this boy. The world still does not understand who he really is, so the Rin's sound was ready for everything to take possession of it. Soon, Chonbon saw the bodies killed this morning. He learned from eyewitnesses that it was a matter of harvest. The event was witnessed by a one-eyed iron fist named Baek Ho, who served Han Chi and met with a tin personally. Chonbon could not understand how, despite the meeting of the tape with that warrior, he managed to escape. The assistant realized that it was difficult to imagine, but the Reaper dumped the warrior from his feet and immediately wandered. Chonbon could not believe how much the Reaper was improved. It was just incredible. Therefore, he explained his sacredness, that solving problems with the tag has a priority over the search for the creator of great creation. Jia himself came to the conclusion that the Reaper is a real adventure seeker. In addition, the sword signs that he noticed on the bodies of the victims had once met him. They awakened in it ancient and unpleasant sensations. He began to suspect that a ghostly sword could be involved. The wise old man ordered to immediately send the news to the arrogant representatives of the Mutan clan to inform the rest immediately. It seemed to him that he found traces of occultists. The CJSC has been concerned because these people have not appeared for 50 years. The long-lasting peace between them seemed more lull in front of the inevitable storm than true peace. Soon, a mysterious man received a letter about the magic flow. He realized that he seems to be planned to offer the position of a leader, although the leader himself did not directly mention it. The magical flow is a phenomenon that has brought new specialists into the world during the last 50 years, during the reign of the Supreme Master. So the sage realized that he would definitely not be bored on the road, because he found a way to have fun. In addition, he has already heard a lot about the creator of great creation, about who was skillfully able to steal martial art. At first it seemed to him a complete fiction, but later realized that he was wrong. Moreover, this man has already learned that the tearful boy had climbed the post of the Lord of the Union of the Tags. It was about the sound of Rin, whom this grandfather once was trained in several simple techniques, but now he reached the outstanding level. The sage felt dissatisfaction because he believed that in recent times Rin's sound was too well. So this time he decided to meet in person to at least break his arm or leg. During this period, Li Chun also crossed with the spy. However, he was quite dissatisfied with the fact that in just one night, the cost of the task jumped 11 times. He considered it an absurd, but he agreed to pay half for it. However, the spy remained serious and insisted on the amount of 300 silver coins. He explained that it was not possible to reduce this amount even by a penny. Li Chun was annoyed because he ordered the murder of only one artist that for the Black Moon is a matter that is solved instantly. The mercenary was aware that the customer still had the validity in his beliefs. However, he does not even imagine how much effort and time they have invested to master the art of killing only a clicking of the fingers. If it was believed that the murder of a living person was only a waste of money, they could simply complete their conversation. Realizing that there was no other way out, the man agreed to pay the whole amount. When turning over coins, the mercenary realized that his request was too high. He was pleased that Li Chun has absolutely no idea of the cost of murder. As he left the room, the killer immediately called his accomplice. After receiving the money, they had to fulfill the order as best you can. This time, he decided to entrust the task to his assistant personally. In the morning, Hua, as if there was nothing, went to his usual jog. More recently, he had difficulty with the first attempts to join the world of martial arts. He mastered the technique of a ghostly traveler who watched the master. He had to rush to full capacity. In the end, 6 steps were a limit for him. Certainly, Ma Rosian was quite moving what happened. He was aware that the root of all problems was the lack of physical strength. Since then, the Huamua began to go to jogs around the city 2 to 3 times a day. He was grateful to his guard for being demolished by all these troubles. However, for the guard, it was also a good opportunity to train. He did not remember when he was running for the last time without engaging these energy. It caused him even some fun. The guard was called Bon Yan, and he had already taught Mu Hua to keep the posture properly while running, which was a big help for the young man. The guy advised them to reckon with dinner and taste lamb, but before that, he suggested running to the house again. Bon Yan was amazed at how the artist is so careful about his physical condition. However, Manhwa refused to throw away from memory what he was once taught. And at that moment he rushed forward. The personal guard was struck by the sincerity of this person, but suddenly his attention was attracted by a strange detail on the street. He could not understand whether such void always prevailed here. At some point the man sitting nearby pulled out his knife. Aware of where it all leads, Bon Yan immediately grabbed his sword. After that, he shouted loudly, ordering the owner to flee. Manhwa looked scared when he finally realized what was happening, and he noticed that the guard had already pulled out his sword. But suddenly a mercenary intervened who made a guard with the guard. Pushing from him like a springboard, he rushed towards the young man. His sword was almost into the shelter and Bon Yan couldn't do it. There were 2 more mercenaries who dilated him, tried to destroy him. When Manhwa saw him approaching him who came to take his soul, a wave of anxiety rolled on him. It was a truly critical situation. He was not the first time he was in such a situation and could not understand what to do next. However, the first instinctive reaction was to give the draft immediately. It is advisable to overcome as much distance as possible as long as there is power to move forward. The mercenary was aware that leaving everything as it is a futile business. The boy had no idea of martial arts, but demonstrated a great speed, although his ability ended. As soon as the young man turns for the horn, his advantage will disappear, and the killer caught up with him. However, what was the surprise of the mercenary when he made a mistake? Instead of stopping and returning, the young artist slowed down using his own hand. And all this was done only to slightly reduce the speed and change the direction rapidly. So the persecutor realized that this guy should not be underestimated. However, looking for the horn, he was convinced that he would certainly capture the fugitive. But to his surprise, he did not see anyone. As if the Hua man just disappeared, which was a lot of spy. It was absolutely obvious to him that there could be no mistake. Over the last few days, he has repeatedly checked this lane, and there was no hint of the hole through which you could escape. He could not understand whether the guy really mastered martial arts and learned to speed up. At that moment, he heard a well-known voice. It was Bonjan. After completing things with everyone, Tot came to the aid of Manhwa. At that moment, the mercenary realized that undoubtedly the task had already failed. Therefore, he snatched the knife instantly to neutralize the guard. It seemed like a chance to rescue, for Bonyana was not left, but he had time to evade at the last moment. However, his fate did not smile because the mercenary still struck his stomach. Despite the wound received, he did not think so, just give up. So, rapidly rushing forward, he began to attack the man. Soon, everything ended. The defeated mercenary threw his sword and immediately rushed to flee. Bon Yan felt frightened because he understood perfectly that he could and had to catch this man. However, he soon heard the approach of the voice of Hua. The guard with great relief observed that everything was fine with his master. He realized that the boy was hidden in a reliable place and waited patiently for him. However, his joy disappeared when the guard saw that the young man's palm was torn to the blood. After all, for the artist, the hand is the most valuable. Manhwa explained that his wounds were much lighter than Bonyana's wounds. However, the warrior just smiled because he was used to such situations. After that, he began to handle the guy's hand. He was aware that it would cause pain, but asked for a little to stand, because by treating the wound with alcohol, it was possible to avoid decay. In addition, he was surprised by what the peace of Hua was perceived. In such a situation, even tears would not seem something unusual. However, the guy confessed that he hated the feeling of shame than physical pain. Without resisting, Bonyan exploded with laughing after these words. He considered his master a weak, but it turned out that a real man was in front of him. However, at first the guard advised Manhwa to return home. The young man put him his shoulder for support, and they went together. Bonjan felt sadness because they never managed to taste a delicious lamb. Although Hua was adjusting to his mood, he could not comprehend how Murim's followers retain such peace in such circumstances. With the onset of the evening, the spy arrived with the news of the failure. However, his master seems to be unable to put up with such an answer. The mercenary explained that he had somehow lost Hua's sight just when he had to grab him. He was okay to smooth his guilt even with death, because he could not cope with a support group. However, the owner refused, because the training of such a mercenary requires significant financial investments, so he decided to give the man time to think of his actions. Left alone, he plunged into thinking about what to do next. He instructed this case to a reliable subordinate, but even so it went a scraper. Most likely, their goal has now strengthened their defense, and it will be extremely difficult to break into it. This mission will need at least 10 of his best mercenaries. Therefore, he first decided to send a message to the community. He had no idea how many people would arrive from there, but hoped that they would be plentiful. As soon as the sun came down to the sky, Manhwa restored his tense workouts with new perseverance. This time he wielded a sword, clearly aware of what actions should be performed and what movements should be worked out. But Manhwa was not happy. He suddenly lost his balance and could not properly manage his body. This meant that he was still lacking in strength, so the first step was to build muscle extension. However, the guy was worried because time was floating, and he was frightened by the idea that those people could appear again to kill him. At that time, he skillfully disappeared due to the rapid turn of the horn, using the art of a ghost traveler. If not, he would have died for a long time. So, gathering with his forces, he decided to try again. He cannot allow this to happen again, and someone is injured. For this reason, he intended to improve his skills to perfection. He has already learned from Bonya Yana about the existence of an organization called the Black Moon. Only one person managed to survive after 3 attacks of these criminals. Others did not have such happiness. According to the words of the guard, Manhwa now became their next target. When he was attacked, the young man realized that even knowledge of martial arts would not help him in such a situation. It was lacking in time, but contrary to everything, he could not afford to stay out of business. So, at first, a talented artist decided to recreate the martial art of the sheep. This is the one he was thinking about and whom he admired the longest. And most importantly, he could not get rid of the impression of the force he felt when he first saw her. He did not know the names of this martial art, so he invented the names for each movement. However, the tactics of the dragon was the most repeated. At first, Manhwa decided in his imagination to recreate the art of the tape, then adjust to his wave. It seemed quite feasible, but instead of the perfect performance, the guy fell off, shouting from pain. Bonyan immediately rushed out in a panic, probably on his lord attacked. Instead, he found a boy who rolled on the ground in convulsions. Manhwa almost let down a tear, embarrassed by where this unspeakable pain came from. He just stood and imagined everything in his imagination, but suddenly his body was stressed and muscles squeezed. Bonyan, laughing, could not understand that his owner was performing for the exercises because he resembled a rain worker. And Manhwa, a little discorded, explained that he trained the movements related to martial arts and failed. From that moment on, Bonyan, everything has become much more interesting. The security guard realized that he was most likely to see the martial art of Manhwa somewhere on the street and tried to recreate him. He asked the young man to show him all over. However, the boy noted that his movements were too sloppy. Bonyan would undoubtedly laugh, but would hardly refuse to support Hua. In addition, as it turned out, he turned out to be a true master of his business. After the attack that day, he was illuminated, and therefore, with a sense of gratitude, the guard decided to support his master. In the end, the guy dared to repeat everything from the beginning. Watching the guy's combat equipment, Bonyan noted that he was doing well. At least from the very beginning, he treated it with the right stand. In his attacking rack, he struck his abdomen. However, suddenly his course has changed sharply. It looked quite unusual, but Bonyan continued to watch. The boy's center of gravity has lost stability, so now it is impossible to use it. But despite this, the new moon was able to approach him too close. At this point, Bonyan realized that the cut on the abdomen was not a real purpose of the attacker. This was only an illusion. A real attack begins with a powerful blow that is directed from the bottom up. If the Hua Mua uses this technique during the duel, the opponent is unlikely to reflect the first blow, and already the next one and nothing. This blow would inevitably lead to a fatal result. You will definitely not see such art of fencing on the streets. It is truly true martial arts. Seeing him, Bonjan thought deeper than ever. However, he did not leave his curiosity. Where could Hua meet it? The guy was aware that he could not say that it was a reaper technique. Bonyan realized that the new moon is either unable to or did not want to answer the question. However, he assured that the technique was really worthy of studying. Manhwa was aware that his main obstacle was the lack of force for fully mastering it. As it turned out, the cause of which he fell in such a pose was a shortage of internal energy. Bonyan asked if a young artist was aware of the difference between internal and external energy. Simply put, external energy overflows the muscles to the edge. The security guard decided to find an example to show his boy. He wondered what would happen if he hit his fist on the step. Manhwa realized that she was probably not cracking. And Bonjan decided to check how true his assumption. When the guard struck the stairs with all its strength, nothing happened. Hiding the pain, he explained that it was the limit of external energy. Then he decided to demonstrate something else. Manhwa tried to refuse Bonyana, because after the first blow, his hand did not look the best. However, he was determined to demonstrate the power of internal energy. After the next blow, a huge dent appeared on the step. So, Bonyan said that it was for this reason that Marima masters sought to accumulate internal energy in their body. In order for the Hua Hua to take advantage of his great power, he needs considerable internal energy. And here the guy realized that there was really no difference in the power used by Bonyan. But it was worth adding internal energy, as the difference became strikingly obvious. However, Manhwa realized that the lack of internal energy means the inability to use the martial arts known to him. However, Bonyan decided to teach the young man the simplest breathing technique, which helps to accumulate internal energy, called 3 talents. Although the accumulated energy will be low, this method is characterized by stability and absence of side effects. After all, if the Hua Hua has mastered another way of accumulating energy, knowledge of this method does not hurt him at all. This method was the main one, as if an indomitable basis for all others. So Manhwa decided to take up training. Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he focused all his attention on the lower abdomen. The guy slowly focused on the rhythm of his breath. Watching him, Bonyan realized that his ability to concentrate is perfect. So he asked his master to continue to meditate, and he went to describe the appearance of the killer. The guard explained that if a young artist is able to combine his energy with the technique of fencing, which he has already mastered, then his art will become true. Manhwa was actually concerned with this plan. He decided to try to unite the force of Qi, which comes from his lower danti, with combat techniques. In my imagination, I clearly saw every trick that performed. At that moment, his body began to respond strangely to every accurate blow. However, he was aware that after merging with energy, the technique was revealed more organic. However, it was unclear to a talented young man whether the breathing method was so difficult at the beginning. Over time, it became increasingly difficult to control it. It seemed to him that his body was torn into pieces of unbearable pain. After all, he could no longer just sit still. When Bonyan appeared, he could not understand why the boy was already resting. He realized that he may have been holding his breath too long, so he advised him not to overstretch too much. In addition, the guard decided to make a young wizard a gift, evaluating his efforts and perseverance. After that, Bonyan said a few words. The lower abdomen is an ocean of passions. You have to turn into a bird that easily spreads in these waters. Who in the world can be against when the birds squeeze their wings over the sea? However, Manhwa could not grasp the meaning of this mysterious wisdom. Then the guard explained to him that it was the complexion of those traveling the world. All masters tried to unravel the depths hidden in it, but none could have been. Muhais may have more happiness and be able to grasp its secret essence. However, he has now proposed to complete the workout and go to Wu and Puppy, and on the way it could be a snack somewhere. Moreover, Bonyan insisted that the boy may repeat this workout daily, without exception. At that moment, Hua finally realized that apparently martial arts were not his sphere. But as he rose, he felt that his body was behaving unexpectedly and unusually. At first glance, Bon Yan did not even realize what the gentleman was busy. He insisted on to go faster, realizing that the young man was probably exhausted. However, everything turned out to be quite different for Muahua. It seemed to him that he was completely deprived of weight. As if not cautious, you can fly into the sky. Around this time, the sound of the Rin made a letter to his mentor, where he asked that he had not had the opportunity to contact him earlier. He felt that this message could become his last, because he wrote him in a hurry, ambushed, surrounded by people from Clanapravan. He explained that he would try to survive, but nothing was given just. The man decided to share that he had found an amazing young man whom he mentioned last time. However, the fate was relentless. He was the first to meet and checked Master Bon Yan. The sound of the ring has decided that he would take the boy under his care and raises him. All subsequent actions depended on whether he could survive. However, if the boy is able to get out of the trap, he promised to contact his teacher. Soon the assistant learned that the gentleman received a letter from his student. The Iron Fist was aware of what great honor he had the opportunity to become a student of such a prominent man as his mentor, and that is why he constantly felt envy to the Tin. In addition, he was rumored that the Reaper became the head of the Union of Death. Comparing it with martial arts, he was undoubtedly at the same height. The teacher, however, was aware that with the increase in the level of the sheep, its cost and influence would only increase. The Emerald Sword. Yenra Ha quickly came to the conclusion that the martial art of Hook Rina and Klanagrasta were at the same level. However, the man did not give a direct answer. He was sincerely wondered how mature and serious was this young warrior, despite his young age. In addition, the mentor himself expressed his desire to ask these guys a question. He was curious about which of them would win if they come together in a duel. However, the students admitted that they could not do it themselves. In addition, the restriction prevented them from using energy during the battle. The Iron Fist explained that not such a stupid person to fight, without calculating all the possible consequences. However, for the Jade Sword, everything was obvious. Even without unnecessary confrontations, it was clear what the Mama family really was. This was angered by an Iron Fist, because the opponent showed a candid disdain for him. Meanwhile, the old man rejoiced in their quarrel and sought entertainment after such boredom. However, the Ice Witch of Mr. Hay strictly ordered the two to silence, because they had already enough work to waste time on nonsense. Their main purpose was to see all the power of the clan of Bravan and the creator of the great masterpiece. In the end, both boys realized their wrongdoing and hurried to apologize to the girl. The old mentor came to the rage because in the past he would never let any girl intervene in things that are not concerned. Undoubtedly, he would curb her passion if she was not the right hand of the spiritual leader. He just smiled, hearing her desire to see the strength of Clanabastan. The girl could not understand why it caused such laughter. However, as it turned out, the prudent mentor was able to come to her help, because suddenly he remembered the wonderful method. However, he warned that they would have to adjust the route a little. The action is transferred to the province of Henan, to the city of Jeju, where the Union of Justice is located, the unification of 9 clans, which healed the glory of the righteous side. There, the elder heard that after a long time in the Grana, something interesting seems to happen. He was extremely pleased that the occultists made themselves known. The Supreme Elder expressed doubt whether they should urgently convene a gathering of the Supreme Elders. However, the man abandoned this idea because he believed that occultists did not pose a threat. Earlier, they performed by themselves, but now that the main forces merged into one whole in the Union, every reason for fear has disappeared. In addition, the leader of the Union of 10 Clauses, a great imperial sword, John Chak-ha, was well aware that there was nothing to be afraid of being here. Moreover, Master Bon Yan wrote and sent a letter filled with so many sincere feelings that if they do not show the answer with the same honesty, it will probably upset him. so the great imperial sword decided to go to them on their own. He was convinced that all this time Zia was just pretending to be a deity and refined somewhere in the mountains, so he decided to visit him to be slightly slammed. The Supreme Elder asked how many students should be distinguished by this man, but he was aware that their presence would only interfere with the fulfillment of an urgent task. After that, the sage expressed the idea of taking with him a trip to at least one student who will be useful on the way, and the great imperial sword accepted this proposal. He also left the Supreme Elder responsible for his absence. In addition, they also discussed the thief of martial arts, whom the clan persistently sought all this time. However, the man was aware that they were unable to catch him, since the Grazana clan has long been not the one that once. That is why the older brother should intervene and resolve the case. He already had a clever plan to find the creator of a great masterpiece. However, he believed that it would be much more efficient to arrange so that they did not seek this person, and that he, in the meantime, would search for them. To catch big fish, it is important to have a quality bait. Wouldn't they need to put big martial arts on the map if they are going to catch a real theft master? He believed that there was no more tempting charity than his unique martial art, especially his unsurpassed fencing techniques. Then the Supreme Elder realized that it is unacceptable to leave His Holiness alone. Although it has great power, its vanity and selfishness go beyond control. At the same time, Hua finally got to the restaurant. He invited Bonyana to sit down because he had to go to the restroom for a few minutes. However, the guard insisted on accompanying the master. The young man asked that he just ate quietly. He would be uncomfortable if someone accompanied him up to the toilet. Bonyan was well aware that killers could chat on him anywhere, so going there was extremely risky. However, Manhwa reassured the man, because if the killer suddenly jumped out of the pit, Bonyan is unlikely to be able to make him. However, the guard assured that even if the young man gets into the cesspit, he would certainly come to his aid. Manhwa smiled after heard words and strongly moved away. First of all, he quickly turned the horn. The recently awakened energy he felt in himself was strange. For some reason at this moment he was filled with feeling that everything would certainly succeed. For this purpose, a capable young man went to test his fighting skills. Finally, he began to draw with his hands one appointment. Finally, he mastered the movement on which he always stuck. However, at that moment he did not fall, but stood firmly on his feet. He could barely believe it himself. He was delighted because he finally succeeded. However, he quickly felt him dizzy in his head. In addition, he began to be scared. In addition, it seemed that every time he coughs, the accumulated energy seemed to evaporate. Banyan discovered soon in such a situation. He was courty to find out what was happening to a young artist. It seemed that he undoubtedly noticed that something was wrong with him. Then Manhwa explained that he seemed to have a stomach upset. The guard suggested that he may have eaten too quickly, and looking around, Bonyan asked the Hua if he noticed someone suspicious in the area. He felt a powerful explosion of energy. It seems that a skilled master used the martial arts, so he hurried here. After evaluating residual energy, he realized that the man had the same force as himself. He was pleased that Manhwa was not injured. However, the new moon explained that even there was no idea that someone was here. At that moment, Bonyan noted that with the usual stomach upset, the gentleman looked overly pale. He asked his hand to reach out. Listening to his inner energy, he felt something unusual. While Bonjan was silent, Manhwa had already begun to worry. It was then that the warrior realized that the gentleman was hiding some secret from him. Although he knew that these thoughts were in vain, because no one was able to break the pulse meridians, even with him, with developed meridians, it was not possible to do so completely. It is unlikely that it would be able to do the HUA. Even if he would have mastered many stunning evasion techniques, it would remain unattainable. That is why Bonyan was curious, seeking to find out what a young man hides from him. However, Manhwa assured that he did not do anything special, except for all the steps in his imagination. And at that moment, Bonjan finally realized what it was about. He was thinking about the same technique he sought to reproduce. This made him dive into deep reflections. But as the guard ordered them to sit down, Manhwa immediately obeyed him. He was wondering if the guy was pulsation in his temples and dizziness. The young artist immediately confirmed this by recognizing him as a true expert in medicine. However, Bonjan accurately determined that the HUA has a violation of the circulation. The guy began to worry that side effects could appear. However, the guard confessed that he did not know anything about it, that the young man was even more frightened. Bon Yan assured him not to worry, because everything that happened would certainly find an explanation. Perhaps Manhwa used some unique technique. However, the boy only reproduced everything that Bonjan taught him. Realizing that Manhwa also does not know what was happening, Bonyan decided to check him for possible side effects. He put his hand on his back and began to listen. However, at first, he warned the guy so that he did not tell anything. If he at least a little he moves with his voice, there was a chance that his organs could explode, which causes him to endure silence. After that, the security guard began his intricate manipulation. The pain gripped him, but Manhwa was holding his best. Bon Yan ordered the boy to use the absorbed technique of breathing, otherwise his body can explode. However, obviously, it was extremely difficult to focus on such circumstances. It seemed to the young man that this pain was so unbearable that it was simply impossible to withstand. At this point, Bon Yan felt something strange. He firmly believed that the secret force that tore the meridians would immediately leave its carrier. But it seems that it was far from the usual breathing technique. He suspected that Manhwa had hidden some special technique, but seemed to be wrong. Obviously, he seriously miscalculated about this guy. He appealed to Manhwa to focus. At this time, the security guard will pass through the spinner infinity. This was called endless breathing. He mastered the technique of the core. After that, he began to use it. However, Manhwa could not predict that his actions would have such a striking effect. He began to concentrate his internal energy, urging a young pet to remember this path. Finally, the boy felt amazing changes in his body. He felt the force moving through the body and eventually reveals the technique of possession of the sword. It was similar to the fact that he called muscle memory, but was a flow of energy. Suddenly, Bon Yan realized that he had encountered a mysterious anomaly. He realized that energy raged too powerfully. There was a great deal. The guard could not understand how the body was able to act in this condition, when energy was so accumulated in it that it was not even able to raise their hands. His strength slowly began to leave the body. It may have been a punishment for my doubts, punishment for my greed. He realized how serious his mistake was and did not seek to pay for her his own life. The security guard was passionate about stopping this process, shouting about salvation, and soon his hands finally fired. After that, he fell unconscious near Hua. The young man, without noticing the changes that took place, continued his meditation. At that moment, losing consciousness, Bon Yan saw something incredible. 5 colored rings hung above the boy. They testified to the achievement of the top of the development of Qi. 3 key principles merged with the sky as a whole, what only a true master could achieve. The guard could not realize how such a young boy succeeded. However, he soon lost consciousness. In the end, the baby's meditation ended, and he was escaped. At that moment, the surrounding black world began to turn. Although he did not feel bad before, now the young man felt as if the wings had grown behind his back. Suddenly, a picture of it was a picture. The discovery of these 5 rings allowed him to see all the colors of the world. So, opening his eyes, he looked around with enthusiasm. Tears ran from the boy's eyes. He saw the true beauty of the shades that he used to read before. By this point, he was naive. He was considered the best artist in the world, although he thought he was able to reflect everything that exists through his art. However, he was wrong. He only depicted a tiny part of what this world really was. The young man vowed to remember this event, even if she lasted only a moment. At that moment, he noticed his guard and rushed to him. The boy tried to understand why the man fell asleep. He decided that apparently the help of mastery of energy was too grueling. So he decided to take the defender in his hands. But it was surprised to find that the object had no weight, or the young man himself became much stronger. He was clearly unusual, and he suspected that this condition was caused by recovery. Suddenly the boy has come that the primary task was to care for the guard. so he immediately rushed to run to his home. By the evening, he had already seen with Ma Ron. The man could not understand why the guy was looking for him. However, he, indicating the guard, explained that it was bad. After missing the young man inside, he ordered him to go further. The boy immediately rushed for help. At that moment, I pursued attention to something unusual. He realized that something happened to Mu. Even with such a level of skill, he would never be able to hide his presence as skillfully as the young man did now. The mentor did not catch any rustle from the boy's clothes, even though he seemed to not try to be silent. Soon, Bonyana examined the doctor, and it became clear that the guard had completely lost his energy. The healer made his heart rate and concluded that the man's internal energy had been a significant blow. In this condition, he will need a whole year for full recovery. Mu could not understand how that happened, and even the healer did not know the reason. However, he confidently claimed that the cause of all the energy consumption was. The guard may have an internal clash of energies with someone. The healer could no longer do anything. The rest depended only on the endurance of Bonyana. Muhu began to think, interested in what was happening while he was in meditation. Unexpectedly, the puppies appeared. He also understood the face of the doctor that he could no longer help. The boy quickly got up to greet the guest to best. Wu and Puppy sincerely regretted the incident with the Hua guard. In addition, he already knew that this guy reached the level of the real master. Mu was in full confusion, not understanding what it was about. However, Ma Ryan immediately grabbed his hand. The guy could not understand what the teacher was thinking, but he was already fully concentrated. After a long pause, the man explained that the guy had mastered the Kingdom of 5 Rings, which was also known as Pentathy Rings. He did not understand what he was talking about. Then he was explained more accessible. He mastered the skill of the Kingdom of Transformations. The young boy became aware that he did nothing intentionally and did not understand the reasons for his reincarnation. However, Muahua has undergone some changes. His physical condition was at an altitude, but despite it, no special energy was felt at all. From birth, the boy showed extraordinary talent, and although it seemed unfair, his abilities were strikingly different from others. Hua and Hua asked Ma Rozan to share his wisdom with Mu Konon. However, the mentor felt powerless because despite 60 years of training, he never reached the skill he owned. It was a lot of angry. He explained that a wild, unmanaged force lies in this boy. However, he had no idea how to use it, and therefore could harm not only himself but also people around him. The puppies could not understand why Ma Ryan considers the Hu Huz's guidelines, because he chose the way that gave him an invaluable experience. Wu and Puppy warned a man, "You should never underestimate the achievements gained through time and hard work." In the end, having considering everything, Ryan gave his consent. He made the decision to teach Mu Hua the ability to manage the newly discovered force. For this purpose, he invited the guy to the training ground. He suggested starting with a match without weapons. After that, he instantly attacked the first. The mentor did not restrain his strength and immediately struck Mu's face. But he did not have time to dodge and quickly fell to the ground. Ma Ryan was embarrassed. Why didn't the guy dodge? However, the young man did not even imagine how to do it. Ma Ryan explained that it was easy to avoid danger simply by leaning forward. But it became clear that the boy clearly never participated in any duels. It seems that he was never even punished as a child. It was then that the idea of the first lesson arose in the imagination of the mentor. After kneading his fists, he warned that the blows were always painful. The student had to thoroughly remember the pain and now make every effort to avoid such feelings in the future. The outspoken threats that were obviously frightened by the boy. At this time, there was an elder nearby, to whom the assistant approached with a notification of completion of preparatory events. A high-ranking master stressed that if the boy thinks of escape, they should take action, even if it will lead to their presence. In fact, the assistant did not intend to see such an influential person here. He was nicknamed the Northern Sun, because after Lord in these lands there was no one more powerful than him. This time, he strictly warned the mercenary that he would not suffer any, even the smallest mistakes on his part. Having nodded, the warrior assured the owner that he was clear. Only then did the prominent man explain that he leaves all the responsibility for the task on his shoulders. And the elder remained to stand where it was. Gradually, a malicious smile blossomed on his face. He decided that he would no longer look away from the presence of his longtime rival Maro-san. On the same night, Huhu tried to fall asleep, thinking about how amazing his master was if he could cause him such serious defeats. The teenager felt the ants ran through the skin, but the thought of a strict mentor flashed in his mind. However, even in such circumstances, this experience has become much more valuable than any of the previous training. The teacher emphasized that, regardless of the obstacles that he has overcome on his way to today's level, his talent is most reminiscent of the legendary art of resurrection. However, his ability still deserved special attention. Even the most talented students were not able to create mental paintings with such stunning clarity. It is even more strange that the young man completely merged with the mental image. It was because of this that he could master the techniques, remembering them. However, the mentor warned that this gift, although he has great force, can harm his master. If it imagines it loses the limb, it will have a corresponding effect on his body. The embarrassed young man in confusion asked what he should do in such a situation. But the mentor's response was laconic. It is necessary to remain calm and not to be alarming. Now, the most important task for him was to focus on himself. He was aware that, although it seemed simple in words, in practice, it turned out to be much more complex. If it were not for the wise advice of an experienced mentor, his situation could be much worse. Therefore, the young man felt a sincere gratitude. The master turned out to be an extremely kind and wonderful mentor, but at that moment Mu felt something anxious. He instantly became wary and looked out the window. After that, he noticed the man in the dress of white cleanliness. The stranger strolled quietly, but the student immediately noticed his ability to hide his presence. He was worried that it could be a murderer. To the great surprise of the young man, his teacher hastily came to meet the mysterious guest. After exchanging polite greetings, the gray-haired stranger explained that he found out how he was able to survive. Although at first he intended to kill him, it was at this point that Lord asked to wait a little. The old man stated that although Maro-san was destined to survive, he was seduced by the average agent on the dark side. However, the former friend firmly denied, calling not to underestimate the Wu and HVAA. At that time, it became clear that Ma Ryan has undergone significant changes since then. Now he even was able to demonstrate such a powerful determination. However, the old man wanted to make sure that he had become even weaker during this time. The enemy has long risen to the peak of the anti-aircraft kingdom, surpassing him in power. The gray-haired warrior thoughtfully triumphed, remembering how long he expected this moment. He has been compared to Ma River in the company for many years, and he finally had the opportunity to pay for all humiliations. At the same time, the master himself was fully tuned to this confrontation. He anticipated that someone from the New Moon Society would come to hunt his head. Ma Ryan felt that he would not work out so, because now he found what he should protect. Although the young man who was at the stage of mastering the kingdom of transformation is unlikely to need protection, he was not going to give up. However, suddenly, Ma Ryan came to understanding the truth. This guy possessed the skill of playing techniques and an extraordinary shake to drawing. So it was the legendary brushmaster who was looking for all the clans. The teacher was strange that they did not notice it, although the young man was literally under their nose. Now that the true essence of Hua has opened in front of him, even his fierce enemies looked like dull fireflies compared to the bright sunshine. Seeing the mysterious smile on the face of Ma Rosen, the elder was surprised. Did his opponent really lose common sense? However, he just waited patiently until this vain tirade was over. He probably was intended to express his last desire. The elder was certain that Ma Ryan was so frightened by his strength that he was simply frozen, unable to find words. Armed, he invited the opponent not to delay and go to the other world. Then he rushed to the attack as a real thunderous cobra. However, he did not anticipate that at this crucial moment, someone would dare to intervene. The elder was even more impressed when only a young boy appeared before him. Ma Ryan also opened his mouth with surprise, without thrusting what miracle his student was here. However, the HU remained adamant, resolutely protecting his teacher. A few minutes ago, the HU decided not to lose the opportunity to learn more about the events that were happening, so carefully stood closer. He noticed how his teacher was talking to a possible killer. Their acquaintance did not doubt. Unfortunately, from such a distance, the young man could not hear a word. However, he noticed something strange. For some reason, when he used his abilities, there was a feeling that he was drawing energy from a foreign source. In his insides, a tiny divine creature like a dragon lived. Suddenly, his ears were caught by anxious sounds. He witnessed how a gray-haired man began to collect his internal energy. Mu was convinced that this man came here because of him. Therefore, this threat needs to understand on its own, because it cannot rely on the protection of others forever. For this purpose, he devoted himself to the art of cultivation. Therefore, by any means, he needs to become stronger. But now, the Who was behind the enemy and could not stay out of action. He failed to raise his hand even a centimeter. He was aware that no matter how hopeless the situation seemed, he was simply obliged to change the course of events. His heart was torn from doubt. Is he really able to such? At a decisive moment, unexpectedly for himself, he grabbed a knife that was in his hands. After that, the assistants warned the elder about the invisible threat that he had arrived behind his back. That's how they met face to face. The gray-haired warrior no doubt sought to find out who this courageous young man was. The agitated Ma Ryan has already shouted orders, forcing him to listen to no one and to escape immediately. But it was at this moment that the mercenaries interfere with retreat. The elder realized that he was in front of him, who they were so searched. Even the elder realized that, judging by the reaction of Ma Rosen, this guy was extremely important to him. So the young man had to die right here and now. The opponent immediately rushed to the attack, and he lost his balance for a short moment. However, at a critical moment, his body was turned out by itself, evading a deadly blow. The old man could not understand what had just happened, and the Who clearly noted the vulnerable area. His body seemed like his own desire. It is likely that it was a world-famous technique of a bloody fire sword. However, the boy did not want to take his life from this man. Therefore, he tried his best to stop his attack. From such efforts, his hands began to tremble and suddenly bright red blood was poured from his mouth. Watching what is happening, Ma Ryan instantly realized what is the matter. These were injuries caused by sudden blocking of internal energy. The boy still lacked experience in mastering his strength. Suddenly, the teacher realized that the guy was in a deadly danger. So he immediately rushed to help. The elder himself could not understand what happened. Even if the power of the blow was scanty, at a moment when the boy flew into him, he already imagined how the young man was running through. However, for some unknown and mysterious reason, the child has never attacked him. He may have decided to play the victim. Then the old man decided to punish him for such boldness. The enemy decided to overcome his purpose, but without the use of martial arts. Small explosive pellets suddenly flew from under his wide sleeves. After that, the whole place of the battle enveloped a white dream. It was an insidious trap, an explosive mixture that threw the deadly thorns. Whatever the actions of the HU, his fate was doomed. But unexpectedly, as if from nowhere, a pupil came to help. The elder could not restrain the rage, perceiving the opponent's actions as a real madness. Mu, whose hands were barely holding on the trembling, stretched to the mentor. With a sad smile, he said that when you dare to murder, it is important to act decisively and without hesitation. And he asked to remember his death as a result of a student's hesitation. After this experience, he will definitely remember it for life. Mu did not have time to comprehend what the teacher meant when suddenly blood was rushed from the teaching. His body was imbued with behind, after which a devastating blow came. In the end, the exhausted figure of a man fell to the ground. The frightened Who immediately rushed to his mentor. The young guy, not paying attention to sharp spikes, tried to lift him. However, at that time the mentor no longer showed any signs of life. Only at this point did the Who understand how difficult the mistake he made. He hesitated whether it was worth attacking the enemy and then trying to protect the one who intended to kill him. He was aware that to tell the truth, just a beginner who was not happy. In memory, his latest dialogue has emerged about the completion of the workout. Then Muhu expressed his sincere gratitude to his mentor, but he asked not to call him so, because he considered himself unworthy of such a title. The guy asked me interested in how to contact Ma Rosen. It seemed that this man remained completely indifferent even until the last breath. Then he realized that his mentor really meant, allowing him to call him anyway. So in the memory of the student, he will remain his mentor forever. Looking back, the young man understood how much knowledge he gained thanks to his mentor. The teacher was good, gave him secret techniques, and shared invaluable life tips. For all this, the HU was grateful. Suddenly, an insidious whisper came to his ears. Someone said that the boy's teacher has not died yet. The voice belonged to the same elder. At that moment he, smiling sinisterly, held a bloody sword in his hands. At that moment the enemy took out a small bomb and made it towards Manhwa. At the same time, he ordered the boy's wards in the flame of hell. The young man clearly saw the deadly projectile approached. As soon as the bomb broke, the whole edge lit a frantic fire, leaving nothing in its path. With all that, he felt that his mentor was still holding on to his life. He was aware that it was necessary to act in order not to allow him to die. When he tried to extinguish the flame, the young man himself found himself in the fire. However, thanks to the inner force, he was able to fully overcome it. He sought to pass on his vital energy to the mentor, hoping that it would help him save him. But in horror, he only saw the body of the mentor unattached. The elder only watched with an insidious smile. Finally, the dream of the triumph came, although he was struck by the fact that the white phosphorus bomb did not impress the boy. He was aware that the young man was still completely defenseless, which meant that his end was inevitable. However, at the last moment, the Who was able to dodge. Moreover, another fighter appeared in this busy moment. He exhaled with relief, rejoicing that everything ended without a catastrophe. The elder tried in surprise to understand who this stranger was, until he recognized the legendary killer of Hook Rena. He could not imagine that such a skillful fighter was here at this moment. The sound of the Reen, not considering it as necessary to match the enemy, only in thoughts enjoyed his spectacular scene. He calmly explained to the old man, having retreated now, he would be able to save his life. However, this solution seems to have not arranged a gray-haired warrior. Cook Rin, with a wide smile on his face, was kindly offered to attack the first. The elder, outraged by the arrogance and underestimation of his combat skills, went on the offensive without delay. In the end, these two grabbed in a fierce melee. Both caused and received strikes at incredible speed. At some point, the sound of the Rin lost its weapon. Then, in his direction, deadly metal knives flew rapidly. He realized that his opponent intended to resort. However, a masterful warrior was able to turn his sword, noting that such tricks were powerless. With one lightning movement, he is a compartment for the enemy's hand. Suddenly, both fighters felt something creepy. The mysterious power suddenly appeared behind their backs. The source of this huge power was the Who. It seemed that after this irreparable loss, he completely lost control of himself. Feeling all the consuming energy around, the sound of the Reen immediately realized that he should leave the battlefield as soon as possible. However, the elder, covered with carefree courage, decided not to give up. I'm sure that to overcome a young man for him is a simple matter. He rushed, but Muhu did not show a hint of fear. In contrast, the young man kept amazing peace. He stepped another step forward before the attacker's hand finally separated from the body. The elder cried out of unbearable pain, not having an idea of what happened. When he raised his hand to the task of another blow, the wounded enemy, full of despair, decided to go into a counterattack, trying to defend himself. He tried to strike the boy with his foot. However, it was necessary to look only as the warrior immediately disappeared. After collapsing on the ground, the elder began to suffocate with unbearable pain and moan quietly. Then, as if nothing had happened, he kneeled near him calmly. He then lifted his fist for a mighty blow. The sound of the ring stood silently, watching the boy ruthlessly reach the defeated enemy to death. The young man stopped only when the heart of the elder stopped fighting. Blood flowed from the hands of the young master, but it was not the limits of fury. Soon he realized what had happened. He jumped lightly on his feet, breathing hard with fear when his head was so acute pain that he could barely withstand him. The sound of the ring remained in place, watching the events that happened to the young man. The experienced warrior understood the experience of the boy, but believed that he should have felt at least some relief after revenge. And now the teenager looked surprisingly pathetic. In addition, the observer drew attention to the strange light energy that surrounded the figure of Hua. However, before the boy realized what was happening, he began to rise above the ground, actually leaning in the air. The sound of the wren did not suspect that he was waiting for such a spectacular spectacle. Observing the state of Hua, it was clear he completely lost control of himself. After a mysterious glow, he was hit by a cough with blood, and an experienced fighter realized that it was an extremely alarming sign. Therefore, he instantly bounced away from the dangerous territory. It turned out to be the right solution. In a moment, everything around a bright flash. The events are carried a few hours ahead, when the picturesque morning light has already unfolded on the horizon. And finally, there was a Wu and a puppy to find out what happened. With his heart pain in his heart, he looked at the dead friend, mentally apologizing to Ma Yan for not having time to come to the rescue. He was unbearable to imagine what a misery had suffered. However, Vu and the puppy could not understand why Ma Ryan did not escape a clear danger and did not hide from the threat. The hands of the upset man were trembled. He could not realize that there were no more among the living. Gathering all his strength, he mentally thanked his friend for everything he did for him. After that, he decided to say goodbye and pray for the peace of his soul. Only then did he and Puppies realize that the boy was not visible anywhere. Since his bodies were not found, it could only testify to one thing: he survived. Wu and Puppy sincerely hoped that everything would be fine with a young student. Soon, strangers approached the place of the tragedy. They were already aware of those horrific events that unfolded last night. Wu and Puppy immediately recognized the CHA and his student among those who arrived and carefully outlined them all the details of the events that took place. One of the visitors remained away from the conversation, plunging into the atmosphere and energy of this place. He clearly felt the presence of the Reaper, and he suggested that there was undoubtedly a connection between this incident and a mysterious ghostly sword. The warrior thought about the reasons why the legendary Lane chose this boy. Perhaps the experienced sword has solved the idea that the HUA students are following their footsteps. Moreover, a vigilant master found traces that clearly confirmed the fact of a powerful splash of energy. It is unlikely that any of the experienced warriors would allow themselves to use their own power so indiscriminately. A true master always controls his actions, preventing meaningless energy. Suddenly, a thoughtful man realized a significant detail. Everything testified that the master who reached the kingdom of transformation was behaved as if he were a newcomer who had no idea of martial arts. This completely explained everything that happened. So, when turning to his assistant, he asked to call a mentor immediately. The resourceful master was convinced that he went to the trail of the legendary artist. Most likely, this student only touched the basics of martial arts, because despite the fact that his movements were quite good for a newcomer, they testified to the complete lack of systematic training. Now the experienced observer had no doubt that this legendary man would not stay in the shade for a long time. However, when studying the traces, he noted that the prints of the intended artist mixed with the traces of the tag. The mentor thought that it is possible that they could join their efforts if they knew each other well enough. It seemed strange to him, as all the references of the legendary artist disappeared without a trace. At this point, the impatient Wu and the puppy decided to find out how much time it would take to search for Hua. Only by asking this question did the insightful one finally comprehend everything. He realized that the legendary artist who had been looking for so long. Meanwhile, Mu Hu came to mind and with sadness noted that his world had lost its brightness again. All the bright colors disappeared, and he again found himself in a gloomy reality devoid of light. The young guy did not immediately realize that someone gently carries him in his hands, But this circumstance was hardly interested in him. An unexpected look was attracted by a graceful bird sitting on a branch nearby. For some unknown reason, Hua hardly wanted to portray her on the canvas. He began to draw the light contours of the winged creature right in the air. After completing the work, he added the last decisive touch, painted the eye. Surprisingly, this drawn eye began to shine unexpectedly. It seemed that the bird also felt mysterious changes in its being and returned instantly, focusing on Hua. At that moment, a mysterious, mystical unity was born between the boy and the bird, which was difficult to explain. All this time, the sound of Rin, holding Mu Hua in his arms, tried to cheer up the depressed young man, convincing him not to be upset because of the loss of internal forces. He emphasized that in everyday life, these forces are not so necessary, emphasizing that the guy is still young and has a healthy body and intact limbs. Despite the assurances of an experienced warrior, the Hu was engulfed in deep despair. By this point, everything went quite well when the sound of the ring took the boy with him. Ever since they left a dangerous place together, the teenager has covered the feeling of hopelessness. His physical condition was hopeless. The body could no longer recover to train again in the martial arts. However, his moral fall was the most severe blow. The only thing that he puts all his hopes for the Rin, taking away the guy, that he would grow from him an invincible warrior. However, now this prospect has been a big question. Suddenly, he saw him draw something, but could not understand what benefit it could give in their dangerous situation. Even more experienced warrior was disturbed by the strange actions of Clan Pravan. They seemed to calculate his route and catch them soon. Therefore, the Reaper first intended to return to the safe hunter of Kamasat's sleep as soon as possible. Suddenly, an angry wild boar appeared on their way. The beast showed extraordinary aggressiveness, leaving them the way. The sound of the Rin was annoyed that this slight obstacle again spoiled his plans. Light, like a feather, he jumped through the February beast without stopping moving on. However, the young man he carried immediately took to draw a boar in the air. And so the assumption of the young man was confirmed. Between him and the beast again established some invisible but mystical unity. However, it was a completely different kind of energy that is unlike traditional inner forces. The curiosity that was burning in the boy did not give him rest. How can this new gift be mastered? The guy decided to experiment and redirect this energy with the method of 3 spirituality. Then he seemed to take an imaginary drawing and squeezed it in his palm, as if crushing. The sound of the Rin suddenly heard a frantic, piercing roar of a boar that was tormented in agony. When he looked around, the animal was already in the death convulsions, dying in horrific torments. The embarrassed Reaper could not be informed, which precisely caused the instant death of the beast. And, immersed in deep reflections, he tried to understand the nature of the strange energy he had just felt. With the onset of the evening, the sound of the wren went on. However, new trials emerged on his way, forcing him to stop. A group of enemies armed with his teeth suddenly appeared before him. These were 3 of the legendary 24 plum flowers, the best fighters of Clan Pravan. And although each of them was inferior to the skill of sounding, together they managed to create an almost insurmountable threat for him. Armed monks did not hide joy. Finally, the long, awaited moment of retribution came when they can put an end to the ominous act of the harvest. Immediately after their appearance, the swordmaster carefully made Hua on the ground. Inspired by faith in justice, he pulled out his weapon and proudly invited the monks to fight him one-on-one, believing that the true masters of the clan should be observed. However, the opponents calmly stated that they do not see any sense to adhere to conventions when they deal with the embodiment of evil. It was clear. The enemies attacked simultaneously, which indicated a carefully planned ambush. The sound of the Rin had no other way but as confidently grasping his deadly sword, adjusting to a decisive battle to destroy the enemies of this fateful day if necessary. He was deeply aware that in this unequal confrontation, he should take at least 2 enemies to the world. Observing the sound of the Rin bravely rushes into the battle, rivals are aware that his courage borders with recklessness. he seemed to tighten himself on his own neck. They were convinced that even the legendary Reaper would not overcome them all three at the same time. However, the experienced sword was well aware of how unprofitable his situation is. However, he did not lack determination. Noticing how the enemy blade is rapidly approaching his neck, he shifted lightly from a deadly blow. Here, with amazing agility, he got to his feet instantly, skillfully avoiding the blows of opponents. In an instant, moving to the counterattack, the Reaper struck the old man who tried to destroy him. While the gray-haired monk tried to escape from strong embrace, two other soldiers have already frozen in his readiness to kiss the sound of Rin. However, to the general surprise, the Reaper suddenly released its inner strength, creating a powerful shockwave that dropped both attackers at a considerable distance. At this point, he threw the old man in the air to win at least a second to the hole. At that moment, the warrior realized that due to such a powerful energy discharge in the near future, he would not be able to fully use his left hand. But now he had to overcome only the last opponent. At this decisive moment, the behaved enemy had already pant away from his own blood. None of the persons present could understand what moment the sound of Rin had managed to strike a deadly blow. Only with an ice-cold smile, the collector took the sword of a fallen enemy, gloomily promised Startsef that he would find a decent use. After that, two surviving monks gradually recovered, preparing to dive into a deadly clash again. Mu, watching the battle on the side, began to notice the amazing details of the fight. The battle lasted continuously, and the sound of the Rin retained its unmoved sarcastic. He provoked rivals so much decisive attacks to feel on the verge of life and death. At that moment, the guy finally realized that Rin's sound was a truly outstanding warrior. Only by one skillful movement of the shoulder, he forced his sword to circle in a deadly dance, reflecting the attack and rejecting the opponent's back. Then he crossed the counterattack with an inverted blade, causing enemies by surprise. However, he was aware that if the situation would continue to develop, the Reaper would undoubtedly perish. Although sometimes a picture of the battle became different, all imaginary images that spontaneously arose in the imagination of a young artist invariably predicted the sad fate of the sword. However, the guy could not allow his savior to die. Therefore, he feverishly thought about how to support a brave warrior. Suddenly, he mentioned a recent incident with a wild boar. Will such a technique act on a person? With great risk, Muhu tried to imagine the image of the warrior who put it before him. At this point, the monk, covered in rage, waved his sword with anger and showered the sound of Rin by the curses for using another's weapons boldly. He was desperate that for such blasphemolence, the Reaper should pay his own. After that, the fighter from the clan, Bravan, attacked the sound of Rin, causing him a flurry of stunning blows. The exhausted fighter smiled restrained, realizing that this blow is truly a threat to life. For this moment, his crippled body almost did not correspond. His arms and legs acted against the will. In this condition, given all the injuries, it has reached the limit of its own capabilities. However, the sound of Rin managed to go through all the dangers of this path to save the Hua, and he could not afford just to retreat. At least one limb of the enemy he intended to get out of there, and this determination filled him with power. At the decisive moment, something incredible happened. The attacker suddenly froze, as if tight by invisible chains. Using the moment, the sound of the ring without hesitation pierced it with his blade. He himself could not understand why it turned out to be so unexpectedly simple. Somehow miracle, almost incredible, the one who was still coming with destructive enthusiasm suddenly stopped in place. In the death agony, the monk broke out on a desperate cry. He tried in vain to understand what mysterious witchcraft used a Reaper against him. In his last outbreak of consciousness, the warrior guessed that it was a prohibited reverse technique that violates all the laws of nature. However, not having time to finish his opinion, he fell dead. In this busy moment, bright signal lights broke out in the distance. Obviously, somewhere nearby there was a reinforcement, ready to immediately roll to the site of the fight. The unbreakable veteran exclaimed with despair that in the world would not allow the sheep to leave this mountain alive. The sound of the Rin was clearly disappointed that the trials had not been completed. He did not suspect that recently the elders began to use signal lights without hesitation. However, understanding that you need to retreat immediately came lightly. He picked up the weakened Hua's arms and immediately rushed away from a dangerous place. The warrioted warrior was deeply worried. If the elders of the clan were ambushed here, it probably means that many other persecutors were hidden in the vicinity. Initially, the sound of Rin was about to cross the mountains and to penetrate the reliable SMA. However, in order to save his life, he had to carry out several bypass maneuvers before entering the city. Meanwhile, the Hu hard thought about the events that took place at the time he completed his mental drawing. A barely noticeable reddish frame appeared around the silhouette of the enemy. As soon as a young artist cast a gaze on her, his hand unconsciously stretched in her direction, as if clutching at the invisible thread. At the same moment, the warrior suddenly numb in place, as if falling into the trap of an invisible giant. However, the monk gathered the last forces and tried to escape from mystical put. Mu, struck by unexpected resistance, involuntarily intensified the imagined grip. The impression, as if something fragile broke in his hand, has not yet weathered from the boy's memory. His purpose was only to restrain the attacker and finish the fight, but the situation came out of control. Suddenly, in the memory of the Xue, the guidelines of the sage character, who always warned the student, emerged to be vigilant and be able to own their own. The young man realized that he had not yet fully grasped the depth of teaching lessons. He now lived a life obtained through the sacrifice of Master Ma Rosen, and therefore had no right to lose him through ill-advised decisions. First of all, in order to stay alive, the Hu had to clearly understand the essence of the strength he gained. While drawing a warrior, he felt an incredible wave of energy through him. It was a completely different feeling compared to previous experience. So now the new moon is determined to master more accurate control over this mysterious ability. At this point, a worried CJSC arrived at the recent battle and realized with annoyance that they again made it possible to slip out an elusive tin. Turning to his assistant, Chkonbon, he impatiently asked if there was any news from intelligence, which was watching the strategically important pass hall now. No information has been received, and the insightful one was aware. If they could not hold the tag in the mountains, they will finally lose it. After all, no doubt, the fugitive seeks to get to the intact Samsun. This region was distinguished by a real autonomy. External factors had no opportunity to interfere with the events that unfolded in its territory. An experienced wizard with courage ordered Chonbon to immediately go to the Kondon clan and turn to them on his behalf. This instruction alerted the assistant, because the representatives of this clan proven themselves as mercantile Tausis, which were taken for any business if she promised a significant benefit. Yet, Jia explained that among those people there are students of his longtime friend who may agree to listen to his request. In addition, they have the opportunity to act even in the territory of the untouched Kamsat Sun, where the pursuers were closed. Chonbon, although regretted about the need to compromise with his wise mentor, but with all his respect, he asked him to keep peace. The completion of this case was of paramount importance. All this was really necessary for his religion to be able to make sure that MU is really the same legendary artist. It was for this reason that it was extremely important for them to track the roots of the tin. But even an experienced master remained in confusion because of a strange moment in a duel. Why did one of the fighters suddenly approach the sheep so much that it actually gave himself to penetrate? There was some wonder in this. Even before the sword touched the body, the internal organs of the monk were already broken. It is difficult to imagine unless a warrior was affected by some extremely powerful force. Therefore, Zia felt unrestrained interest in the true talents of this legendary artist and his mysterious satellite. At that moment, the exhausted sound of the Reen had already reached the distant Rocky Mountains, carrying in the hands of the Hu. He understood that he could finally afford a few minutes to rest. Now their persecutors will be difficult to catch up with the fugitives quickly. He decided to start his journey from the mysterious Najun, where the ancient gate of the Black Dragon is located, and then delve into a deserted desert, where enemies will definitely not be able to pursue them anymore. In addition, having spent all his childhood in Kamasonia, the Reaper knew where it was best to hide from extra eyes. However, before going further into this grueling path, he decided to restore his inner forces. To do this, the sound of the ring was immersed in deep meditation. Muhu could only calmly watch the actions of his mysterious savior. Looking around, the young man tried to understand where they were. In addition, he was not left painful about his future. What steps should he now take? He believed that he had fully thanked the harness for his saved life, taking part in the battle with the monks, and maybe it was time to go in his own way. After the tragic death of Ma Rosen, it became impossible to return to Mr. Wu, and the praise became impossible, and even more so, he could not just return home. Moreover, the young man did not rest the question. Why did the sound of the Rin decide to take him with him? If the sword was himself, he could easily escape. However, the warrior stayed with him until the end without leaving him alone. So before making further decisions, the HU decided to reveal the true causes of such unexpected attention. He was captured by a mysterious force that woke up in his heart. The guy decided to call her in honor of his late mentor. However, much of this ability remained mysterious and incomprehensible. Only by depicting someone on paper did this artist mysteriously influence their life energy. After recent events, he began to see strange red frames around the silhouettes of mountain animals, although their importance remained a secret to him. The careful HU decided to refrain from applying this mysterious force for some time. However, compared to the previous condition, it was now much easier for him to use the technique of a ghostly traveler. In addition, it seemed that the new gift had no restrictions on use. But remembering the recent clash, the guy felt anxiety. He seemed too risky to use such unpredictable and little studied. He was aware that he could turn to this ability only for self-protection and only in the most difficult situations. Therefore, for some time, it was necessary to keep this force in mystery from prying eyes. Suddenly, Mua's memory came to life about the old agreement with Hook Rin. He was intrigued. Will the sword really be the one who always adheres to his word? In the end, when the evening twilight was extinguished into the space, the mysterious warrior came out of a state of deep meditation. He was stunned, seeing that he was sitting nearby all this time. The sound of the Rin felt genuine joy, believing that the boy finally recovered after the tests. However, fearing that after all the trials the young man could lose himself, the sword carefully decided to introduce himself. It seemed strange to him that he nodded silently without saying a word, as if he was expecting something mysterious. However, it did not very upset the sound of Rinna kind of teenager seemed to him in his own way. In addition, he was genuinely worried about a boy who lost his forces, and promised that as an older brother would help him deal with everything. Hearing this, he grew immediately indignant, because how the warrior dared to call himself only his older brother. It was an obvious proof that Hook Rin had completely forgotten his former obligation. After that, the young artist arranged a real theatrical hysteria, accusing the sword of disrespectfulness and inability to keep his word. The confused Reaper could not understand what exactly he wanted to bring this boy to him. For a moment, it seemed to him that his mind could sway from the shocks. Suddenly, his memory was mentioned. After all, he really made a special promise. From that momentous day, to consider him his father. The teenager shone with a smile, realizing that the sound of Rin finally remembered their agreement. He recalled a warrior with a serious look that he could not be easily scattered with such important promises, and solemnly called him his father. The sound of the Rin felt a deep indignation because of a senseless position, which he got into his own carelessness. Luxurious carriages passed not far from their rest. The sensei, with a sharp sense of danger, instantly realized that something suspicious was going around him. So he immediately suggested that his companions change the route, even though the other path would not bring them to the province of Shenzi. As it turned out, a mysterious driving craftsman who was passing somehow realized that the second boy was going to escape to the desert. Still, he remained convinced that they would catch up, especially in view of how slowly they were moving. It was clear that under the nunca, the arrogant pursuer was referring to the tag, and in his thoughts were excitedly glad that this elusive killer would soon be in his hands. The students who accompanied the master, burning curiosity, wanted to find out what the legendary sound of the ring was capable of. However, their admiration overshadowed the conscious fear that their mentor sometimes shows signs of madness. In addition, young warriors were worried that the pursuit of the shell would inevitably lead to a conflict with Clan Pravan. If the events develop in an unexpected way, it could have caused a real bloody massacre. The cold-blooded gentleman, one of the students, realized that the master who accompanied them was a man who was openly enjoying chaos. She wondered why such an unpredictable and dangerous leader was chosen for such a delicate mission, but the mysterious master just smiled mysteriously, aware of what doubts to torment his students. At the heart, he understood that he had a gift to dramatically change situations, completely turning the course of events. That is why he was instructed. In addition, in his opinion, the peace period lasted too long. 1. Despite the fact that their mighty founder was undoubtedly not liked such a peaceful atmosphere, the scale of the organization of occultists reached considerable scope. 2. Powerful families who had enormous influence have chosen not to interfere with the center of raving events, fearing significant losses. They believed that the occultists would not have a different choice than to start a total war, but it took a good reason. The best candidate capable of becoming such a catalyst was this mysterious master. By the way, the challenge he stood was extremely difficult, and in this way he would inevitably have to make huge sacrifices. However, this did not frighten the ambitious strategist. On the contrary, he accepted this challenge of fate. Meanwhile, Muhu concentrated the sound of Rina that real parents should show boundless kindness to their children, and children, in turn, should show deep respects to their parents and take care of them. It was a well-known excerpt from the 5 Norms of Menzi, a prominent Chinese philosopher of the era of military kingdoms. The legendary Reaper, obviously, could not understand why the new moon suddenly made this philosophical speech before him. However, Muhu sought only to explain to his named son that there is a great wisdom that should be observed without any hesitation. The sound of the ring, although externally showed a clear dissatisfaction, he could not calm himself in his soul, not knowing how to do this bold boy. He was twice as old as a young man and just carelessly made a ill-advised promise. Muho-he was genuinely admired by the endurance of this tested in the battles of the warrior. At first, he thought that the Reaper was just trying to look as if he had forgotten about their arrangement, but it seemed that his assumptions were false. Having thought of even more to test the patience, the young man with a serious expression of the face quoted another ancient wisdom. In the book Egi Yunfion, there is a statement, the wealth of sons' respect. He means that parents love their children sincerely, and children, in turn, treat their parents with respect. Even a steady and unwavering sound, Rin finally realized that Muhu Fierce was trying to achieve his recognition as his rightful son. The warrior firmly expressed his resistance, noting that he was soon 40 years. Mu, as if intentionally, sought such an emotional answer, although at heart he had already begun to think that this relentless man really deserves boundless trust. The sound of the Rin passionately argued that in his clan, the truth is always on the side of the stronger, so the Hu has no right to call him his son. It became clear to a young artist that the intricate sword plans to give up his promise treacherously, resorting to the threat of violence. With a harsh voice, he pointed to the inadmissibility of such behavior. If the son raises his hand at his own father, it will become a difficult crime. In the end, finally losing calm, the sound of the ring with a formidable expression rushed at the boy. To the surprise of Hua, a mighty warrior did not touch him, impressing only the earth at his feet. After a demonstration of force, the Hreek suddenly agreed to become his official foster father, deciding that this obligation could be fulfilled. However, he clearly made it clear that he did not expect his special parental friendliness. The young man was genuinely surprised that the legendary killer really intended to keep his promise. At that moment, the boy, with naive surprise, realized that there was no 40-experienced warrior, although he looked much older than his age. This innocent observation was so affected by the self-esteem of the tape that he seriously thought about breaking the cheeky boy into pieces. Looking at the warrior, barely restraining his bright rage, he just smiled kindly. He then diplomatically assured that if the sound of the ring has any requests for him, he would make every effort to fulfill them. After calming down, the practical reaper decided to find out if his newly made father remembers those mountains where he was treated. Whether those strange inscriptions found in the backyard were preserved in his memory when they stopped in the mountains. The sound of the wren was as concentrated as possible and clearly would not forgive him if he had not mastered these important details. Fortunately for him, the guy remembered the case perfectly. He confessed that he really left those mysterious drawings and feared that the sound of the ring could be angry with him for such courage. However, to his surprise, at this moment a strict warrior literally shined with happiness. He grabbed the hands of his named father with respectful caution, repenting that he was such nothing worth the son, and was late. Hook Rin has overcome with excessive seriousness that real parents should relate to their child with unconditional love. He believed that they had a great opportunity for spiritual convergence. After that, he, full of respect, asked that the father graciously accepted the traditional bow from the unworthy old son. It looked extremely inconvenient, because such an unnatural behavior of a mature man did not correspond to his terrible reputation. Mu just wanted to praise him for his loyalty, so the boy was breaking his curiosity. Why did the gloomy hair suddenly start to behave so strange? However, suddenly, Hook Rin wished his father to recognize the skill in the martial arts of his unworthy son. Then I grabbed the sword. He began to show complex tricks, building bizarre figures in the air. The Reaper itself was well aware of the reason for the rapid increase in the popularity of this style. Illustrations of combat techniques created by the Hua were so understandable and accessible that almost everyone could master them. However, it is not enough for the real master visual explanation. Every time a person strikes, the muscles responsible for applying force work differently. In addition, in each specific situation, breathing technique has its own unique features. So, even if it is possible to imitate the external technique of martial arts, it is almost impossible to steal the true essence and philosophy of blows. Still, the amazing illustrations of the HUA were able to convey even the most subtle details. Now those who knew in advance where and how the force would be used no longer needed many years of exercises. Finally, Hook Rin completed the demonstration of the first part of the deadly complex bloody splashes. The whole problem was the second part of the technique. In the picture that performed the HU, the theory of blows for the final sequence was not quite clear. Although the experienced swordsman has mastered the first part of the skill, he just approached the true possession of the art of Kagen. Therefore, he hoped that one day he would be able to grasp the other part, thus approaching absolute perfection. Observing the graceful movements of the sun, the HU noticed that in the second part of the complex, the power, focused on the edge of the sword, decreases significantly. It seemed as if the sound of the ring was immersed in an unusual idea and did not notice this disadvantage. It seemed to the young artist that the warrior should be a little bit of his strength, focusing on the edge of the sword. Suddenly, Manhwa came across an unknown sight. Although the sound of Rin did not make any drawing, a mysterious red frame was clearly manifested around his body. At that moment, the man continuously improved complex techniques and suddenly felt something anxious. The mysterious presence was seriously excited by an experienced warrior. Therefore, he immediately stopped the training and ordered his father to climb on his back. They needed to leave a dangerous place urgently. Muhu suggested that they were again pursued by the tireless clan of Basta. However, the sound of the Rin denied, shaking his head. He intuitively felt that this time someone was watching them much stronger, his own mentor, whom he ironically called the dull old. After this unexpected revelation, the man immediately rushed to avoid danger. Benefits on the wide back of the warrior, the hoo-hoo, with a fascination, studied his tense body. He was surprised that there was no need to create an imaginary image of man to see a mysterious red frame. It was enough to simply focus on the object. Suddenly, a careful young man realized that their journey was in the direction where they were previously persecuted by Clan Agravan. The surprised question of the sound of the reen briefly explained that there is such a tactical concept, pushing enemies with foreheads, and that is what he planned to carry out. Seeing a surprise on the boy's face, the veteran warrior patiently explained his plan. He was aware that he was hunted by a dangerous old man and sought to inevitably encounter the pursuers from Clan Agravan. The clever reaper honestly hoped that the outstanding master would be a truly outstanding master. This would allow them to get the precious time it takes to escape. While they raced forward at extraordinary speed, the HU decided to listen carefully to their sharpened sensations. Somewhere in the distance, he clearly recognized two amazingly bright energy glow. One of them was saturated with purple. The young man already guessed that it belonged to a formidable one. And here's the bright blue radiance emitted. It was an indigo color. The guy could not even imagine that the warrior of the extraordinary power belonged to this impressive aura. However, she noticed that her brightness and focus were on a level with the power of the SO, the undisputed sign of the incredible power of the owner. Suddenly, Muhu noted that the speed of their movement had suddenly decreased. In the next moment, he noticed with anxiety how they literally enter a pink haze, the undisputed sign that it was here that near them was the same. Soon, two masters who radiate different energy colors unmistakably felt the presence of each other. At this decisive moment, the CJSC was closely ordered to follow his companions. He explained that he had to go before all. After that, without spending time on further explanations, he immediately went on the road. The unsurpassed master is incredibly interested in who this mysterious warrior radiates such a striking amount of energy. To mark his presence, he released some of his power by creating an energy impulse. However, to his surprise, he felt that the mysterious master retreated a little, perceiving his approach. It looked strange, because the case believed that he should be interested in such a powerful opponent. Still, it was not crucial to him. He was adequately set to find the owner of a mysterious power that so captured his attention. But suddenly, directly in front of him, he saw a tag, a swarm in a battle pose. The master of thought was sympathetic to the unsuccessful warrior who was persecuted by such a failure, but decided to entrust the showers with him less experienced students. The next moment, his gaze stopped at the fragile figure, which the sound of the Rin was gently holding in his arms. It was none other than Mu. So sought to get closer to this impressive young man immediately. At the same time, he was aware that his main task was to find a mysterious master. After this short meeting, the Hook Rin became extremely inconvenient, realizing that the supreme elders of Clan Agravan himself followed him. By this point, the experienced Reaper could not understand why his own mentor is gradually retreating. Now, everything became clear. It seemed that even this crazy old man respected and revered to the legendary Ozia. However, Rinny Hook was open to watch his harsh mentor for the first time in his memory literally twisted his tail. Suddenly, the bold idea of his opinion. If these two unsurpassed masters soon come together in an epic duel, then he would not want to miss such a fascinating spectacle in no circumstances. Surrounding the sudden impulse, the Reaper changed the course sharply, causing a surprised look of Muhu. Seeing embarrassment on the boy's face, he briefly explained that they were heading to a place where you can see something truly incredible. Muhu expressed unfounded anxiety that they could happen to a meeting with the CO, which can be fatal for them. However, the insightful warrior reassured him, assured that he was not paying attention to them at all. It was at that moment that the mentor of Hook Rin was in the rebellious rage because of the cheeky escape of his disobedient student. In constant pursuing this thankless boy, he eventually lost himself, moving away from the children he accompanied. Under normal circumstances, he would give his comrades the opportunity to fight with Clan Gaston without hesitation. However, now everything is different. The ominous presence of the same Jia itself has dramatically changed the balance of strength. In addition, the old man clearly felt the rapid approach of the legendary master, realizing that this enlightened remained as insatiable as interesting as before. However, he seemed meaningless. As a way, not knowing who he was persecuted, he was so fond of this pursuit. At that time, 3 students were desperate to escape from the pursuers. Ms. Yu Ha was frankly annoyed by the absurdity of the situation they got into. Initially, joining this trip promised her brilliant opportunities for her. She could soon become a full representative of the influential M.A. clan. However, no one could imagine that the cancer of the John M.A. was going with them. Despite the extraordinary power known as 6 Great Heavens, this unpredictable old man always acted at his own discretion, listening only to the founder of the clan. This time, he suddenly rushed forward, ordering everyone to follow him. Obviously, such a superficial attitude was incredibly annoyed by an ambitious girl. She swore to herself that they would just be returned happily, would certainly make her eccentric teacher respond to this humiliation. In the end, climbing the top of the hill, they finally saw a familiar figure of their mentor. The cheerful students immediately raised the noise, trying to draw his attention. However, soon their view lingered on a mysterious figure that appeared behind him, causing anxiety in them. They immediately recognized the legendary plum sword, which testified that this stranger was one of those elected soldiers who had previously pursued the elusive tag. In a moment, he stopped in front of his future rival in a moment. The observant master immediately guessed that these people were members of the mysterious M.A. clan. He suggested that a cunning opponent intentionally drove him into this trap. However, the mysterious old man just laughed, disagreeing with him that those who were behind him were only kids. They are unable to resist the light breath of the plum sword. They should be regarded as nothing more than viewers of this epic confrontation. Jia suddenly realized that this eccentric man aimed to enrich the outlook of his students. He was aware that the experience of this kind could be truly invaluable in their formation. However, he did not leave a strange feeling that this self-confident old man seemed surprisingly familiar, especially attracted his characteristic smile. Unexpected awareness was struck by the master. He guessed who his opponent really was, and decided to find out directly how all these years lived. Although the appearance of the enemy has undergone significant changes, and at first caused some confusion, the case was no longer in doubt that he faced a well-known acquaintance. At this point, the mysterious older realized that there is no point in hiding his true person. He openly stated that he considers them a new meeting with the Chejia a happy coincidence. Only then, stunned students finally realized that they were faced with no one other than the legendary, ghostly sword. So Yoja was shocked so much that he could not hide his surprise. A warrior who was considered dead 40 years ago, a miracle returned from the other world. The noble master, ripping, swore annexed. This time he will inevitably send an ancient enemy to the kingdom of the dead, forever and irreversibly. The ghost sword smiled thoughtfully, giving in memories of a common story. However, with an open contempt, he noted that the CO is Zha, most likely, is not able to defeat his own, without the support of a cunning ally. He noted sarcastically that this insidious ally is now called the Tajik Sword, a title that is certainly inappropriate for such a person. Jia stopped mockery sharply, stating that he did not feel any need to be kindness for his ancient enemy. He strongly emphasized that there are no good representatives of the Mama. According to his logic, the only respect for the members of this clan is already dead. The ghostly sword only shrugged and smiled slightly, hearing these vowels and relentless words. This majestic confrontation was observed from afar. The guy with the passionate glitter in his eyes watched the clash of the legendary masters, feeling the reverential West. The events are transferred to the ice palace of the North Sea. There, a mighty founder, with an unconcealed surprise, noted how long since his last meeting with the prince who invited him. He was aware that most likely it was their first meeting after his father's tragic death. The Prince of the Ice Palace was exquisitely forgiven for the inability to visit the founder earlier because he was tied up urgent. It was indeed extremely loaded, which did not cause surprise. In a short time, the ambitious ruler turned his possession into an exemplary outpost of order. However, the Prince of the Ice Palace of the North Sea was stunned that the founder had such a piercing force that he was able to know about events distant even to his distant fortress. 2 decades have passed since the tragic day when his father died. During this time, the current ruler ruthlessly descended on the Night Throne. He managed to do his game skillfully, sowing discord between the brothers, pushing them into the path of mutual destruction in the bloody civil war. However, if you compare the military power of the Ice Palace with the power of the MA clan, it was only a tenth. That is why the far-sighted prince appealed to the founder with a special request. He showed him a mysterious symbol of Nomen Gate, as well as the sign of the beast and the albino sword, indisputable evidence that these mighty groups have already formed a secret alliance with the Ice Palace. The guesser felt the prince that hinted at the conspiracy in order to disturb the order in the orderly world. The prince was amazed at the interlocutor's insight and sincerely acknowledged that they were their initial intentions. They sought to establish a fundamentally new system, dividing the world into 3 equilibrium parts. The prince explained that each of the available territorial forces has such a powerful power that it is quite capable of claiming sole domination in the world. However, he suggested joining forces to achieve a more realistic goal. The wise founder was aware that, in part, such a proposal was dictated by simple human greed, because no one wanted to share power over the world with rivals, as it was too attractive effort. However, if each of the conspirators is able to at least partially embody their ambitions and receive its share, then the eternal enmity will disappear, and the power structure of the world will finally change for the first time in many centuries. It became clear that 3 applicants first sought to eliminate the mighty Chong clan to Mina. But the insightful founder rightly emphasized that such equilibrium will not be able to remain for a long time, because, as an ancient saying testifies, 4 tigers cannot be used on one mountain. First, the conspirators will join their efforts to overthrow the current chief tiger, but later, the question of the other 3 applicants will inevitably arise. And each of the participants in this secret union was undoubtedly thought about such insidious plans. That is why the careful founder promised to carefully consider the fascinating proposal of the prince. He did not deny, because he understood that the allies should comprehensively weigh all the "and" against such a risky plan. In addition, the young ruler worried another important question. Did the founder be determined with his successor? This issue required an immediate resolution, because it was the tragic fate of the Prince of the Ice Palace clearly how important the timely choice of a decent heir is. The founder focusedly promised that he would definitely pay attention to this issue as soon as he returned to his residence, and assured the interlocutor that he would soon inform his final decision. After that, the prince went on a return trip to his distant palace. Left alone with his thoughts, the founder plunged into reflections. He was clearly aware that the young prince of the Ice Palace was not the one who seems at first glance. At such a young age, he has already cherished the ambitious plans of world domination, demonstrating not only extraordinary cruelty, but also an outstanding strategic mind. Undoubtedly, this person had exceptional potential to reach considerable peaks in the world of martial arts. The founder, however, seemed not to rush to this dangerous adventure. Even if all 3 conspirators combine their efforts, it is unlikely that it will allow them to effectively resist the current dominant clan. However, he still acknowledged that such a proposal could be extremely profitable for him. If everything goes according to the involvement of the cancer, it can be strategically advantageous to formally agree with the proposal of the prince, but at the same time to work secretly to destroy the conspiracy from the inside. So the founder could only hope that the unsurpassed master would successfully fulfill the task. Returning to the fascinating confrontation of the masters, he carefully watched the skillful actions of the CHA. The legendary warrior rapidly rushed to the attack, using his famous plum-flowering technique. However, a ghost sword with a visible ease of a powerful blow. He only smiled slightly, noting that his opponent had seriously increased his battle level. However, unfortunately, his height remained as modest. Holiness broke up instantly because of such indisputableness, noting that during all these years, the opponent did not study the proper manners. However, Zia was well aware that such behavior was a natural feature of the character of his ancient enemy, and was convinced that such arrogance would be the best educational tool for a good stick. Therefore, he was determined. He was going to correct the eye level of his opponent. In the next moment, the whole battlefield suddenly filled the dazzling pink radiance. Even the warriors who arrived with the ghost sword in the battles had to swell their eyes so as not to blind this mystical radiance. The ghost sword, with a dark satisfaction, realized that their today's meeting was undoubtedly outlined by the fate itself. He was completely convinced that today one of them would inevitably go to the other world. At the same time, when the tension of the duel reached its top, the ended Chochenban, along with the rest of the students, jumped to the scene. The CO is ZHA strictly ordered them to stay away. He said that he was faced with a man he had been tirelessly sought for 4 decades, an elusive, ghostly sword. Although an experienced warrior considered their meeting a happy accident, his opponent was firmly convinced that this day would be final for his hatred enemy. However, such loud speeches caused the old master only a condescending smile. He was not easy to say that almost every of his numerous enemies threw such self-confident phrases, but in the end, they all inevitably met their premature death from his hand. Only one powerful step of the ghostly sword was enough to lift whole clouds of dust and smoke into the sky. Even the nearest river suddenly changed its channel under the influence of its powerful aura. At that moment, the stunned CO was anxiety that his opponent had increased significantly compared to their last meeting. Carefully examining the enemy, he could not find any vulnerable place in his perfect rack. Chong Cancer, with unnecessary pleasure, felt his tension, reaching his peak, fills every corner of consciousness. At first, he was going to stand aside, only watching the clash of his kids. Now it seemed to him that in such a decisive moment to retreat would be unacceptable weakness. In addition, now that so many interested audiences gathered, he firmly decided to start a real battle. And his first attack was impressive. It was bright as a flash, a blow that resembled a bloody wave. The COS as the Chu remained calm and balanced, skillfully reflecting a powerful offensive. In a chaotic explosion, he did not notice how the ghostly sword stood up for a dangerously close distance. In the end, both craftsmen were critically close to each other. His holiness with anxiety realized that the opponent's movements were too wide. It was clearly noticeable that he was trying to lure him into a trap. Jia tried to impress the enemy with a concentrated impulse of internal energy. But the blow was in vain, having met the invisible protective barrier that reliably protected the ghostly sword. However, a confident master knew that, using his most powerful tactical strategy, he would be able to capture the enemy by surprise. Looking at the extremely serious expression of the opponent's face, Cancer Chong was intuitively realized. His opponent accurately conceived something extraordinary. However, when he finally realized what kind of technique it is about to show COS, the time has already fallen away. In an instant, he overcame the distance and was just near the stunned enemy. The CO is a lightning shot under the ribs of his opponent. Despite the fact that the resourceful ghostly sword partially evaded the deadly blow, he undoubtedly did not expect such a striking demonstration of excessive speed. Subsequently, he watched as a sword of the sword, as if he had his own will, describing a wide arc in the air, returning to his owner flawlessly. This fact undoubtedly argued that his restless rival had already mastered the rare art of remote fencing. However, for the legendary master of the MA clan would not be any difficulty to create something similar again, although his sanctity with irony noted that it was only a vain praise of a dying rival. Cancer. Zhang Cancer firmly believed that the winner and the one who was defeated in their duel were determined long before its beginning. The opponents continued to fight on the blades, demonstrating the skill in the control of internal energy flows. The CO, Izha, did not want to be limited to a regular duel. Without warning, he rushed to the enemy with his bare hands, firmly deciding to put an end to the crime of the ghostly sword once and for all. He, in turn, accepted this challenge with open joy. Soon, the opponents began to draw each other devastating blows at incredible speed. Watching this incredible duel, even the most released skeptic would recognize the true madness. Even experienced Hook Rin felt a reverent delight, realizing that both masters were superior to the skill and power of any soldier familiar to him. The excited Reaper was not worried about the fact that Jia clearly pressed on his mentor. Although the old master had extremely powerful power, his slight mistake at the beginning of the battle now revealed its consequences. However, the insightful ManhwaCapped had a completely different vision of the situation. Focusing on the skillful movements of the SO, the boy realized that the famous master actually found himself in great danger. He continued to take strokes while at a threatening distance. His Holiness was aware that such a strategy would not bring him anything good. His legendary technique gradually lost its strength, but he was determined to gain the enemy's sword at any cost. At this fateful moment, the observant punks of Cancer Chong noted a short hesitation in the movements of the Sioux. Although he did not hope that the enemy would use the technique of remote fencing, such a makeshift course gave a ghostly sword some tactical advantage. Obviously, Jia mistakenly believed that his restless opponent practices only one combat style, the famous blue school. So, feeling the weakness of the enemy, the Cancer Chong Cancer decided that it was time to open his main trumps and put a point in this drawn duel. The next moment, everyone was frozen in reverence, watching the unpredictable puppy Cancer. However, none of the attendees could understand how CAC Cancer has mastered the secret technique of their long-missing family. Initially, when the great master instructed his students to watch the battle closely, they regarded it as a common task. Everyone was well aware that this legendary warrior had the highest techniques, but even in his striking arsenal, he chose only those styles that have long been considered missing. He probably intended to share this invaluable knowledge with his students. Ms. Yu Ha, in her thoughts, she wanted the mentor to curb the hateful so soon as possible. Suddenly, her attention was captured by something unusual. She noticed two more observers who carefully monitored the majestic battle. The Ukrainian immediately recognized the elusive tag and a stranger who stood next to him. The stranger performed mystical gestures with his hands, and she could not solve the importance of these mysterious movements. Soon her gaze focused on a fascinating epic duel that unfolded in front of her. At this decisive moment, Cancer Chong Cancer caused an extremely powerful blow to his opponent. His hand was shrouded in the ominous dark energy. Chonbon, watching the duel, felt an acute attack for the life of his revered mentor. But during the attack, for some reason, the motion of the Cancer Choni suddenly slowed down. Despite this, an unforeseen circumstance, so did a serious injury. Bright red blood rushed from its dissected side. The faithful Chonbon rushed to him, picking up the teacher that he would not fall to the ground. Meanwhile, CW Cancer Chong, full of triumph, just smiled treacherously. Carefully examining his hand, the master with a great experience realized that something was extremely unusual. Because of this, he cast a close look at his student. He was surprised to notice that a young man sitting near the harvest suddenly began to cough with blood. Meanwhile, the puzzled sound of the ring could not understand what had happened to his young companion. The exhausted HU was stunned by the fact that it would seem that the opponent's thoughts were only 3 centimeters away, but this caused so unexpectedly serious consequences. At first, it seemed to him that the Cancer Chong Cancer was completely influenced by his mysterious power. But somehow amazing, an experienced craftsman suddenly fired from an invisible captivity with an effort. The young man finally realized this is not a simple person before him. It seems to be a real supernatural monster hidden in the human shell. Meanwhile, CAC Cancer Chan, with a smug smile on his face, asked for a children's crowd to wait a while for him to complete his unfinished duel. Mu-Hu, with an increasing anxiety, worried about the condition of the wounded master, So-Che. In his heart, a passionate thirst for helping this legendary warrior burned, but he did not imagine how to do it. The young man could not reconcile with the idea that he saw how the great master finished his journey. Suddenly he was mastered by something strange. From afar there was an extreme presence of a powerful force. Soon this alarming anomaly was noticed by the Cancer Cancer itself. His eyebrows agreed as a sign of absolute confusion. It turned out that this mysterious energy was a tremendous force that was directly aimed at Cancer. However, an unsurpassed master with amazing ease dispelled such a formidable blow, just carelessly waving his hand. Obviously, none of the younger participants in this drama hoped to witness such a striking manifestation of force. After the Cancer has successfully repelled a dangerous attack, it remained without any scratch. However, the event was clearly angry. Having thought and barely audibly saying something under his nose, he returned to his students. The ghost sword announced that they should retreat immediately. The legendary master noted that they were rapidly approaching a person who would not want to face in such a situation. After this alarming reservation, he cast a grade view of his rebellious student. At this moment, the desperate sound of Rin was desperately trying to bring Mua a hooch to consciousness. However, the mentor who was closely approached was knocking down the lightning movement from the feet of the tag. Cancer Zhong, when manifesting practicality, realized that even with a student who has lost consciousness, it is necessary to leave a dangerous place as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he overtook his unconscious body on his shoulder. Master Master, saying goodbye to the stunned members of the clan of Bravan, quickly left their society. His devoted students immediately followed him, wondering which forced their mentor to behave so unusual. After all, it was the perfect opportunity to finally get rid of his fierce enemies, the cow. The insightful puppies of Cancer Zhong noted that although he could defeat his longtime opponent, it would cost him at least one hand. The surprised Jade Sword could not understand where the danger came from until the wise mentor suggested that he just look around. Around this time, another majestic warlord in a white dress was approaching the wounded. The legendary sword of the primitive chaos, which belongs to the mysterious clan of shamans, immediately recognized the legendary sword of the primitive chaos. Their hearts kept their breath. One of the prominent masters of their generation was in front of them, whose power could only be compared to the power of their teacher. As many people already became known, he was known under the name of the Sword of Primary Chaos, and his name was Zhong Chok Ha. Cancer Chong. Cancer, with a shade of regret, stated that with great pleasure he would have come together in a duel with this extraordinary warrior. However, he could not throw his inexperienced students unattended, because in this case, the embarrassment from the clan would necessarily take advantage of his absence. In addition, the master said reasonably, he has now had much more important things, and therefore they could afford a tactical indentation. Otherwise, his baby would be doomed to inevitable death. Despite the sincere disappointment about the unsuccessful turn of the events, CVO Cancer Chong still felt the pleasure that all his wards remained alive and intact. In addition, the self-confident master was happy to note that he had time to apply a deadly technique that absorbs a person's vital energy. This indicated that the enemy inevitably moves to his death without the opportunity to restore his initial energy until the end of a short, residual life. Cancer Chong. Cancer, with a slight shade of pride, noted that he managed to come across somewhat fascinating. He brought with him an interesting toy, so he was convinced that, despite the forced retreat, he was able to win something. At that moment, the sword of chaos gently kept in his hands a blood, pouring blood in his hands, hot praying hot to come to his senses. The faithful friend felt a burning sense of guilt for failing to come to the rescue. He remembered the last words that whispered to a dying warrior that he does not want to leave this world in vain. These words only fierced the rage of the chaos. He swore that he would certainly cut off his head of the ghostly sword for all suffering. At this point, The exhausted Hu huped into his memories of talking to his grandfather, who once admired his unsurpassed artistic talent. Although it was only a children's drawing, but a gray man felt a reverently trembling. The grandfather was convinced that these unpretentious strokes reflected the true heavenly talent. However, the wise grandfather warned his grandson that such a gift did not appear because of his own efforts of the boy, and if he once disappears unexpectedly, it will not be surprised. It was because of this that his grandfather was so worried about the fate of his beloved grandson, because, as it is known, heaven never gave anything just so, without a hidden purpose. At that time, the young man was passionate about his grandfather not to worry, assuring that he would make every effort to truly earn this generous gift of fate. And then the experienced old man just laughed, reminding the ancient saying, "Do everything possible, and then hope for the grace of heaven." After that, he was certain his grandson would put all his efforts in improving his skills. Then sooner or later, these gifted strength will become his true, well-deserved heritage. And then perhaps the whole world will focus on his gifted hands. With gentle memories of his beloved grandfather, the young man finally came. He was immediately concerned, realizing that after the death of his older brother, the disappearance of the man himself most likely had an old man in the abyss of despair. Suddenly, the young man was surprised to open his mouth, realizing that he did not imagine where he was. He looked around. He constantly tried to remember what happened to the CHA. The Hu did not have nothing left but sincerely hope that the famous master remained unharmed. Soon the guy heard a familiar voice, and he strongly stood up to leave the room. In the next courtyard, he noticed that the sound of the Rin fiercely fighting with some unknown. Going closer, Mu-Hu realized that his opponent was none other than a Cancer Chong Cancer. At this dangerous moment, the angry Reaper jumped on the damn older, the stream of the selected curses, and only with a ridiculous design was surprised why the manner of his rebellious student has not changed for all these years. Although CAC Cancer did not want to recognize the obvious, he could not help but point out that during their separation, the martial skills of the tag had increased significantly. Today, it is difficult to compare his former power with the present. Its development was so striking. To his great surprise, Cancer Chong barely had time to deviate from his ex-student's lightning strike. He immediately recognized the unique technique used by the sound of the Rin. He was in full surprise. How did the Reaper be able to penetrate into her second, the most secret part? An experienced craftsman for a moment froze with a sense of strange anxiety, suspecting that he may have killed the ghostly sword in the previous duel. Soon, like a shadow, he appeared, fearlessly stopping the enemy's sword with his bare hands. After that, he struck the punch in his stomach. The struck head of the MA clan began to urge the sound of Rina, demanding that he manage to master this ancient and long-lost equipment. However, a stubborn student only crumbled, persistently refusing to answer the questions. Cancer Yang, with a barely noticeable nostalgic smile, remembered that this boy was always so. From his childhood, he stubbornly did not want to open his mouth when they tried to talk to him peacefully. Meanwhile, the sound of the wren, overflowing with powerless indignation, makes itself for its helplessness. It was unable to even move this hunger-old and honest duel. However, suddenly a mysterious attack from the back was suddenly on the pad. The frightened Reaper immediately began to look around, trying to find a damp who dared to intervene in their battle. And soon he realized that he was faced with no one other than his so-called father. It turned out that the Hu strongly intervened in the battle because he became aware that under such devastating blows, the Reaper would inevitably die in the near future. The young man couldn't stand aside quietly and watch his friend beating. He felt that he had to come to the rescue. Since CAC Cancer was owned by a truly demonic force, he instinctively turned to his mysterious gift, not fully aware of the consequences of this. However, he soon remembered the wise guidelines of his grandfather, who persistently urged his grandson to devote himself to learning. In addition, he remembered the words of the guard of Bon Yani, who explained that Danjon is a mysterious sea of energy, and the young man should become like a bird flying over his depths. Inspired by these memories, the Who gradually focused all its inner forces and soon realized the true meaning of these metaphors. He decided to focus energy at Danjon, and it was then that he opened the secret content of the comparison with the big bird. Feeling a sudden intuitive outbreak, the young man began to move his hands smoothly, as if imitating mighty wings. It was then that he succeeded in creating the legendary stroke, covering the world. The technique that impressed with its incredible power so much that even an experienced craftsman, Cancer Jong, stopped with surprise. Later, a huge wave of powerful energy was knocked down. It seems that an experienced fighter was waiting. He gathered lightly with his thoughts and struck a powerful stroke. His devastating blow broke through the Hua defense and hit the building near the building. The stunning explosion shook the surrounding lands, and all the wards of the Cancer ran out of the alarm, not understanding what happened. Initially, the MA clan students were convinced that the mentor simply restores old good relationships with his former pet. However, the current situation was radically different from their hopes. Cancer Jong, approaching the place where the sound of the reen stood, only smiled abusive. He could not comprehend how this boy had already shown all his hidden potential. For a young man, this man was like an invisible barrier that had to be overcome. However, to open its incredible force, he needed a proper tool. In the decisive moment, Cancer Chong mentioned the amazing artifact, a dagger, branch of red plum, which he once was handed him. Immediately he realized that these weapons were the key to his victory. Once the ancient sword was in his hands, around the master circulated unrestrained, spontaneous energy. However, the savvy, Mr. Haha immediately realized that it was not the usual manifestation of inner strength. The amazing density and power of energy flows were simply impressed. The events are transferred to a location where the Grazana clan was temporarily settled. Chonbon felt a real indignation, because their attempts to intercept and have failed. He was also worried about the state of the Supreme Elder. It seemed that the tragedy was that such an outstanding warrior lost much of his legendary forces. However, suddenly, Chonbon felt something anxious, as if the airspace itself was shuddering from invisible energy. Fastly rushing to the window, he tried to find out what caused this anomaly. Soon, a blinding pillar of a pure blue glow, which suddenly appeared near their temporary hiding place, stood in front of him. It was where the Master M.A. was now found, who fled the clan. The observer was stunned by the appearance of such shiny and pure energy. No mortal creature seemed to be able to create something similar. However, despite all the hopes, the source of this celestial power was the young man. Seeing this striking display of strength, CVA Cancer Chong did not resist. After that, he suggested that the boy to strike the boy with unconcealed confidence. Muhu kept calm, looking carefully at the enemy with the evaluating look. Having made a smooth, almost invisible movement, he directed his sword in his direction. At the same moment, a powerful energy blow struck on the cheeky master. It seemed that nothing could resist it in front of its devastating force, capable of destroying anything in its path. Upon completion of this devastating attack at the site of a likely blow, a deep crater was gathered. However, he himself actually got into the iron grip Cancer Choni. The leader of the MA clan was incredibly evading an insurmountable attack. The experienced fighter was aware that he had just seen a real chaos in action. If he did not have time to grab the boy by his throat, he would inevitably be drawn into a destructive swirl of energy that would break his body into small particles. The wise master noticed that the last second in the eyes of the young man appeared a ray of doubt. Cancer Jong did not even dare to imagine what would have happened if at that critical moment the power of the magical sword was a little greater. The prospect was truly terrible. However, he, with a growing anxiety, noticed that his own blade began to crack. So, if he did not succumb to hesitation, an experienced master would probably meet his premature death. After such a close clash with death, Cancer Chong immediately called the sound of Rin. The cautious reaper did not seek to approach closer and insisted that the mentor communicated with him at a distance. However, the angry master quickly reduced the distance and grabbed a hatch student. At lightning speed, he dropped his sound to the ground, ruthlessly pressed him with his leg so that he would not think. Cancer Chong was extremely disappointed with the behavior of his ward, who seemed to be so sought to death that he could not even normally talk. He strictly ordered that the Reaper from now on gave clear answers to all the questions, otherwise the risk of losing the limbs, one for each case of disobedience. The first and most obvious question was, who really hides under the name of the mysterious Hua? Soon, the Hadra, Cancer Chong, learned that he faced not someone else than a legendary boy known in narrow circles under the name Lord Phoenix. In addition, the master was stunned by the fearlessness of the Sound of Rin, because the audacity of the young man allowed him to study the forbidden martial arts, which challenged all the rules. Most likely, he obtained the second part of the most complex equipment thanks to Hua. Cancer. Young Cancer was well aware that, despite their noisy, the founder himself would be unspeakably satisfied with the gift received in the form of a gifted young man. The master constantly attracted the mysterious figure of Lord Phoenix himself. Looking closely at the Who, he finally realized that he was truly a unique and invaluable find. The story moves to the Sword of the Original Chaos, which conducts a tense conversation with the wounded CO. He proudly notes that for the second time, he saves the life of his friend. In addition, he tried to reassure a friend, urging not to miss the temporary loss of strength, solemnly promising that he would bring him the enemy's head on a silver dish. Yet, annoyed with this spacing, the CO was decisively asked if John Chok could not stop bragging at least a little. The exhausted master confessed that instead of listening to such boasting, he would have died better in battle. His Holiness clearly experienced deep disappointment, feeling how the second one has to withstand such humiliating position. Recalling his clash with a ghost sword, he was bitterly aware that he was not strong enough to deal with him once and for all. On the contrary, he almost died by the hand of an ancient enemy. Xiao was not familiar with all the details. Suddenly, at a decisive moment, he realized that the unknown rescued him from inevitable death. It is likely that it was that mysterious boy, Lord Phoenix. This talented young man managed to master the secret techniques of their clan, but suffered a serious injury. But at the same time, he became a savior for the Sojia himself. The great master himself could not fully understand why he was so bent his heart to this unusual boy. The insightful one, Chok, noticed that in the mind of the so-called something rapidly raged many contradictory thoughts. He carefully advised the second concentration on the tasks that really under the power, and now, and just not stop, following the call of his heart. So did not believe that the incredible day had come when the old man began to calm him down. However, he agreed with the truthfulness of these words. Listening to the advice, he decided not to reveal the secret of Mu Hua to anyone, though she did not think that in the future it could turn him regret. Finally, the moment came when John Chok had to say goodbye to Suju. He was determined to come together with an enemy who caused so much pain to his friend. While they kept the course in MA Sect, his plans were clear, to catch and destroy the Cancer. However, realizing that there was an innocent man in an innocent man, a worried way, Jia strongly forbade him to intervene, emphasizing that it was not his personal business. The Sword of the Original Chaos defended the opposite position. The experienced warrior realized that the Chi is worried because he does not want to be the cause of great bloodshed. He remembered the wise words that their mentors did not get tired of repeating, since they just began to grasp the art of owning a sword. Having met with the injustice of this world, a true master must be able to restore justice. This significant phrase has deeply captured the heart of THA, awakening in it the memories of a long time ago. He said convincingly that, since his friend, bravely struggling with evil, was defeated, the future battle would be not just an act of retribution, but a sacred restoration of harmful harmony. Even if they all die, retreating at this point, they will lose the opportunity to restore justice forever. At that moment, His Holiness realized that from the very beginning he was determined to do in his own way, not taking into account the objection of a friend. Although Zia suspected that the sword of the original chaos was just looking for a good clash, so he was in such an excited state, and it seems that his anticipation has come true. Feeling the arrival of the epic battle, John Chalk strongly asked for a sword to relax and gain strength before the challenges awaiting ahead. As soon as the door behind the warlike guest closed, the face of the master became much harsher, reflecting the entire depth of his internal experiences. Meanwhile, Muhu finally returned to his senses in a cozy bed. He immediately recognized the familiar environment of the room. I realized with annoyance that again fainted. Looking at recent events, the young man realized with fear that there was almost a disaster. If he did not intuitively weaken his mystical grip, then the CAC cancer, along with all the surrounding ones, the Reaper would turn into gunpowder in a moment. He was extremely advised to find out where he is now. Soon his reflection was interrupted by the appearance of unexpected visitors who came to find out about his well-being. Mr. Ha-Ha with exquisite courtesy introduced him to her charming companion, Jen Sohon. The caring girl shared that they did not stop taking care of him all the time until he was unconscious. The moved Mew immediately began to sincerely thank his good guardians. She asked a charming smile gently with their mysterious guest whether he feels hungry, because according to her, he was fainting for a week. The Ice Witch was primarily concerned about his health. A qualified healer found that he had undergone serious internal hemorrhage, and several important organs were significant. Nevertheless, analyzing his condition, Muhu felt that, in general, he was normal. Only a slight unusual weakness and heaviness was struck into the body. A caring girl advised him not to be worried for too long, because they were waiting for a difficult back road to the MA clan school. She said that at first they left their home, but unexpected circumstances forced them to return earlier than planned. In addition, an interesting visitor asked if the young man knew why they were haunted by the Gaston clan. At first, they went on the road to meet with representatives of this influential association. At the same time, Hua Hua was concerned about another question. What is the relationship he has to return to their sudden decision? The girls calmly explained that he is now considered a full member of the MA clan. The reason was that the mentor of Muhua, Hook Rin, was a member of their society, and accordingly his student automatically received the same status. After that unexpected confession, the young man finally immersed himself in the maelstrom of feelings and confusion. Noticing his confusion, Mr. Ha decided to ask if she wanted to go with them voluntarily. She sincerely assured that if he suddenly wanted to escape, then she did not notice anything. Deeply gifted with insight, the girl was aware that any attempt to take away the Hua Hua will leave an unpleasant precipitate for all participants in this situation. However, she also understood that if their incendiary mentor learns about the escape of an important beginner, then a real breakthrough would certainly be raised. That is why Mr. Ha Ha warned that the escape decision is a serious step that requires careful analysis of all the possible consequences. After all, if one once officially joins their clan, then he will never be able to voluntarily leave it. After this thoughtful reflection, both girls left the room tactfully, leaving the Who in the society of anxious thoughts. Her companion with pink hair was surprised by her friend's behavior. Why did Mr. Yuha allow the potential recruit to avoid them? Because it went against the strict principles of the organization. However, the girl, having experience in such cases, explained that she deliberately gave the young man the right to choose. She stressed that if Hua Hua was brought to the monastery of the clan, it would only complicate the life of everyone who was involved in it. That is why the decision should be personal and conscious. May the younger girlfriend still hesitated about the correctness of this step. She eventually decided to trust the experience of her wiser companion. In fact, the prudent Mr. Hal was aware that if the events continue to unfold in the same direction, then all the leading clans, including Bravan and Zhong Tuman, may soon be faced with the threat of loss of talented heirs. She could not understand why the insightful puppy Cancer Chong did not even think about this alarming perspective. Soon, the experienced warrior realized the terrible truth. Their ruthless mentor from the very beginning was cold-blooded for the inevitable death of all his students. This discovery caused her deep pain. She decisively decided that she would make every effort so that this sinister prophecy would not be destined without struggle. After that, her thoughts again turned to a mysterious young man. She could not understand where he had such an incredible force that allowed him to challenge even the Chan cancer. Now this gifted boy was their only hope for salvation. Therefore, she secretly placed great hopes on his ability to overcome a dangerous enemy. At this point, the thought of the HU went out into the fresh air to carefully analyze its situation. He was still intensely thinking about whether to finally leave the study of martial arts. At first, he undertook to study them by accident. In an effort to master the technique of gunshots for self-defense, he trained his body persistently. However, in the end, everything ended quite tragically. The fact that he did with the killer of Ma Rozan did not fit into his original plan. Now the young man was clearly aware that martial arts are just one of the possible ways of achieving true power. For him, this method was by no means the best. With innate talent for drawing, he could achieve much more power, although it was not fully confident in the correct choice. The real problem was in a completely different plane. The doctor's opinion on his physical condition was extremely disappointing. Moreover, the symptoms of progressive anemia did not leave it, and the general condition gradually but constantly deteriorated. However, in the soul of the boy, many unfulfilled dreams and aspirations he wanted to realize. Reflecting on the clan, to which he was persistently tried, he mentioned the warning words of the Ice Witch and recognized their right. Moreover, he has repeatedly heard that if a person creates a strong connection with the clan once, he will never be able to get out of this tenets for the rest of his life. However, the young man suggested that not all participants of this mysterious society could be as formidable and powerful as a rebellious cancer con. As if responding to his thoughts, the legendary old man suddenly found Manhwa, who was alone. The master was sincerely surprised that after a few days on the verge of life and death, the young man looked so impressive well. Manhwa was sincerely scared when this formidable man suddenly appeared. A sharp look at the strict face of the old man left the boy without the slightest idea of what he could expect from him. However, as it turned out, he only visited for a short conversation because before they had no opportunity to get acquainted with properly. At that moment, the Who realized that it was time to finally understand all the confused circumstances. Due to his special connection with the tin, he now found himself in an unexpected affinity with the cancer itself. However, the formidable master of the MA clan was strongly emphasized that he had never considered the shell to be his true student. This revelation stunned the new moon, dipping it into a state of absolute shock. Cancer young cancer, with a frank contempt, explained that such a miserable loser would never be able to become a worthy student. Even the sound of the Rin did not dare denying this unseen statement. Nevertheless, the Reaper was still aware of the cancer with his teacher. This rebellious student was so respectful to him because he sincerely believed, at heart, a harsh mentor still had unchanged feelings for him. At that moment, the HU was struck by the incredible shamelessness of his named son. Such stubbornness can be considered as unique supervisory. He looked intently at Hua, Cancer Chong. Cancer stated that he knew. A young man is not a regular pupil of the tag. Moreover, because of their bizarre relationships, a boy was formally as a father for a absolute television. He was surprised when the sound of the ring without hesitation posted all their secrets. The Reaper with sadness explained that he had no other way out, because otherwise he would be brutally beaten to half, dead, with special pleasure. In the end, Cancer concluded that his relationship with Hook Rin did not play a decisive role. It is more important that the fascinating discovery is that the Who is none other than the legendary Lord Phoenix, a mysterious personality around which numerous mythical rumors have been circling for a long time. The elder clan Ma frankly admitted that he had come here for the sole purpose to finally be convinced of the truth of this status. After that, Cancer Jong persistently ordered the boy to look right in his eyes. At this intense moment, usually the calm face of the master twisted into a real grimace, which frightened with her unpredictability. He felt the tension instantly, realizing the rise of the threat. Suddenly, his body became sluggish, as if he began to lose consciousness. The sound of the Rin instantly realized that the cunning old man used a special method of interrogation on an unknown young man. Most of all, the harvest was a mystery that Cancer Khan could master the secret technique of 12 elected gods, accessible only to a narrow circle of consecrated. Without unnecessary reflection, an experienced master focused on a purposeful interrogation, immediately asking the boy a direct question, whether he really is the same Lord Phoenix. However, the Who, being immersed in his thoughts, calmly replied that it was not true at all. Hook Rin felt a hidden pleasure, realizing that the Cancer Cancer actually allowed a serious miss in his plans. Manhwa did not even realize that he was actually the legendary Lord Phoenix. Suddenly, after a brief mockery of the sheep, an angry old ruthlessly rushed on his ex-student. After this unpleasant case, the MA clan leader broke up even more. He continued to ask Manhwa, trying to find out whether he was the mysterious artist who created an image of the secret technique of Klanana Bravan on the walls of the ancient temple. This time, the young man did not even give up the obvious, and the Cancer Khan, impressed and surprised, realized what incomprehensible talent is hidden by this at first glance. An experienced master of surprise noted that although he applied to Manhwa only an imitation of a powerful reception call of the spirit of the witch, the young man, contrary to all the forecasts, remained impressively calmly under the pressure of this grueling equipment. Thus, Cancer Khan Cancer decided to arrange a kind of experiment, applying a much stronger effect than before. He strongly ordered the boy to draw on earth a scheme of his famous technique, deadly drops of blood. However, after that, the bold order, the young man's body began to tremble, and the river of bright red blood flowed from his nose. However, the stubborn master was not going to stop, believing that he should increase his influence slightly. He was convinced that if he was able to establish a strong connection with the soul of the boy at that moment, he would finally be able to complete the secret interrogation technique, which still remained unfinished. Suddenly, Cancer Chong felt something strange and alarming. Already in the next moment, the eyes of Hua wrapped the foggy haze. After that, the young man put his hands in a mysterious prayer pose and barely audibly began to whisper something elusive. One moment, as a lightning, an incredible force splashed out of his exhausted body, rejecting a stunned punch Cancer far away. From the throat of the rejected master, blood rushed, and he was surprised to realize that the guy was in a mysterious way to give him a powerful repel. The sound of the Rien did not hide his joy. His young father again carried out something incredible and justly studied the arrogant old man. It was not in doubt that the man instinctively mastered the legendary technique List of the Dragon Shrama Shaolin, although it remained a mystery when he managed to take this unsurpassed reception. At this intense moment, the excited Mr. Hal hurried to the scene, fearing that their temporary storage was suddenly attacked. However, she soon drew attention to her strict mentor lying on the ground. Although the master clearly showed signs of a serious internal injury, the sound of the ring insistently insisted that no one touches the fallen old man. The Reaper was convinced that he had an unbreakable character and he would probably recover soon after the injuries received. Most now, Rena's sound worked the well-being of Hua himself. Outwardly, the young man made the impression of a completely healthy and even calm person. But in fact, the situation was completely different. His consciousness was now reminiscent of a tiny wandering soul that was lost in the endless mazes of his subconscious. In this unusual condition, the Who suddenly remembered how one day in a distant childhood he first met a mysterious monk. He immediately recognized this mysterious man. He was in front of him a legendary monk. Finally, the young man completely restored in his memory, this significant children's memory. In that ancient episode, The wise monk opened something extremely important to little Hua, and now, growing up, the young man was desperate to remember these fateful words. Suddenly, in his darkened mind, the image of that mysterious blow was clearly illuminated. After that, his childhood embodiment lost consciousness. At that unforgettable moment, the monk with his father's care explained to the young man that if he once becomes unbearable, it is difficult to withstand the burden of life trials. He can always find it and seek help. At the end of this fateful meeting, the monk shared his real name with the boy, entering a trust with him. However, he retained something extremely important that he is about to inform the next. Then he decided to entrust the boy to his most cherished thoughts, retaining them directly in his children's memory. The coincidence of the mentor understood that one day the moment would inevitably come when the Buddhian essence of the young man would face harsh trials, and it was this secret knowledge that had to be its protection. Everything they expect from a gifted child is to constantly develop their true inner essence without rest. Suddenly, Muhu, with amazing clarity, remembered that a few minutes ago he was intuitive when he was influenced by the Cancer himself with his destructive force. Obviously, this was the mysterious retribution that the monk warned. The guy felt a deep gratitude for this predictable man who saved his life after years. Suddenly, something was caught by something unusual. Although it should only be his own memory, the mysterious monk looked at him now, as if he was really here and now. It looked extremely strange given that it was an event from the ancient past. After that, the monk put his hands in a traditional prayer gesture. He sincerely confessed that the boy had already passed the trembling border, being face to face before the gate to the other world. However, he also noted that the incredible force he reached the HU is the result of only his tireless efforts, so he deserves it right. At the same time, the wise mentor hinted that the spiritual journey of his student has not yet come to an end. It will endlessly and the edge of the new challenges to feel the true limits of its capabilities. The monk was persistently recommended to stay away from doubts, but instead to cherish his unique essence. The inquisitive young man was extremely interested in what the mentor meant under the saying, "the end of his path." However, with a mysterious smile, the monk assured that the boy already intuitively knew the answer to this question better than all others. He was fully convinced of this, because he was moving the chosen way rather than any of his predecessors. Now there is only a little strengthening, unconditionally to believe in your own strength and to act decisively. At the end of the meeting, the monk solemnly assured that he would patiently wait on the momentous day when their paths would cross again in the real world. After these words, a bright glow broke out around the young man, filling the space with unearthly light. At this crucial moment, the worried sound of the Rin noticed somewhat restless. An unknown man was rapidly moving in the direction of a dull Hua Mu. The stranger suddenly revealed a great force, forcing the young man to retreat. After that, with an unconcealed mischief, he laughed loudly. Roaring from the rage, the Reaper rushed at the attacker, dumped him to the ground, and then strongly twisted his hands, trying to understand the causes of this insidious attack. At this point, Mr. Haha looked at the guy who had been befilled. Her experienced look instantly discovered on the body of Mu Hua traces of the magmatic breed of Volcana, which belongs to a special, extremely poisonous species. She reproached for her inadmissible negligence. It was necessary to immediately predict the attack of the ruthless adherents of Klana Bravan. However, suddenly, the girl with a sharp look noticed something much more dangerous and immediately anxiously called the sound of Rin. The unbearable thirst for revenge, he sharply ordered her to stay away, warning that in her current state he was able to even kill her if she tries to prevent him from talking to a treacherous enemy. However, Mr. Yu Ha with perseverance explained that it was not at all. There was a problem on the horizon, much more serious than retribution. Mu stopped breathing completely. Folded himself from his prisoner, the Reaper rushed lightly at the young man lying motionlessly on the ground, and listened to his breathing with anxious. The boy's heart was barely beating, but the lack of breathing indicated that he would inevitably die if he was not urgently assisted. The sound of the Rin was aware that he needed to act urgently. That is why he concentrated all his internal energy in his palms. After a complicated training, he caused a hail of a sharp and clearly planned blow to the chest. Despite his efforts, the young man never started breathing. At this point, the honeybee covered, he began to concentrate his energy again, preparing to release a powerful kick. Ms. Yuha, with anxiety, realized that in this way, a restless warrior will quickly deplete a considerable supply of precious energy. Even though the sound of the Rin impressed with its skill in controlling its streams, such extraordinary measures could even depleted its exceptional reserves. Therefore, she first stopped his hopeless efforts and then handed him a special means of their clan, which can significantly help in this critical position. Hook Rin felt obviously hesitation, not dare to take a mysterious potion from a possible opponent. His tortured mind was the restless thought that it could be cunning poison. However, the current circumstances were strikingly different from everyday life. Under normal conditions, it would not have gone to such a risk. However, it was currently needing immediate help. Therefore, he reluctantly agreed to take the cure proposed. He was gloomily considered that in the event of failure, both father and son would go to another world together. With such a fatalistic mood, the Reaper swallowed the mysterious pill and froze, waiting for the development of events. Fortunately, the potion has indeed been an effective remedy that quickly restores the inner CI. He, charged with a new energy which far exceeds the previous one, again struck the young man into the chest. At that moment, he finally began to cough, trying to restore his breath. After that, Gook, Rin, exhaled loudly, feeling the real relief. As it approached, the Cancer Jong, who had just recovered after his recent defeat, remarked with philosophical calm that his new student really has an incredible vital force. The Reaper was really amazed by the fact that his former teacher, having suffered such serious injuries, remained in quite good condition. However, he laughed merely, astonishing how caring the sound of the Rin was taking care of the How at dangerous moments, as if he were a real loving mentor, not just the so-called son. Without giving the tag to recover, the old man ordered him to follow him, if he did not want his dear Mu to finally said goodbye to this world. Seemed to be exhausted by a man left no choice. They soon moved to the nearest house where they could be given proper help. Watching Hua with special attention, Cancer-chan began to be aware of how impressive it is. Even being unconscious, he used a complex technique of special breathing, which allowed to maintain the vitality of his body. Initially, the ghost sword was convinced that the young man mastered this secret technique from his teacher, Hook Rina. However, he soon realized that this was not true at all. Recalling that first fateful meeting, an experienced master was absolutely sure that at that time the young man did not even possess the elementary basics of martial arts. This meant that in the amazingly short time they did not meet, the HU not only mastered the basics of martial arts, but also managed to reach the legendary state of the higher, a rare success when the body and mind were completely released from the usual restrictions. Although after the tragic death of Ma Rozan, the boy's spiritual energy was truly impressive, to achieve such a high level of skill only because of this spontaneous splash seemed almost incredible, even for the most talented of the adherents. The ghostly sword, having dismissed the Hua, could not grasp where and from whom he mastered such unusual and effective breathing practices. However, the main secret remains the question: how did this young man be able to overcome the impregnable wall of Bragan at such a young age? Recognizing all the exclusivity of the situation, CVU CancerCon decided to check his assumptions on his own and carefully. He planned to carry out a special training for the boy full of full-body recovery, which was practiced only by the selected masters of the highest level. However, the confused sound of Rin could not understand how this mysterious practice could be saving in such a difficult situation. In his personal, full of bitterness, this method was only the ruthless beating of the student, despite the fact that the name of the technique could be described so loud and majestic. Cancer-Chong patiently noted that the hoo-hoo is radically different from the short, haired sound of Rin. It belongs to the small group of persons who really deserve full training. As it turned out, the legendary master resolutely tuned to take this extremely talented boy to his personal students. The Reaper felt sincere compassion to his young friend, although the latter implied that such an invitation is the most honorable opportunity that you can only dream of. Finally, distracted by the mockery of his ex-student, the wise mentor completely focused on the state of Hua. Carefully put his wrinkled hand on the nape of the young man, he helped the exhausted teenager gradually come to his senses. As soon as the HU finally recovered, the Cancer, without unnecessary ceremonies, offered him an extraordinary way of restoring lost combat abilities. However, the experienced master insisted that the young man officially became his student. Only under such conditions could he prepare a young soldier who will gain the glory of the most powerful master of martial arts of all time. However, instead of the expected wave of admiration, the exhausted Mu-he barely audibly asked him to bring him water. Chong Cancer was clearly disappointed with such a daily response, while the sound of the Rin only smiled quietly, watching the old man's self-confidence. The caring Reaper immediately fulfilled the request of his father and immediately drank it with cool water. Only by swallowing this life-giving drink, the guy finally came to his senses. Returning to the impatient Cancer, he who with courtesy to repeat his recent proposal. However, after listening carefully to the proposal of a prominent master to become his mentor, the young man thought deeply. This charismatic man seemed suspiciously similar to the deceased Master Ma Rosen, although in his reflection was not something elusive, but extremely important. However, in contrast to the unselfish Maz Rozan, who sincerely sought to correct this shortcomings, Chong Cancer was increasingly trying to fill it with the help of external achievements. To the great surprise of all those present, the He confidently rejected this honorary invitation. The master literally fell, not understanding why the young man rejects such a favorable proposal, even though the legendary mentor could help restore the lost power by the effective method. However, it did not matter for a principled teenager whether he has outstanding combat skills. He decisively decided not to improve himself in military arts in their traditional sense. The sudden situation made even a mysterious warrior with a ghost sword. The HU openly stated that it's seeking more power, but by a way that is radically different from the methods used by other warriors. Surprised, CVA Cancer Chong was interested in asking whether there was a different way to gain true force other than mastering the martial arts. And he boldly demanded from Mu-hu immediate evidence. It was such a non-cape reaction that the young man from a conservative puppy's cancer was expecting a cancer. The person who founded a whole school of traditional martial arts is almost invulnerable to beliefs about the relativity of their own views. Remembering the words of the monk, the young man felt the right way. So he decided to take this opportunity to prove to everyone. At first, he sought to find out what abilities or actions would convince the Cancer to trust him. He explained that he was able to demonstrate the master of anything he wants, and this prepared a pleasant surprise for the ghost sword. He allowed to apply any reception, but only if he was able to convince him. The new moon decided to demonstrate his incredible ability. At first, he got up from the bed and slowly went around the room. This apparently caused a surprise on the face of the Cancer. The guy took a glass and a piece of paper. No one could guess that this gifted student was thinking about doing further. The master, however, gave himself a word that if he lifts him, he would certainly make him pay for it. In the end, the young artist created an image of tea that resembled a mountain. The last accent was a drop of his blood. He applied it exactly in the center. After that, he proudly showed his drawing of Chong Cancer. He was disappointed, hoped for a fascinating show, and instead it turned out to be only childish fun. However, suddenly the room around began to tremble and change. Soon the mighty warrior began to lose balance. As soon as he got well, he immediately noticed that a huge boulder stands directly in front of them. He thought that this roof was collapsed, and hurriedly turned to check. But it was a mountain depicted by a guy in his picture. At that moment, the giant stone structure began to tremble. After that, it slowly began to collapse. All these stones whistled directly towards an experienced master who, standing with his mouth open, could not understand what was happening. It is clear that in the real world it is unlikely to happen such a miracle. A mountain that appeared just before him from nothing was a completely unthinkable phenomenon. So he began to listen more closely to his feelings. He felt that Hua was nearby. Cancer. Cancer was convinced that the boy was in that direction. It is not possible to doubt. It took advantage of magical properties to impute it with feelings. The martial arts master decided to show the young man how easy it is to break his equipment. Only one of the feelings of activation. Therefore he clapped his palm loudly. Thus he completely deprived himself of the opportunity to hear. He waited for the guy's technique to crumble, like a sand castle. However, this never happened. This aroused suspicion of an experienced soldier, but he was not going to retreat. The master guessed that the technology may function in such a way that over time everything begins to seem even more real. It caused anger in it, but he was not going to give up. So I decided to bypass the mountain to get to its creator. Although he had a prominent talent, the Cancer was ready to go to everything to destroy his achievements, whatever the price could do. After all, no one, like him, was aware that the world of martial arts really had limits. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that Mu-Hu would finally realize that such a technique would not hold Master of Quagan. Despite everything, the young talent continued to work on his drawing. After that, the mountain began to change its volumes, as did the entire locality where a formidable warrior was. He was curious. Does he have the desire to play with him? He agreed to act according to his rules. Cancer punched the hole in the rock. I decided to show everyone what a true power of spirit is. He decided to break through the stone obstacle, knowing neither fear nor retreat. He soon got to the site that he failed to destroy. The martial arts master suggested that the young man was playing with him and showing excessive boldness, believing that he could keep him. So I decided to use one of my most powerful explosive techniques. He wanted to see how the Who would resist it. However, soon the man realized that despite the pierced hole, the path from the mountain still remained unattainable. So it was a real endless mountain, without a visible end, an unusual thing he had never seen before. Here he had to rely only on witchcraft, and although it was affected by his love, there was no other opportunity. So he undertook to draw a spark with the help of blood. However, the flame seemed not large enough, so he decided to correct this mistake. I understood that there was nothing more effective than purposefully destroy all obstacles in their path. In the end, his drawing was illuminated from the inside. It really surprised Manhwa. However, it was at this moment that something began to squeeze a young master in iron arms. The man, as if descended from the pages of the picture, praised the boy for his skill. After all, he was able to imprison the warrior of this level, and even with the help of a strange witchcraft, which he had not even heard before. That is why he decided to find out whether the young man was really enough, explaining that he could become even more powerful under his mentoring. However, when the Who gave the refusal, the man stopped insisting. He only asked the young man to turn to him if he would change his decision. He was amazed at the fact that he still failed to keep a powerful warrior. He noted that the image was torn from time to time, so he had to compliment it repeatedly. In addition, the movements of the ghostly sword were distinguished by their extraordinariness, so the young man tormented the curiosity. What would happen if the master demonstrated the maximum power? The image would definitely prove imperfect, and it is undoubtedly worth working on improving his equipment. At that moment, the sound of the Rin approached Mua, asking his father to explain what happened. As it turned out, he saw nothing. Then it became clear that the Cancer was fully immersed in the illusion. This meant that the young talent found some of this amazing technique and brought it to perfection. Subsequently, after kneeling, the sound of the Rin began to apologize for the unworthy act, as well as because he could not grasp the equipment given to him by his father. Mu-Hu appealed to his son to change his behavior and suggested to complete the previously unfinished cases. However, he suggested discussing it on the street, away from unnecessary eyes. Cancer realized that it was his presence that sought to avoid, so having made decisions, he went out, giving them the opportunity to discuss everything in two. Moo tried to detain him, offering to stay here for vacation, but it only poured oil into the fire of his anger. Realizing what it can lead to, the sound of the Rin insistent to stay here. In fact, the ghostly sword was aware that Hu was worried about the possible theft of his unique equipment. However, even if he cannot see every detail now, he will then follow the boy and be able to understand the situation completely. Meanwhile, two girls stroll through the territory. They discussed that the Hu was attractive. Miss Yuhaha was thinking about this, because she had never considered a young master from that point of view. However, his skin was clean, and clear features of the face gave him an attractive appearance. Suddenly, she realized that she completely plunged into the train of her thoughts. Her girlfriend persistently argued that Moo fully corresponded to her tastes. Although he seemed fragile, he had strength inside. She considered him literally as a model of perfection, so she decided to consult her sister, how to find a common language with this young master. At first, Mr. Howell was surprised how to talk so frankly about such uncomfortable things, but then realized that her sister was always like that. The experienced warrior advised the girl to prepare a gift first, so they began to think that it could be entertained by Moo. In the end, they stopped on the variant of sweets. It would be a good idea. However, the younger sister hugged the older, not having an idea what to do next. The incomprehensible cause caused the tremor of her body. The heart was crazy and the cheeks were burning. She was full of fear, not realizing what was happening to her. Ms. Yuhaha Genius envied her sister because she finally found someone who really likes. She advised the girl to feel confident, and then everything would definitely work out. At this point, the young beauty began to doubt whether she was so charming, and with the rest, their conversation had gained a cheerful mood. However, Mr. Howell really envied her sister, who frankly and without any obstacles showed her emotions, as it required considerable confidence. She promised to support her and expressed his hope that her sister would find happiness. However, the warrior advised the girl to not rush with sharp confessions of Moo. It was necessary to approach him carefully to avoid excessive surprise on his part. "Thank you for the advice," the beauty shone with a joyful smile. After that, saying goodbye, she rushed to look for a gift. Ms. Yuha hated on how she devoted her entire life to the study of martial arts. Even at the top of her social status, she could not afford the luxury of loving someone. However, the military man felt something like her thoughts about Mu Hui, though she tried to convince herself that all these experiences were caused by the care of his sister. Soon, the young birthday found exquisite treats and invited them to taste them. As it turned out, the young master was not a fan of sweet at all, but still did not refuse to treat. It was difficult for him to give up so sincere kindness. Unexpectedly, the girl herself put his delicacies in his mouth, as if they were ancient friends, and then, smiling charmfully, said goodbye. She appealed to the Rin's sound not to overload the Hua Mu, which caused a wave of embarrassment among all present. After her departure, the young warrior began to make fun of Hua, hinting that his father seems to get married soon. However, Mu believed that this girl just had a good heart and took care of people around her. However, the sound of the ring cunningly noted that he did not notice that attitude to the rest. When these humorous conversations became inappropriate, the Hu ordered the workout to complete the workout, because his student was clearly scattered, and the young reaper immediately began to apologize. Suddenly Mrs. Yu hath looked into the room. She intended to announce in advance of the departure of their group, scheduled for the next day. She appeared to find out if she made the decision to join them, because there was very little time. The young man assured that he would answer as soon as possible. The warrior was hopeful for a quick response, realizing that it would likely be safer to join them. Seeing sweets, she asked if they had a taste. He smiled with gentle courtesy and asked to pass on his sister that he was extremely liked. However, Mr. Howell seemed upset, silently returned, and disappeared in a hurry. The young man felt as if he may have said something inappropriate or behaved inappropriately in front of an honorable person. He was instantly asked to apologize, but she had already disappeared from his field of view. The next morning everyone went on the road on the carts. The sound of the ring lying down was still in handy, because he needs to be in a state of hashagen to master the second half of the technique. He cheered the young shell, explaining that by mastering the second part of the murderous splashes, he would be able to solve other fragments. After solving the beginning properly, it will avoid the danger to make a mistake in the next stages of the path. At that moment, the man remembered the first stage of the art of pyrotechnics, which increases the potential of the body to the maximum. In this case, the internal energy is raging, showing unexpected dynamics. However, for the bunch, it seemed meaningless, because under normal conditions, the energy is released outside, and if it remains inside, it will actually be tantamount to suicide. He said, without a hurry, that although it was difficult to realize, the sound of the rain had to feel it in his own experience. However, the rain recalled that he had almost lost his life in the learning process, and in addition, because of such experiments, he was seriously injured. Recalling that fatal moment, the sound of the wren realized that he did too unrestrained and did not notice how his son began to expectorate blood. And when he sought help, Mr. Hay invariably denied him. Fortunately, the Sochkan Jap came on time and saved her husband. In the end, the sound of the Rin was reprimanded for not knowing the elementary bases of blood transfusion, because his son could die due to such a condition. He was well aware of the cause of the healer's anger. After all, he felt completely powerless, and now his situation remained unchanged. That is why he had to think about how to save as many lives as possible. Suddenly, their trolley slowed down. They soon noticed a person who politely asked them for a moment to go out. The Iron Fist noted that, unfortunately, they faced government agents. However, he assured that there was no reason to worry. Although their relations with the government were tense, no attacks were planned. They were invited to the tent, and everyone had to get there. They obeyed, followed him. After seeing a numerous armed escort, he realized that he who invited them was obviously an extremely important person. But when he entered inside, his jaw disappeared from surprise. Everyone who came with them stood, leaning deeply. The young man did not know who they were called by this mysterious personality, if even the legendary soldiers were forced to show such respect. At that moment, the guard came and told the princesses that they had collected all, except for the wounded. She was overwhelmed by the joy that all the outstanding warriors of the MOU religion gathered here. After that, the respectable person came to the guests, full of a passionate desire to see their faces. When the girl passed past Hua, he leaned so low that she would not notice his face. At this point, the guard appealed to the princess not to approach the warriors too close, because they knew nothing about these ethics. This undoubtedly annoyed the cancer, and Mr. Hu has tensed instantly, guessing that there could be a clash. However, the princess herself reproached her guard for such reckless statements and ordered to continue to be more careful in words. Then the adjoining sword realized that the princess was not stupid at all. The high birth lady, giving a smile, deeply believed in the courtesy of her guests, so she invited them to join the meal. At this moment, many felt not in their plate, as if they were considered to be poverty who needed alms. Suddenly, the princess came across something extraordinary. Nesting to the icy witch, she noticed her impressive beauty, which darkened even the charm of her sister. After a brief reflection, the noble lady reached her decision. She expressed a desire to accompany these people to the very destination. Immediately after this proclamation, the guards tried hard to change the opinion of the princess, and at this time he shyly hid his face. In his memory, a memory of his childhood appeared when he got to the imperial palace of Mokgung. Then the princess quickly realized that they were peers with Mu, and both had 8 years old at the time. Mu Hua felt an extraordinary shame from these memories. In those ancient times, the princess insisted that she would be brought to this guy as soon as he was completing his business. Smiling, she suggested that Mu spend time together and had fun. And now the young man has become extremely inconvenient to meet her after so many years. He clearly remembered how she forced him to eat dirt and drowned in the river. At that moment, Hookrin noticed that his mentor was in deep reflections in the morning, so he apologized for the created noise. After that, Hu decided to go outside to enjoy the fresh air, not paying attention to the ubiquitous soldiers. Cancer Chong. Cancer appeared suddenly as a thunder in the clear sky. The meeting was so stunned by the young man that he even shuddered. However, he noted that the body of the master looked much stronger than before. He felt pure energy from a powerful warrior instead of a former dark aura. This testified that the master did not reveal all his arsenal in the battle with him and kept many trumps in his sleeve. So, the young man wondered, would he be able to win if they were fighting full force? Cancer Chong. Cancer immediately noticed how the guy was nickened and realized that it testified to something well. He gave the advice of the HU to always be alert and maintain vigilance, as it will help to live much longer. After that, the martial arts master decided to ask the young man about his relationship with the princess. Even the ghost sword felt how much Hua became uncomfortable when a crowned person came on the stage. He decided that it would be better if the boy first tells everything, so he could help, even before the situation grows into a serious conflict. As a result, Hu had to admit that he once knew this girl. Obviously, this aroused interest in Chor's Cancer. The young man immediately realized that it would be better not to raise this topic. He realized that he had to disappear as soon as the princess was, because he could not know what would lead to the discovery of the truth before the formidable warrior. He was eager to escape even at this moment. However, in his path, soldiers who searched for a certain HUA became. After all, he decided not to lie and admit that he was really him. Then, whispering to each other, one of the warriors approached the young man and gave that there was a person who seeks to meet him personally. Muha was well aware of whom it was about, so this news did not comfort him at all. At this point, the princess talked to an ice witch with delight, asking for the traditions of her clan. She was convinced that religion was practicing cannibalism using human liver. However, this proved to be complete. That's when the princess decided to punish the bold who dreamed so shamelessly to deceive her. Oh, Varatovitz warned the royal person to be more careful. Does she really believe that the descendants of the Mo clan deserve to trust? However, the owner appealed to her defender to refrain from abusive words. After all, it has already become clear how biased his attitude. The mistress was apparently dissatisfied with the fact that the guardian consumed all the time in question her orders and words. When the warrior bowed in a deep bow, the charming lord asked the girl for her guard could be scared of the guest. When Mr. Hay explained that she was not scared, the guard was even more angry. After all, the warlike defender believed that the contemptuous creation from the Mo clan has no right to evaluate it. At this fateful moment, the palace guards announced the arrival of an ancient friend of the princess. The young owner immediately found new strength and ordered the boy to be dropped inside as soon as possible. The mysterious icy witch was incredibly interesting to know who this old acquaintance, which causes the lord to worry so. She frozen in alert while the stranger went. However, the owner of the ice, it seems, did not expect to meet herself in the Hua. The events are postponed before the planned fateful meeting of members of the imperial dynasty with representatives of the Mo clan. At that moment, the noble nobleman is located over the decomposed map, fully immersed in strategic reflections, making grand plans. His faithful assistant solemnly declared a noble Mr. The noble aristocrat, the second son of the famous Northern Radiance, immediately ordered the mysterious guest. He, respectfully leaning to the ground, called himself a valiant warrior from the ice palace of the North Sea. The mysterious messenger was completely committed to the orders of the Lord and solemnly swore to fulfill his will as a devoted member of the elite detachment of the hidden blade of the icy palace. The heir to the northern lands immediately realized that this mysterious guest was extremely convincing. Despite the fact that the insightful aristocrat was aware of the exceptional talent of the inhabitants of the ice palace from the first days, they repeatedly testified their truly phenomenal skill in battle. In particular, their charismatic leader is an ambitious strategist with grand ideas that make him an extremely dangerous rival. However, for his power, loving father, these cruel soldiers were extremely important allies in the struggle for the imperial crown of this continent, which spread behind the plains. So the wise ruler kept them closely as possible to his yard. He said that more than a month ago, a charming princess had to come to conclude a strategic political union between his older brother and a wonderful heir. However, the capricious beauty was late, which she found an unprecedented disrespect that he did not intend to tolerate. At that moment, the subordinate noted that all the inconveniences that a high-ranking gentleman faced were already resolved, and he was ready to offer his indispensable services. This chance was hoped to find a long time, dreaming that the mercenary would be able to live up to his highest hopes. Leaning closer, the devoted servant solemnly assured that he would make every effort, so as not to disappoint his powerful patron. After that, he reached the secret corner, where he was already looking forward to the devoted assistants. He barely saw one of them, as he immediately ordered the secret news to the mysterious lord. The intricate intrigue with a triumph watched how this majestic fish fell on his prepared hook, gracefully woven with intrigue. In this exciting moment, Hua, bowing his knees, full of respect, expressed his greetings to the princess. An incredibly charming girl could not recognize in him the former Hua. She even powerfully ordered the boy to lift his head, and he did not carefully. However, the passionate young man saw that the majestic person had a completely new look. She smiled sincerely and congratulated the old friend with warmth, remembering nostalgia that 8 years had passed since their last meeting. However, the charming princess remembered only those carefree moments when they played several times as a child. Then she was genuinely admired by the unsurpassed talent of the boy in painting and naively thought that perhaps adults were forcing him to do it. But young Hua considered it just an exciting game, because it is not possible to make someone create true art with soul. Then the princess sincerely began to envy the talented boy, realizing that the opportunity to do what brings true joy is a great luxury. She confidently stated that royal faces almost never do everything they want. However, the real difficulties and responsibilities she faced was a mystery to him, a naive boy. In those days when he was still a child, only the art of magical drawing was for his strength. But it seems that the gifted boy did not consider it his defect at all. After all, his wise grandfather always emphasized that his grandson is able to create incredible drawings, so it is his outstanding, strong advantage. However, this hair princess quickly tired of endless conversations and sharply ordered Mu Hua to stop this boring dialogue. The proud girl did not envy his freedom at all, so she decided not to listen to him longer. Diving into the memories of their long-standing meetings, the princess increasingly felt how warm and touching moments fill her consciousness. She was genuinely amazed at how the fragile baby from gentle memories turned into such a prominent young man. She felt boundless joy from the unexpected opportunity to see him again. Because she has extremely little time, and Mu Hua, whose piercing look did not miss a single detail, noted how deeply the princess from these reflections was deeply upset. However, the majestic girl, not showing her feelings, only noted that she was pleased to see him. However, she could not understand why he was among the people's mysterious religion. The embarrassed Mu Hua tried to find a convincing answer feverishly. At once, he was amazed at the surprise of this meeting under the vigilant, insightful look of a mighty ice witch. But at this dramatic moment, he was saved from the unpleasant response by vowel, anxious exclamations. Approaching, the agitated soldiers immediately reported the deadly danger. The essence was that the mysterious attackers decided on the attack of their camp. Mr. Yu Ha, showing dignity, said goodbye to the princess. Her great warriors were waiting for her. It was necessary to stop the spread of the fire urgently. When she passed by a dead Hua, she strongly suggested that she follow her immediately. The observant girl noted that this time the fire caused her special suspicions. While the confused Hua Mua, he feverishly thought about the next step, officers worried about the situation quickly began to take the princess away from the danger. As soon as they raised the heavy curtains to bring out a noble person, the Hua was stunned by horror. the unrestrained tongues of the flames absorbed all around. It seemed that the ruthless fire was absorbed by even heaven, and the young man, stunned by this spectacle, could not understand how no one noticed that the fire was rapidly turning into a real catastrophe. It was definitely not a regular fire. It was as if under the influence of some magic, hugging them from all sides, overlapping all possible ways for retreat. At this decisive moment, Mr. Hu established a telepathic connection with Hua. She warned that they were preparing to leave a dangerous place, and reminded that Mu Hua should join them without delay. However, the excited young man tried painfully to understand how to do with a defenseless princess. Meanwhile, the insidious conspirators who organized a deadly fire were not aware that their victims would not be able to escape, even if they flee in panic as if frightened rats. The only person who had a chance to escape from this hellish flame was the master of Kagan. Unfortunately, his company was absent. Despite the alarm due to the mysterious followers of the MOD's religion who joined the princess, the sinister man has decided to deal with them coldly. Without mercy, he ordered his humble soldiers to pour oil into February fire so that the flames do not go out until everything is over. Put on a protective mask, he boldly moved into the depth of the flame to kill the princess himself. The fanatic firmly believed that his actions were directed to the benefit of the bright future of the great empire. Shortly before that, a respected member of the religious community of Chonma, a wise man named Chkongon, paid attention to something strange in the distance. He immediately noticed that Chon Cancer and the rest were threatened with something. Therefore, based on the need, he immediately attracted the help of elite members of the influential sect. However, there was no limits to his surprise when he only noticed the flags of the imperial family on the place of burnt tents. Soon, the legendary ghostly sword itself opened near his view. The worried sage decided not to waste time and to know immediately why the imperial guards here. However, the mysterious warrior carelessly explained that he met a princess yesterday. Other children who traveled with him, despite their testing, were relative. However, most of all, the man was worried about whether everything was fine with his beloved grandson. It seems that a confused Punch Cancer Chong forgot for a moment who has forgotten which of his numerous students is actually his grandson. However, having mentioned the brave Iron Fist, he quickly noted that he was in excellent health. However, the insightful Ghost Mech warned that in the future they would accompany the princess together. However, the warrior explained that they were urgently needed to warn a high-ranking gentleman about changing the dangerous route. After all, the 8th generation elite, along with a well-armed detachment, has already been completed to accompany them. When the Hadra, Cancer John, realized that the military elite was collected in full composition, with horror, he realized that the bloody war was inevitably approaching. He was scared to even think about how much innocent blood was shed on this blessed land. The more he plunged into a gloomy reflection on it, the more the horrible perspective fascinated his imagination. However, an experienced warrior strongly stated that it was simply impossible to retreat now. He rightly believed that the unprecedented princess was extremely light-hearted. Hardly a naive girl could understand the depth of dislike between the warring sides. And the commander immediately realized how careless the young princess was. Cancer Chong. Cancer decided not to argue with the unpleasant True, but stated that he urgently needed to leave this place to join his students. And at this intense moment their gaze grabbed the raging flames of relentless fire. In the end, the exhausted Mu Hu got out of the flame trap and saw the warriors who were faint. Soon he barely kept on his feet, which were squeezed from weakness. However, a mysterious stranger approached and stretched him a charming elixir so that he could feel relief. Immediately after the use of the healing elixir, the guy felt a tired body covers a powerful influx of life-giving energy. As it turned out, the princess herself was a mysterious savior. She generously presented him with a rare boudin, which gives the opportunity even to those who do not have martial arts to breathe normally in such a poisonous atmosphere. Such an extraordinary generosity stunned the Hu. He could not hurt why she allowed him to accept such a valuable gift. After all, This rare elixir came from the imperial treasury. However, for a carefree princess, it seemed nothing different from the usual treats with rice balls that the boy was happy to eat as a child. The embarrassed young man absolutely could not understand how she could remain so indifferent to an extremely valuable thing. However, as if waking up from the enchanted sleep, he politely noted that the cakes may have seemed much more delicious. At this inconvenient moment, the majestic Mr. Hath came to the princess. She strongly stated that she intended to borrow Hua for a short time. The carefree princess did not start insisting and released this pair generously. And then she thoughtfully watched how they slowly disappear at the massive angle of the tent. In this intense moment, her faithful and armed warrior ran up to the princess. He explained excitedly that all possible passages were carefully blocked. It was undoubtedly not a natural fire. The brightness of the flame and the burning ash exceeded the usual scale. It was someone conceived and skillfully organized a fiery trap. The embarrassed princess could not grasp who and what purpose he decided to do so cruelly. She sincerely believed that these insidious people would not get anything if they get rid of it. At this decisive moment, being at an invisible angle of the tent, angered by Mr. Ha Kalni Gusty, splashed her indignation as she ordered the HUU to get away immediately. She was amazed. Is the reckless young man really going to die here? The confused young man could not understand why they were destined to escape. He sincerely believed that all together were able to leave this dangerous place as soon as they find a way out of the captivity of the flames in the camp. But in a timely manner, a wise pupil of Cancer Chong, who with a deep knowledge of the case, explained that it was absolutely impossible. It is difficult to overcome the magic fire. When someone is lonely, escape is possible without much effort. However, if there are people who consider each other to be friends or family, the situation is sharply complicated. The number of people he could be evacuated safely was strictly limited, no more than 10 people. It was its maximum limit of opportunity. The excited man suddenly realized the cruel reality. When to calculate everyone who gathered, there were more than 30. Therefore, some of them will have to inevitably sacrifice their invaluable lives. Cynical CVA Cancer. Zhang viewed this situation as a wonderful opportunity to get rid of the unnecessary sheep while saving a noble princess. Cancer Chong has decided to consult with Huam generously to find out his opinion about who should be left alive. However, he did not predict that the sacrificial Hu would dare to give their lives to save both the Rhine and the princess. In the end, it became clear that a fearless guy decided to stay inside the cruel fire. Cancer Chong Cancer sincerely hoped that the inventive young man has hidden tricks for survival in these conditions. However, his sad smile told a completely different story. Ms. Yuha finally realized that a noble young man intends to heroically sacrifice himself here and now. She considered him incredibly stupid and naive, because now when he opened a real path to salvation, he refuses too lightly. The disappointed warrior sadly regretted that he once appreciated Mu Hui. However, this determined guy was clearly aware that otherwise he could not do. Although this whim perhaps was not considered an exemplary personality, she has always remained a devoted girlfriend with whom he survived all the moments of carefree childhood, and he could not put up with the thought of a cowardly escape, realizing that her life could be in danger. He did not depart from his heroic decision. Mr. Juha was amazed at the heart and was finally convinced that this stubborn man was really hopeless. In the end, despite her sharp words, he worshipped him respectfully, sincerely asking for a great master. He only reacted with a condescending smile because he was sincerely entertained to see how seriously and coldly this young guy was being treated. In the end, an experienced warrior assured that the princess would certainly help the princess. However, he decided to get a special promise from Muahua. To do this, the young man had to solemnly take care of his care as a loyal student. The amazed man could not understand why this cold-blooded man, despite the inevitable death, still sought to seize his body. However, he said without hesitation that even in the case of turning into an intangible ghost, will still remain his loyal student. Inspired by the words heard, Cancer immediately ordered to kneel and bow low 9 times. This symbolic gesture meant that he would now serve the Cancer as his sole master. But the young man who felt the doom had no other choice. In the end, he humbly did everything he expected from him. Currently, Cancer has clearly enjoyed unspeakable pleasure. Following the implementation of 9 ritual bows, the devoted man solemnly declared himself a student of Cancer, honoring him as his undisputed mentor. A satisfied man just laughed, because now the helpless man will not be able to die, even if he wants to. And if someone dares to encroach on the life of his new student, first of all, he will have to face an invulnerable ghostly sword. Then the Power Master immediately ordered an ice witch to urgently prepare a safe exit, and without delay to collect the rest of the surviving to carry them there. At that moment, the enlightenment of Mu realized that apparently the legendary ghostly sword did not intend to leave it here. With relief, he suggested that the number of 10 may not have been a real boundary of his capabilities. However, it is not time to delve into reflections on these secrets. At first, he should immediately deliver the princess, following the instructions of his new mentor. Soon, Cancer gathered all his devoted followers. At this point, he clearly felt that his longtime acquaintance was nearby. He said that he had gathered all his devoted supporters and persistently asked them to take care of others who needed help. However, his stubborn interlocutor insisted on the opposite. Take away defenseless children and translate all other difficult things to strong shoulders of Cancer. However, the prudent master urged him to trust his wisdom and follow a carefully developed plan. In addition, the insightful puppy Cancer was clearly aware that something extremely interesting should begin soon. The perfect moment has come to take decisive steps. Until this fateful moment, he skillfully implied that he did not point out the ominous intrigues which were woven just under his vigilant nose. Finally, he is tired of his fake game and a dishonorable ignorance. First of all, a decisive master stood up and turned to his devoted students, asking if everyone gathered and whether they were completely ready to go. The warriors were in full confusion, absolutely not imagining how they would be able to get out through a frantic, fiery chaos. At this decisive moment, a vigilant Mu looking around felt something extremely suspicious. This unspeakable wonder was emitted directly from its tense back. It turned out that the insidious opponent ruthlessly aimed his deadly shells directly at nothing suspicious princess. However, the courageous Muhatas brokely rushed to the numb girl in time, forcing her to be bent reflexively. The elite guards of the princess immediately realized that the relentless enemies were unnoticed to them. Thus, they rushed at the insidious man who ruthlessly planned to kill their noble lady. However, to the general horror, courageous defenders began to die one by one under the unrestrained pressure of its devastating force. It was obvious that this deadly enemy had power that was not inferior to the master of the highest rank. In our rapt princess, the prince watched the terrible losses of her devoted soldiers and could not accept this cruel reality. Gradually, she began to lose control of herself and the clarity of thoughts. However, the courageous Hua called her to take her hands immediately and focus. He was deeply aware that she had no right to allow the victims of the devoted soldiers to be in vain. She had to climb immediately and move forward. Despite all the territy of what she saw, she realized that he was telling the pure truth. The impressed princess begged for help, seeking as soon as possible to escape from this terrible place. At this point, the February enemy was desperate to break through to a defenseless princess. However, her brave defenders seemed to be many small insects. Their number could not be imagined. At first, the intricate killer tried to bypass leaving any revealing traces, but now he had no other way out. So he now broke up so much that he began to attack with all the fury, because he realized that this cursed place would soon turn into ashes. Obviously, his devastating blow was directed directly at the defenseless princess. But in the last moment, he observed this insidious attack and instantly covered the fragile girl with his body. After a devastating blow, He scared his look at the princess, trying his best to find out if she was safe. However, his own throat and nose had already flooded bright red blood. The clearly stunned Hu did not assume that it would end with such a tragedy. Little by little he began to lose consciousness. The young guy, stunned and confused, could not understand how it happened because he was convinced that he was able to completely block a deadly blow. In despair, he mentioned the charming pill, which was generously handed to him by the princess. He recalled how a caring girl carefully hid the valuable potions in her wide sleeve. Familiarly searching for her clothes, the guy quickly came across a dreamy box. With the last drops of forces, he hurriedly took the rescue pill and carefully invested it in the semi-open labes of dying princess. But when the situation became the most intense, the persistent Mr. Haha. She mistakenly decided that the HU intended to strike a fatal blow to a wounded girl. The embarrassed young man could not understand what was being said. She easily pointed to the healing pill and patiently explained that, regardless of their quality, if the princess consumes too many of them, it can cause irreparable damage to her vulnerable body. Having realized his mistake, a worried young man apologized, and the witch decided to help save the princess who was in front of his eyes. The noble young person was still in the face, which gave their efforts of true weight and significance. However, the insightful sorceress was well aware that the circumstances in which they found were extremely pathetic. At first, a strict warrior may have even rejoiced if the arrogant representative of the imperial court was killed, but for some unclear reason, she could not leave a defenseless girl alone and leave her to his or her own. The caring gentleman of the hairdo insisted that the exhausted HU adopted at least one medical capsule to restore strength, and he declined strongly. In this intense moment, the girl suddenly noticed in him some restless, anxious surprise. She lightly knocked him on the ground with a worrying cry that the deadly blows used by the ruthless enemy had incredible penetrating power. Despite the fact that the young man did not feel the pain now, it did not guarantee that he would not suffer from blood loss later and would not die with slow death. She was puzzled on this. Is he really seeking to die in such a terrible way? At this decisive moment, an influential punch of Khan, who was genuinely surprised that such a cold-blooded and prudent girl could speak so emotionally and sharply. However, he immediately reassured a worried warrior and strongly promised that he would agree with the treacherous, invisible enemies. The wise mentor decided to convey to her his best, most talented student, and the girl solemnly assured that an outstanding master could fully rely on her skill. At the same time, the brave guards of the princess finally clamped the criminal, surrounding him from all sides. Despite the fact that the situation seemed hopeless, somehow incomprehensible, almost amazing way, he managed to escape from strong steel hugs. The personal guard of the princess was completely confused, not realizing how everything could eventually turn into such a catastrophe. He thought with pain that after the triumphant entry into the elite imperial army, he should later become the next major leader of the mighty clan. Therefore, he could in no way afford shamefully perish in this invisible place, so he instinctively sought to escape, saving his invaluable life. Meanwhile, at a decisive moment, he was suddenly caught up with the majestic Mr. Haha. She explained restrained that she had an urgent case to a confused warrior. Although she was genuinely surprised by the behavior of a former brave man who recently shone with confidence and fearlessness, but now, as a frightened child, he was hiding with fear. She began to doubt whether this embarrassment fighter was really capable of fulfilling her important request. The smart girl instantly realized that she faced, no doubt, a hidden representative of Clan Zhong. It was quite simple to determine, taking into account his specific attitude towards the nobles of the empire. She hardly worried that an experienced man carefully examines the damaged blood vessels of a dying princess. However, he annoyedly explained that such a delicate procedure requires superhuman concentration and absolute rest. However, a decisive girl strictly warned if she ignores the warning, a noble princess can go away from life prematurely. In addition, The most profitable personal guard of princesses here was nothing to do. After all, their battle part has already concentrated all their strength to cope with the insidious attackers. However, a confused man could not understand why powerful warriors did not immediately join an open battle with enemies. Then it would be possible to avoid such a devastating disaster. However, the insightful lady rightly noted that the timid man who is hiding behind other people's backs does not seek to evaluate their strategic decisions critically. However, he, losing his self-control, began to scream insanely, desperately trying to prove that he heroically made every effort to find a safe way to escape. However, a cruel girl did not affect his pathetic excuses and fictional reasons. She indifferently noted that they had no good reason to help him or even the princess himself. They will lose nothing if they just go silently, leaving them to their way. So, if he does not want them to leave him heartlessly here, he should immediately follow her. Only then did a stubborn warrior realize that it was really powerless to change something in this advertising. However, he solemnly made a promise. As soon as everything is settled, he will not leave without punishment those who dare to speak so humiliatingly. At this decisive moment, the enemy spy suddenly realized that those who have a perfect Hyagion's mysterious art should be at least two. He could not hurt why only one skillful fighter opposed him. However, the unwavering puppy Cancer Chong only smiled condescendingly, explaining that his natural kindness and sincerity always extend even to the worthy rival. After that, he was politely introduced, following all the norms of etiquette, and at that moment the struck enemy immediately realized that the famous ghostly sword was an integral part of the mysterious cult of Mo. He proudly introduced himself as Ji-John Jock from the mighty ice palace of the North Sea. However, this insightful man did not realize why the mysterious religion of Mo went on an alliance with the emperors. However, he and irony noted that the efforts to save the dying princess had already been late. However, the Cancer Chong Cancer with peace explained that he is completely indifferent whether the princess will remain among the living or whether the tragic end is waiting for it. This clearly struck a confused man because he sincerely believed that the legendary ghostly sword arrived here exclusively with a noble mission. However, to his great surprise, the only sincere desire for an unpredictable puppy Cancer Chon was to arrange an exciting battle with a worthy rival. So he immediately rushed to the enemy, warning him that an attempt to have a successful attack would be in vain. A vigilant master will instantly detect and stop it. After the first lightning blows, the stunned enemy with fear realized that fighting with the famous ghostly sword would be extremely difficult. He, although reluctant, recognized, despite all his preparation, his abilities were barely allowed to see the lightning speed of the opponent's explosive strokes. Having gratitude to the attentive rival for a fair compliment, Cancer Chon suggested to leave the jokes away and start the battle in its whole strength. His self-confident enemy was completely agreed to demonstrate to him the whole arsenal of his dangerous techniques. Then, spreading his hands wide to the sides, he immediately released all the power of his destructive internal energy. Sharp, like merciless blades of razors, deadly ice flows flew towards an indomitable master. It was the legendary white ice admiration technique. Cancer Jong Cancer sarcastically noted the enemy for the amazing and poetic name of his reception. Such a contemptible underestimation literally angered the inflammatory enemy, who immediately decided to deprive the ghostly sword of his famous life in the heat. It was not at all frightened by a fearless man, because he was clearly aware of him a wonderful moment to finally demonstrate his latest ability, which he had long dreamed of checking in real fights. First, in his skillful hands, a tiny, almost invisible hurricane came to life. After that, he began to grow rapidly and soon absorbed all the deadly icy fragments, pulling them into his embarrassment. As if desperately the enemy did not try to release them, they were still relentlessly absorbed by an incredibly powerful flow of supernatural wind. Shortly after that, the most unhappy man began to continuously dragged into the world created by his own hands. In the end, he was ruthlessly cleared by his own ice weapons. However, the curiosity of the cancer has not yet been fully quenched. In addition, he frankly confessed that this extraordinary technique, which he had just used, did not even have time to formally name. The master was generously suggested to his dying opponent to come up with a worthy name for her. The defeated enemy finally realized that the legendary ghostly sword was just a hopeless crazy. But the eccentric grass of Cancer Jong accepted this sarcastic remark for a wonderful creative find, and with inspiration decided to name his invincible skill by the crazy wind. When the eyes of the defeated man were closed forever, the ghostly sword, with a bitter irony, realized that this loser had more hidden talents in inventing poetic names than in the martial arts. In this dramatic moment, Mr. Hay just brought the confused guard to a dying princess. She was surprised that her sister clearly was very concerned about something. The witch immediately understood the true nature of its anxiety and carefully approached Muhu and a fixed princess. She watched a breakdown scene with horror. The unspeakable man in despair was crying bitterly and shouting frantically near the immovable body of the princess. It became incredibly clear that their delay was fatal. No one left to be saved. Mu, struck by the depths of the soul, being in an unspeakable despair, inadvertently mentioned an ancient tragic event with Ma. Rosen. His naive childhood dreams that such a terrible grief will never happen again in his hard life suddenly came to life in memory. But in the end, it has not changed to great disappointment. Once upon a time, the young man Ho-Ho firmly believed that his exceptional natural abilities to draw would allow any peaks. However, at the decisive moment, it turned out to be powerless before the relentless circumstances of fate. Recalling the wisdom of the ancient monk that life and death at their base do not differ, he stubbornly could not agree with this strict philosophy. He was aware that he did not want to accept the cruel truths of life at all, and categorically did not want to put up with the fact that the end of dear people could be so senseless.